tower and begin climbing up to the observation deck.
Panting, Rick, I don't think I can keep up with you.
Smirks. That's because you're not as smart as me, Morty. But don't worry, we're almost there.
They reach the top and find the painting hanging on display.
Whispers, Rick, what if we get caught?
Whispers back. Don't worry, Morty. We'll just use these invisibility cloaks to stay hidden.
They put on the cloaks and begin to take down the painting. Suddenly, they hear footsteps approaching. Security guard, on intercom. We know you're there, thieves. Surrender now or face the consequences.
Frustrated? Great, Morty. Looks like we have some unwanted company.
Nervous, what are we gonna do, Rick?
Thinking. I have an idea. Morty, you distract the guards while I finish taking down the painting.
Confused, how am I supposed to do that?
Grinning. Just trust me, Morty.
Morty goes to the observation deck and starts dancing in front of the security camera, distracting the guards. Rick quickly takes down the painting and they both teleport out of there just in time.
Sarah Anderson. On phone, Rick, did you get the painting?
Smugly. Of course I did. You owe us big time, Sarah.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty eating French pastries on a rooftop, looking out at the beautiful pink sky.
Content. You know, Rick, this was kinda fun.
Chuckles. Yeah, Morty, it always is. And to think, it all started with a computer-generated picture of the Eiffel Tower.
The screen fades to black and the credits roll.
Opening scene. Exterior shot of a vast, sprawling metropolis in a parallel dimension. The camera zooms in on a nondescript alleyway where two shadows can be seen moving frantically. Closer inspection reveals that they belong to Rick and Morty, who are sprinting towards a mysterious glowing portal.
Standing heavily while clutching onto a metallic briefcase. Morty, hurry up. We've got only a few more seconds before the portal closes.
Also panting and looking anxiously over his shoulder. I'm trying, Rick. My legs feel like spaghetti.
They both jump through the portal and land with a thud on a grassy plain. The camera pans out to reveal that they're standing in the middle of a romantic picnic with the Vocaloid characters and the Sanchez family.
Groaning while rubbing his bruised backside. Oh great, we landed in the middle of a damn anime convention.
Len Kajimine, cheerfully, hey there Rick and Morty, we were just about to break out the sushi rolls.
Eiko. Giggling, yeah, come join us. We're having a great time. Rolling his eyes. Yeah, sure. Just what I need. Some synthetic pop stars who can sing their way out of a paper bag.
As they all sit down to eat, Sailor Venus joins them.
Minako Aino, smiling brightly, konnichiwa, everyone. Mind if I join the party?
Ito, whispering to Rin, did you see that? It's Sailor Venus. I used to have a crush on her when I was programmed as a human.
Rin Kajimine, laughing heartily, Kato, you're such a dweeb.
Lena Inverse enters the scene dramatically, holding a bottle of red wine.
Lena Inverse, smiling smugly, salutations, my dear companions. I heard there was a party going on and I simply had to bring my secret stash.
downing his sixth beer and looking at Lena with suspicion. Who the hell are you supposed to be?
Lena Inverse, tossing your hair dramatically. I am Lena Inverse, Sorceress Supreme and Master of the Dark Arts. Perhaps you have heard of me?
Belching loudly, nope, but I have heard that sorcery is just science for people who can't do math.
Muttering to himself, oh man, this is getting weird.
After they finish eating, the group decides to play a game of truth or dare.
Then Kajimine, giggling, okay Rick, truth or dare?
Smirking. Truth, you little robot.
Then Kajimine, thinking hard, alright here's one. Have you ever had a crush on any of your fellow travelers?
Grinning mischievously. Oh, you bet your synthetic vocal cords I have.
Ito, blushing brightly, oh wow, this is getting spicy.
As the night wears on, the picnic turns into a raging party with loud music and lots of dancing and drinking. Morty looks around nervously, trying to find a way to sneak back home.
Yawning, Rick, I'm getting really tired. Can we please go home now?
Waving his hand dismissively. Ah, what's the hurry? You're with good company. Just chill out and enjoy the music.
Minako Ano, swaying to the rhythm. Yeah, Morty. Don't be such a killjoy.
Lena Inverse, shutting down a glass of wine. Here. Let's make this a night to remember.
Voice trailing off. Oh man, I just want to go back to our own dimension. Mom's cooking her meatloaf tonight and I don't want to miss it.
After what seems like an eternity, Rick finally decides to pack up and leave.
Hugging Len Kajimine tightly. You know what, kid? You're all right. We should do this again sometime.
Then Kajimine, giggling, I'd like that Rick. You're pretty cool for a cynical, alcoholic mad scientist.
As they step through the portal, the camera zooms in on a nearby tree where a small creature can be seen watching them intently. Creature, whispering to itself, watch out, Rick Sanchez. You may be a genius, but you're playing with fire you can't control. The episode ends with a fade out as the creature giggles maniacally. Title: The Multidimensional Cake Conundrum.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick, Morty and Beth standing around a table strewn with mouth-watering cakes and pies, staring intently at a cake server holding a knife. Suddenly, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure character, Jotaro Kujo, bursts into the room, demanding answers.
What are you doing here, Kujo? Can't you see we're trying to enjoy our confectionery delights?
Jotaro. That's not just any cake server. It's a rare artifact that can open portals to other dimensions.
Whoa, really? Like that episode where we went to that alternate reality and we had to bury ourselves?
Oh my god, Rick, did you take us on another crazy adventure without telling us?
Of course not, Beth, that was last week. Now, let's get to the real problem at hand. This cake server.
Jotaro, I need that cake server to save my daughter from an interdimensional villain. But I can't use it without the help of a powerful wizard.
Suddenly, Hermione Granger appears, wielding a wand.
Ah, Hermione, just the wizard we need. Let's get this baking party started.
Baking party?
Yes, Beth, baking party. We need to bake a cake powerful enough to fuel the multidimensional portal and defeat this villain.
But how do we do that?
Leave that to me, Tiny Rick.
With the help of Tiny Rick, the group creates a cake with an array of ingredients from different dimensions. Sugar from Dimension 87X, eggs from the Cromulon Nebula, and frosting from the Marshmallow Realm.
Jotaro, now, let's use the cake server to open the portal.
As they slice the cake, a blinding light illuminates the room. When it fades away, they find themselves in an alternate universe in which cakes are sentient beings. They quickly defeat the villain and return to their own dimension, triumphant.
I don't know if I ever want to go on another baking party again.
Don't worry, Beth. We can always go on an adventure to find the ultimate pizza recipe next time.
The episode ends with the group enjoying some of the leftover cake and laughing at their crazy, multi-dimensional baking adventure.
Opening scene.
Title: Kites, Picnics, and Interdimensional Shenanigans. The camera pans to a couple of people standing in the dirt with kites in the air behind them and grass in the background. Rick, Morty, Summer, and Beth are joining Len Kajamine, Mako, Kato, Rin Kajamine, the Vocaloids, for a picnic. Rick is holding a device that looks like an interdimensional portal gun.
Why are we even here? Do we look like a bunch of hippies that spend all day flying kites?
Rick, we're the ones that brought the kites.
Yeah, and I thought it would be cool to hang out with the Vocaloids and Sailor Venus.
And Lena Inverse.
Who's next? Is Mario gonna show up with a bunch of mushrooms?
Suddenly, Minako Aino, Sailor Venus, arrives at the picnic.
Minako, hey guys, sorry I'm late. I had to stop some evil villains on the way here.
Oh great, another superhero. Just what we need.
Stop being such a grump, Rick. Let's enjoy the food.
Just then, Lena Inverse, the magician, arrives with a bottle of wine. Lena, hey guys, hope you don't mind if I bring some wine.
I don't know. Can you handle your spells when you're drunk?
Lena, of course I can, I'm a professional. Suddenly, Goku and Chi-Chi fly in, bringing an assortment of meats and cheese.
Goku. Hey guys, what's up? We heard there was a picnic going on.
Chi-Chi. Yeah, and we brought some food to share.
Oh great. Now we have a bunch of Saiyans crashing our picnic.
Hey, at least they brought food.
The group starts to eat and share stories, with Rick making snarky comments every now and then.
So, hey Lena, do you think you can make me a spell that stops me from hearing all these annoying voices in my head?
Lena. Haha, very funny, Rick. Next time, bring your own booze. The group continues to picnic and enjoy the beautiful day, with Rick realizing that sometimes, even he needs to take a break from his interdimensional adventures and just relax with friends.
End scene.
Title: You don't need a portal gun to have a good time. Title: Quantum Reality Jam.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are standing in a field with a tent in the background and a pink sky in the background. Minako Aino, Sailor Venus, suddenly appears in front of them holding a strange device.
Whoa, Rick! Who is she?
Don't worry, Morty, I got this. Hey, Minako, what brings you here?
Minako, hello Rick and Morty. I have come to seek your help. The universe is in danger and only your scientific expertise can save us.
Danger? What kind of danger?
Minako, a quantum reality jam is spreading across the universe. It's causing rifts in the fabric of reality and soon all matter will collapse into a singularity.
Whoa, that sounds serious. What can we do?
Well, Morty, we need to find the source of this jam and neutralize it. But first, we need to analyze the properties of this device.
Scene 2, Rick, Morty, and Minako are in Rick's lab analyzing a device Minako brought with her.
This device is using a complex set of algorithms to create a quantum field that is disrupting the natural laws of the universe.
So, how do we stop it?
We need to create a counter-quantum field that cancels out the effects of the jam. But to do that we need to travel to the source of the jam and set up the field there.
Minako, I know where the source is. It's on a planet in the Andromeda Galaxy.
Alright, let's get going then. This is going to be a wild ride.
Scene 3, Rick, Morty, and Minako are traveling through space in Rick's ship.
Hey Rick, I don't feel so good. Is this normal?
Of course not, Morty. We're traveling through a quantum reality jam. We're probably being bombarded by exotic particles with unknown properties.
Minako, hang on guys, we're getting close to the planet.
Scene 4. The trio lands on the planet and sets up the counter-quantum field.
Alright, let's activate the field and neutralize this jam once and for all.
Suddenly, the jam starts to intensify and the ground begins to shake.
Rick, what's happening?
It's a feedback loop. The field is interacting with the jam and creating an unstable reaction.
Minako, we need to shut it down.
Scene 5. The trio frantically works to shut down the counter-quantum field before it destroys the entire universe.
I've got it, Morty. Shut it down now.
I'm trying. It's not responding.
Just as all hope seems lost, Sailor Venus uses her mystical powers to shut down the field.
Minako, it's done. The jam is gone.
Impressive. You really are a force to be reckoned with.
Whoa, that was crazy. I never want to experience anything like that again.
Well, Morty, that's the price of adventure. There's always a risk involved.
Minako, thank you for your help. The universe owes you a great debt.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty are back in their field, looking up at the stars.
Rick, do you ever think about how small we are in the grand scheme of things?
Only when I want to impress a girl, Morty.
Audience laughter and credits roll. Title: Anime Picnic Panic, a multi-dimensional extravaganza. The episode commences in a parallel universe where anime characters with varying hair colors and animated facial expressions reside. Our lead, Rick Sanchez, and his grandson, Morty, decide to take a break from their dimension-hopping shenanigans and embark on a picnic in this reality. As they settle down, they notice a group of Vocaloids comprising Len Kajimine, Mako, Kato, and Rin Kajimine approaching them. Rick immediately recognizes them, being an avid fan of anime himself, and invites them to join their picnic. The Vocaloids eagerly agree, and they all start munching on sandwiches and potato chips. 5 minutes later, Minako Aino aka Sailor Venus appears, much to Rick's delight, and she joins the group as well. 15 minutes later, the sorceress Lena Inverse arrives carrying a bottle of wine. Rick immediately pours himself a glass and starts chugging, entertaining everyone with his drunken antics. As the anime characters and the Sanchez family bond, they suddenly hear a loud rumble in the sky, and Goku and Chi-Chi fly in, bringing an array of meats and cheese. Rick is overjoyed, being a massive Dragon Ball Z fan, and immediately starts gorging on the provisions. Amidst all the feasting and revelry, Morty suddenly notices a portal opening up in the sky. Out of it steps a group of alien invaders who seem intent on capturing the anime characters for experimentation purposes. Rick, being the genius he is, quickly whips up a series of gadgets utilizing magical and scientific principles and engages the aliens in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the anime characters and the rest of the Sanchez family cower in fear but occasionally add their unique skills to the fray. The episode climaxes with an epic showdown between Rick and the alien leader, wherein the former unleashes a series of weapons like a laser gun and a slingshot that shoots miniature black holes. The alien leader retaliates with a transforming robot, but Rick counters it by summoning a giant mecha suit. After a long and arduous fight, Rick finally vanquishes the aliens and saves the anime characters. The group thanks him profusely, and they end the day on a high note, with all of them agreeing to repeat the adventure sometime soon.
Geez, Rick, that was one heck of a multi-dimensional picnic adventure.
Yeah, Morty, but let's not do that again. I don't think my liver can handle that much wine and intergalactic warfare.
And Kajimine, thank you so much for saving us, Rick. You truly are a genius in both science and magic.
Lena Inwas, I agree, and your taste for wine is impeccable.
Sailor Venus, I had a blast today, Rick. You should hang out with us more often.
Goku. Yeah, and next time we'll bring some Super Saiyan training equipment for you, Rick.
Everyone laughs as the episode ends, leaving the audience in splits. Title: The Blue-Haired Conundrum.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty discover the existence of a parallel universe populated solely by 3 anime characters with blue hair and blue eyes. Determined to explore this phenomenon, they devise a way to cross over into this universe using a highly advanced portal gun.
Act 1.
Morty, I've done it. I've discovered a universe where all the inhabitants have blue hair and blue eyes.
Oh, Rick, that doesn't sound very scientifically.
Shut up, Morty. I've already calculated the probability of this happening, and it's off the charts.
Act 2. Rick and Morty enter the blue-haired universe and are immediately greeted by the 3 anime characters: Amy Mizuno, Sailor Mercury, Miku Hatsune, and Kana Kamui.
Whoa, Rick, these blue-haired people are something else.
Morty, don't be so judgmental. It's their universe. They can dye their hair however they want.
Act 3.
As Rick and Morty explore the blue-haired universe, they discover that the 3 characters are locked in a perpetual loop of trying to outsmart each other in a game of chess.
I can't believe it, Morty. These anime characters have been stuck in this chess game for years.
Maybe we should help them?
Don't be ridiculous, Morty. We're not getting involved in their petty games.
Act 4.
But as Rick and Morty continue to observe the chess game, they begin to notice some unusual patterns and glitches in the blue-haired universe.
Morty, this universe isn't as stable as I thought. We need to get out of here before.
Suddenly, the 3 anime characters merge together, forming a giant blue-haired monster.
Oh, crap, Morty, we gotta get out of here.
Act 5.
Rick and Morty use the portal gun to escape the blue-haired universe just in time, narrowly avoiding being swallowed up by the monster.
Phew, that was a close one, Rick. Do you think we'll ever go back there?
HMPH, maybe when I'm feeling bored and want to mess with some chess-playing anime characters. But for now, Let's go get some McDonald's.
End credits.
Amy Mizuno, Sailor Mercury. That was quite an interesting adventure, wasn't it? Perhaps we should dye our hair a different color next time.
Miku Hatsune. Agreed. Maybe pink.
Anna Kamui. I'll stick with blue.
Title: Investigating the Alien Sign Meme and Mind-Controlled Population Rebellion led by Evil Morty and Tim Hortons. In this episode, we explore the intriguing case of the Mind-Controlled Population Rebellion, led by Evil Morty, while investigating the appearance of an alien holding sign meme at the Tim Hortons. The episode opens with Dr. Smith, an expert in alien species, wearing glasses and a jacket, presenting his findings on the alien holding sign meme that went viral on social media. Through thorough examination and analysis of the meme's content, it was discovered that the alien holding the sign was transmitting subliminal messages of rebellion via hypnotic trance. As Dr. Smith continues his presentation, he is interrupted by the sudden appearance of Evil Morty, the leader of the recent mind-controlled population rebellion. Evading detection by the authorities, Evil Morty has been leading his rebellion through the strategic subliminal messaging of symbols, images, and sound waves. Dr. Smith, being a specialist in mind control and manipulation techniques, points out that Evil Morty's subliminal messaging techniques closely resemble those of the alien holding sign meme. As the episode delves deeper into the investigation, the protagonists realize that the Tim Hortons franchise has been one of the main targets of this ongoing mind control operation. The hypnotic effects on the masses were generated using a sophisticated neuro-linguistic programming system installed in each Tim Hortons outlet. The team traces the source of this system to a secret underground lab operated by Evil Morty and his followers. The episode reaches its climax as the team infiltrates the lab, where they are surprised to find that Evil Morty's ultimate aim was not to rebel against the government but to create a democratic society, albeit through the use of mind control and manipulation. The expert team led by Dr. Smith manages to disable the mind control systems and the rebellion comes to an end. The episode ends with Dr. Smith summarizing the findings of the investigation, emphasizing the dangers and impact of subliminal messaging on the human psyche. The Tim Hortons franchise is left to recover from the damage caused by the alien holding sign meme and the nefarious aims of Evil Morty's rebellion. Title: The Interdimensional Monster Hunt and Gossip Mill.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty receive a distress signal from an interdimensional monster with a red hat on its head and a green light on its forehead. Intrigued, they travel to the source of the signal, which leads them to a deep-sea planet covered in aquatic life.
Act 1.
Morty, we've got a distress signal from an interdimensional creature on this planet. Let's go check it out.
Oh, okay, Rick. But why does it have a red hat on its head?
Beats me, Morty. Maybe it's a trend in their dimension.
Act 2.
As Rick and Morty explore the planet, they encounter a larger black monster with a red hat on its head. The monster is friendly and explains that it's in search of a smaller black monster with a red hat on its head, which has gone missing.
Sounds like a job for Rick and Morty. Let's help them find it.
But Rick, we don't even know what it looks like.
That's why we've got this nifty tracker. Now let's find that monster.
Act 3. As they search for the missing monster, they stumble upon an invasion of earwigs from another dimension. The earwigs are attracted to gossip and fill Rick and Morty in on the latest interdimensional news. They also reveal that the smaller black monster they're looking for is actually a rare and valuable creature.
Earwig. Oh my, have you heard about the latest rumors? The king of this planet is having an affair with a mermaid from another dimension.
Morty, who cares about interdimensional gossip? We've got a monster to find.
Act 4. After a long search, Rick and Morty finally find the smaller black monster with a red hat on its head. It was hiding from the king, who was after it for its rare abilities. Rick and Morty manage to rescue the creature and bring it back to the larger monster.
There you go, your missing monster.
Larger monster, thank you, and as a reward for your services.
As the two monsters leave, Rick and Morty ponder on the strangeness of interdimensional life.
Man, that was wild. A monster with a red hat on its head and earwigs that love to gossip.
The universe is a strange and unpredictable place, Morty. But that's why we love it.
Title: The Clown Paradoxical Conundrum at the Golden Corral Karaoke Adventure.
Alright, Morty. Grab your clown face and balloons. We have a paradoxical conundrum to solve at the park.
What kind of paradoxical conundrum, Rick?
It's a double paradoxical conundrum, Morty. We have to find out why kids with clown faces and balloons are celebrating a birthday in the park when it's not their actual birthday.
Geez, Rick, that sounds complicated.
Don't worry, Morty. I have a PhD in paradoxical conundrums. Plus, we're going to Golden Corral afterwards.
At Golden Corral, Sailor Venus and Mercury were already there eating piles of food.
Sailor Venus. Hey Rick, what are you doing here?
Oh, just solving a paradoxical conundrum. What are you guys doing?
Mercury. Just pigging out.
Suddenly, Vocaloid's Rin Kajimine and her brother Len Kajimine appeared out of nowhere and started singing karaoke with Mako and Kato.
Ah, this reminds me of my days at Miskatonic University.
Lady Keira and Lena Inverse also joined in the karaoke fun.
Lena, hey, who invited Goku and Vegeta?
Goku. We heard there was free food here.
Vegeta, and I heard there were strong opponents.
Alright, enough karaoke. Let's get back to solving this paradoxical conundrum.
But what about the karaoke adventure?
Ah, Morty. The karaoke adventure was just a red herring to distract the audience from the true paradoxical conundrum at hand.
As they left the Golden Corral, the team encountered the same group of kids from the park, now with birthday hats and cake.
Aha, I knew there was a second paradoxical conundrum.
Mercury. Rick, what are we going to do?
We have to go back to the Golden Corral and sing a song that will create a temporary time vortex to send these kids back to their real birthday.
Geez, Rick, that sounds dangerous.
Relax, Morty. I have a PhD in temporal dynamics.
The team rushed back to the Golden Corral and sang a song that sent the kids back to their real birthday.
And that, Morty, is how you solve a paradoxical conundrum.
Wow, Rick, I'll never doubt your PhD again.
The end. Title: A multi-dimensional conundrum, Rick and Morty versus the shrimp scampi wolves.
Opening shot. The camera pans over a picturesque scene of a man in a field holding a sword, with a dog in the background and birds flying around him. Suddenly, a portal opens up and Rick and Morty step out.
Morty, we're in another dimension again. Looks like the multiverse has taken us to a world with weird shrimp creatures.
Shrimp creatures? You mean like the ones in our world's seafood restaurants?
No, Morty, these shrimp creatures are sentient, and they're armed with swords.
Suddenly, a pack of wolves appear, led by an alpha wolf with shrimp-like features. They start running towards Rick and Morty.
Looks like we're in for a ride, Morty. Time to defend ourselves.
Morty and Rick engage in an epic sword fight with the wolves, while avoiding the shrimp scampi warriors shooting lasers from their claws.
Morty, we need to think of a plan to defeat these creatures.
What if we lure them into a trap?
Good idea, Morty. Let's use your brilliant mind to outsmart these shrimp scampi warriors.
Morty sets up a trap using some science-wide gadgets, while Rick leads the wolves and shrimp scampi into it.
Alright, Morty, let's activate the trap.
Morty pushes a button and a giant net falls over the wolves and shrimp scampi, trapping them.
Looks like we've got them now, Morty. But wait, what's that? A serial killer is on the loose in this dimension.
Morty and Rick realize they need to catch the serial killer before he strikes again. They track him down with their high-tech gadgets, but end up getting ambushed.
Serial killer. You've walked right into my trap, Rick and Morty. You shall die.
Morty and Rick use their wits and gadgets to defeat the serial killer, trapping him in a containment field.
Well, that was fun, Morty. Time to go home.
Morty and Rick make their way back to their own dimension, leaving the shrimp scampi wolves and serial killer behind.
Closing scene. Morty looks up at the sky, which is now turning pink.
Wow, Rick, that was a crazy adventure.
Yeah, Morty, just another day in the multiverse.
Title: The Multidimensional Lawsuit. The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting in the living room, discussing their latest adventure. Beth is knitting in the background while Jerry is playing with his phone. Suddenly, a portal opens up and a young boy in a suit walks out.
Lawyer, greetings, my name is Michael and I am a multidimensional lawyer. I represent a client who has filed a lawsuit against Rick Sanchez.
Rolling his eyes, great, another one. What did I do this time?
Lawyer, clearing his throat, my client, Mr. Zorblax from the planet Felax, claims that you sold him a defective portal gun that caused him to be stuck in a time loop for 10 years.
Whispering to Rick, oh man, we're screwed.
Shrugging, meh, I've been sued by worse.
Interrupting, can't we just settle this out of court?
Excitedly, hey, I just found a funny baby video on my phone.
Ignoring Jerry, I have a plan. Morty, I need you to go back in time and prevent Mr. Zorblax from buying the portal gun in the first place.
Confused. How am I supposed to do that?
Handing him a device with this multidimensional time-traveling calculator. Just make sure not to alter any major events or you'll create a bunch of alternate timelines.
Nervously, okay, I'll try my best.
Meanwhile, Rick and Michael are discussing the legal technicalities of the case.
Taking a sip of his flask, so, let me get this straight. You're claiming that my portal gun caused a temporal paradox?
Michael, adjusting his glasses. Yes, that's correct.
Chuckles. That's hilarious. The most it could do is cause a minor rift in the time-space continuum.
Michael, frowning. That's not funny, Mr. Sanchez. My client lost a decade of his life because of your negligence.
Rolls his eyes. Fine, all settled. How much does he want?
Michael, smiling triumphantly. 1 billion quatlers.
Scoffs. 1 billion? That's outrageous. I'll give him half.
Suddenly, Morty bursts back into the room, sweating and panting.
Holding up the calculator, I did it, Rick. I prevented Mr. Zorblax from buying the portal gun.
Smiling. Perfect. Now, let's see what happens.
Suddenly, the room is filled with alternate versions of Rick and Morty from different timelines.
Laughing. Holy crap, Morty. You really messed up this time.
Panicking, what do we do now?
Sighing, I guess we'll have to call in the Council of Ricks to clean up this mess.
Still watching the baby video on his phone. Hey guys, have you seen this one where the baby sneezes and scares the cat? And the episode ends with chaos and hilarity ensuing as the Council of Ricks arrive to undo the timeline mess created by Morty's actions. Title: The Red Coat Experiment.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, and Beth embark on an experiment to study the effects of a woman in a red coat standing in a field with a bird flying overhead in the sky above, in the style of the 1990s anime Cyborg 003 François Arnold.
Scene 1. Rick's laboratory.
Rick, Morty, you know what we need. We need a new experiment, something crazy, something that will make everyone's head spin.
Morty: Oh geez, Rick. I don't know if I can handle another one. The last one made me feel like my brain was gonna explode.
Beth, what's this about an experiment, guys?
Rick: Beth, we're trying to figure out the effects of a woman in a red coat standing in a field with a bird flying overhead in the sky above, in the style of the 1990s anime Cyborg 003 François Arnold.
Morty: What? That's so specific, Rick.
Beth, I don't even know what that means.
Rick: Exactly. That's the beauty of it. We'll be the first to uncover the secrets of the red coat.
Scene 2, the experiment begins.
Rick: All right, Beth, you put on this red coat and stand in this field, while Morty releases a bird into the sky above.
Beth, okay. What's the point of all this?
Rick: Science, Beth. Pure science.
Morty: Rick. I don't think the bird's gonna fly away. It's just kinda hovering there.
Rick: That's odd. Maybe we need to add some kind of stimulant.
Scene 3, things get crazy.
Rick: I've got it. I've added a serum to the bird's food that should make it fly higher and faster than ever before.
Beth, Rick, I really don't think this is a good idea.
Morty: Yeah, I don't want to be responsible for killing a bird.
Rick: Nah, it'll be fine. Just watch.
The bird explodes into a rainbow of colors and shoots off into the sky at lightning speed.
Rick: Holy crap, did you see that? That was amazing.
Morty: Rick, what did you do to that bird?
Beth, this is insane. I'm taking off this coat and ending this experiment. Scene 4, the aftermath.
Rick: Well, that was a bust. But hey, at least we got to see a rainbow bird.
Morty: I don't think that's worth it, Rick. We could have seriously hurt that bird.
Beth, I think it's time we reevaluate our definition of science. Rick.
Rick: What? You're telling me you didn't enjoy that chaotic, unpredictable, and potentially life-threatening experiment? Fine. I guess we'll go back to studying boring old subatomic particles.
Asterisk, all three of them leave the laboratory, as the camera zooms out to show the rainbow bird soaring through the sky in the distance. Credits roll. Title: Interdimensional Drinking with Cyborgs and Cartoon Characters.
Episode synopsis. In this episode, we see the Cyborg 002 Jetlink enjoying a cold beer alongside the infamous interdimensional traveler Rick Sanchez. They are currently situated in a space-themed setting which appears to be a remote location in the multiverse. Meanwhile, a cartoon character is shown holding his own glass of beer whilst accompanied by a cat. In the background, a cat and a bird are seen flying past.
Opening shot. We observe a dark expanse of space with numerous stars dotting the background. Suddenly, a portal opens and Rick Sanchez steps out of it, looking glum.
Rick Sanchez. Size, here we go again.
Shot changes to Jetlink, who is already seated in a pub-like environment with a cold beer in hand.
Jetlink. Hey Rick, what you got there?
Rick Sanchez. A portal gun, as usual.
Cartoon character enters the scene with his cat and sits near Rick and Jetlink.
Cartoon character. Hey guys, mind if I join you?
Jetlink. Not at all. What brings you here?
Cartoon character. Just passing by. Thought I could grab a beer. Rick Sanchez. Grinning, that's the spirit.
As the group continues to drink, a cat and a bird screech loudly outside the establishment.
Jetlink. What was that?
Rick Sanchez. It sounded like a cat and a bird.
The group exits the establishment and we see the cat and bird in the sky.
Cartoon character. Astonished. Look, they're playing together.
Jetlink. That's pretty cool.
The scene cuts to the group enjoying their beers as they watch animals playing together.
Closing shot. The camera slowly zooms out to show the group against the backdrop of a beautiful space scenery, with Rick laughing hysterically and the cartoon character petting his cat while Jetlink enjoys his beer. The scene fades to black.
Title: The Red Drop Experiment.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick creates a new experiment to test the properties of a red drop of water on a green background with another red drop of water at the bottom. Morty and Jerry are recruited to assist with the experiment. Things quickly get out of hand as the experiment takes on a life of its own, leading to hilarious results. Scene 1.
Alright, Morty, Jerry, listen up. We're going to run a little experiment to test the properties of a red drop of water on a green background with another red drop of water at the bottom.
Oh, Rick, I'm not sure I understand.
Me neither, Rick. What's the point of this experiment?
The point is science, Jerry. Now let's get to work.
Scene 2.
The trio sets up the experiment, carefully placing the red drops of water on the green background. Suddenly, the drops begin to pulse and glow.
Rick, I don't think this is supposed to happen.
Nonsense, Morty. It's just the scientific process at work.
Scene 3.
The drops of water grow and multiply, forming a giant red blob. It begins to take on the form of a 1990s anime character, specifically Cyborg 003 Francois Arnold. What the hell is that thing?
It's a scientific breakthrough, Jerry. We've created life.
Scene 4.
The blob begins to speak in a robotic voice, introducing itself as Cyborg 003. It quickly becomes apparent that it has a personality and a sense of humor.
Cyborg 003. So, who's up for some science jokes?
Oh, I think I'll pass.
I'm starting to regret volunteering for this experiment.
Scene 5.
Cyborg 003 discovers the joys of Earth food, indulging in pizza and beer. It becomes increasingly difficult to control as it grows in size and strength.
Oh boy, we've really done it this time. We've created a monster. Scene 6.
In a final showdown, the trio battles Cyborg 003 in a 90s anime-style fight scene. In the end, they are able to defeat Cyborg 003 and revert it back to a harmless red drop of water.
Well, that was one hell of an experiment. Let's never do that again.
Agreed.
Can I go home now?
Scene 7.
In the final scene, Rick reveals that he has collected the data from the experiment and plans to use it for future scientific endeavors. Morty and Jerry can't believe their ears as they stare off in disbelief.
Oh man, I want to see what we're going to use that data for.
Rick is a mad scientist, all right, but he's a genius too. The end credits roll, with a synthesizer-heavy 90s-style anime song playing in the background. Title: The Grilled Cheese Hypothesis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty experimenting with a new scientific formula they created, intending to unlock the secrets of the universe. Meanwhile, Jerry has been tasked with making dinner and decides to make a grilled cheese sandwich with cheese and lettuce on a grill-top grilling pan, using a knife to flip the sandwich.
Morty, this formula is amazing. It's granting us unprecedented insight into the fundamental workings of the cosmos.
Why yeah, Rick, but shouldn't we be careful? This seems too powerful for mere mortals to handle.
Hey, anyone want a grilled cheese sandwich?
Sure, Jerry, but don't let it burn this time.
Yeah, we don't want to cause an autonomic nervous system response in anyone here.
As Jerry prepares the sandwiches, Rick notices a strange energy emanating from the grilled cheese.
What is this? The grilled cheese is emitting an energy signature unlike anything we've seen before.
Why is the grill pan glowing? And why is the knife floating?
I don't know, but I think I have to go to Best Buy to buy a new grill pan. As they examine the grilled cheese, they begin to experience strange sensations. Beth starts to feel a sense of euphoria, while Summer feels a sense of dread.
I feel like I can see the entire universe. Everything makes sense now.
I feel like I'm being pulled into a black hole. Everything is chaos.
This is incredible. The grilled cheese is affecting our emotional state through some sort of telekinetic field.
What the hell, Rick? How did a grilled cheese sandwich become a weapon of mass emotion?
I think I left the sandwich on the grill for too long. The group realizes that they need to neutralize the grilled cheese's effects before it causes irreparable damage to their emotional well-being. They eventually succeed in doing so, but not before experiencing a slew of wacky and bizarre emotional states. In the end, they all learn a valuable lesson about the power of simple things like a grilled cheese sandwich and the importance of keeping their emotions in check. And Jerry finally manages to make a decent grilled cheese sandwich without causing a scientific catastrophe. Title: The Laughing Scientist.
Act 1.
The episode opens to Rick and Morty tinkering with the latest piece of interdimensional technology. Jerry, who's been feeling left out of the family's adventures, suggests they take a break and try out the new comedy-themed escape rooms that just opened up downtown. Rick, always up for a challenge, agrees, and off they go to the escape rooms. They are greeted by a person wearing a mask and green outfit with red hair who introduces themselves as Misato Katsuragi, the owner of the escape rooms. Misato explains that they're not the average escape rooms. They're designed to test your intelligence and your sense of humor. Rick, being an egotistical genius, seems overly confident, while Morty and Jerry are a bit apprehensive.
Act 2.
The group enters the first room, which is themed around buttocks, the planet of the butts. Rick scoffs at the juvenile humor, but Morty can't help but laugh at the sight of giant butt-shaped obstacles and puzzles. Jerry, on the other hand, is uncomfortable with the amount of butt puns. As they progress through the room, they encounter various challenges, including a butt-shaped maze and a butt-themed riddle. Eventually, they solve the final puzzle, and the door to the next room opens.
Act 3.
The next room is themed around the laughing scientist, an eccentric and brilliant scientist who invented a laughter serum that makes people uncontrollably laugh. Rick, being a scientist himself, is intrigued, but Morty and Jerry are hesitant. As they navigate through the room, they encounter a variety of hilarious traps and obstacles. At one point, Rick accidentally triggers the laughter serum and can't stop laughing. Morty and Jerry have to work together to snap him out of it and progress through the room.
Act 4.
The group finally makes it to the final room, where they encounter the laughing scientist himself. He challenges them to a joke-off, which Morty surprisingly excels at, much to Jerry's chagrin. As they exit the escape rooms, Jerry complains about the immature humor, but Morty defends them, saying that sometimes it's good to just let loose and have fun. Rick, still chuckling from the laughter serum, agrees.
Epilogue.
The group returns home, where Summer greets them and asks about their adventure. Rick, still in a good mood, makes a series of scientific puns that confuse and amaze Summer. Morty and Jerry chuckle, knowing that they've just had a wild adventure that they'll never forget.
You know, Summer, the escape rooms we went to were a real gas.
Yeah, and it was awesome to just let loose and laugh for a change.
I still don't understand how butt puns are funny though.
I think I need a PhD to understand you guys sometimes.
Title: Robot Road Trip, a futuristic adventure. Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer were on a mission to explore the outer space through a newly invented technology. As they embark on their voyage, they became fascinated by a poster that they found lying outside their spaceship. The poster was a sci-fi movie poster with a futuristic city in the background and a robot trip on the front. Intrigued by the poster, Rick decided to investigate the city.
Morty, I think we should check out that city on the poster. Who knows, we might find some cool tech to take home.
Oh, Rick, I don't know if that's a good idea. It could be dangerous.
I'm with Morty on this one, Rick. Let's play it safe.
But Rick was not the one to back down from a challenge. He landed the spaceship in the city, and they were amazed by the futuristic skyscrapers. As they walk around the city, they stumbled upon a robot who was in distress.
Robot, hello, humans. My name is X2000, and I am in great peril. My power core is malfunctioning, and I will shut down soon.
We'll help you. Let's take a look at your power core.
Oh boy, here we go.
As they inspected the robot's power core, They discovered a tiny creature that had made its way inside and was causing the malfunction.
Rick, what is that thing?
Morty, that's a Gremlin X. It feeds on advanced technology and can cause malfunctions in even the most complex machinery.
With the Gremlin X identified, they set out to capture it, but it was not going down without a fight. The ensuing chase through the city resulted in some insane hijinks as the Gremlin X wreaked havoc on the futuristic technology.
This is crazy. How are we going to catch that thing?
Leave it to me, Beth. I have an idea.
Using a high-powered magnet, Rick lured the Gremlin X towards the spaceship and trapped it inside a containment unit. With the Gremlin X captured and the robot's power core fixed, they bid farewell to X-2000 and continued their journey through space, relieved to have survived their robot road trip.
Phew, that was close. Let's never do that again.
Oh, come on, Morty. Where's your sense of adventure?
Title: The Interdimensional Interior Designer.
Synopsis. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo comes across a strange artifact, a Star Wars poster featuring Chewbacca and Chew characters in the background. Using their sci-fi expertise, they uncover the poster's true nature as a gateway to a parallel dimension inhabited by characters from different series and universes.
Act 1.
Morty, I found something incredible. A Star Wars poster with Chew characters in the background.
Oh boy, let me guess. You want to use it to travel to another dimension?
Smart as always, Morty. We'll need to use my interdimensional portal gun to access it.
Act 2.
They enter the portal and find themselves in a strange place.
Rick, where are we?
It seems like some kind of interior design expo. Look, there's Chewbacca, points to Chewbacca.
Chewbacca roars.
I think he wants us to help him with his booth setup. Quick, Morty, get to work.
Act 3.
They start setting up Chewbacca's booth, but things quickly get out of hand.
Rick, what are we even doing here? Chewbacca doesn't even need an interior designer.
Just shut up and keep nailing those decorations, Morty. We need to keep up appearances or we'll be stuck here forever.
Spike Spiegel, hey, what are you guys doing here? This is my turf.
Who the hell are you?
Spike Spiegel, the name Spike. I'm the top interior designer in this dimension. And I don't take kindly to competition.
Act 4.
A fierce interior design showdown commences between Rick and Spike.
Spike, you may have won this time, but I'll be back.
Not if I have anything to say about it. Pulls out portal gun.
Rick, we need to get out of here before he...
Before Morty could finish, Rick and Morty are seen jumping through the portal back to their own dimension.
Epilogue.
Well, Morty, that was another successful adventure.
I don't know, Rick. I'm not sure if I'm ready to face off against the top interior designer in any dimension.
Hey, don't worry, Morty. Just remember, nothing is impossible with the power of interior design.
They end the episode with a high five. Title: The Red-Eyed Gorilla Conundrum.
Scene, Rick and Morty's lab.
Morty, we've got a serious scientific anomaly at hand. I've detected a highly unusual radiation signature emanating from a nearby gorilla enclosure.
Rick, I'm not sure I want to mess with a bunch of angry gorillas.
Nonsense, Morty. We've got science to do. And besides, I've got my trusty portal gun if things get hairy.
Scene cut to the gorilla enclosure. A gorilla with a red eye and a red background with a red triangle comes into view.
Oh geez, Morty, this is not good. That gorilla's red eye is emitting actinium radiation, which could be dangerous if we don't act fast.
What do we do, Rick?
We need to get a closer look and take some readings. Quick, let's put on these specially reinforced thigh-high radiation suits.
Cut to Rick and Morty wearing the suits and approaching the gorilla.
Alright, Morty, let's take some readings and analyze the data.
Rick, I think that gorilla is looking pretty angry.
Suddenly, the other gorillas in the enclosure start charging towards them.
Oh no, Morty, we've got to get out of here.
In a panic, Rick opens a portal and they jump through just in time.
What just happened, Rick?
We just narrowly avoided an interdimensional gorilla attack, Morty. But we still need to figure out why that gorilla's eye was emitting actinium radiation.
Cut to Rick and Morty back in the lab, analyzing the data.
This is strange. The only thing that could have caused that kind of radiation in the gorilla's eye would be exposure to a Madonna particle.
A Madonna particle? What's that, Rick?
It's a theoretical particle that exists outside of time and space. We've got a paranormal time travel mystery on our hands, Morty.
Scene cut to Rick and Morty traveling through the multiverse, searching for the source of the Madonna particle.
Alright, Morty, we need to find the origin point of this particle. Keep an eye out for anything unusual.
Rick, I think I see something. There's a black gorilla with a red nose in that dimension over there.
That's it, Morty. We've found the source.
They enter the dimension and discover a group of rogue scientists experimenting with time travel and the Madonna particle.
Oh well, what do we have here? Looks like some scientists decided to mess with time and space without proper precautions. You can't just go around creating interdimensional anomalies and expect to get away with it.
The scientists apologize and agree to shut down their experiments.
Well, I guess this case is closed. And we've got some pretty epic data to publish in the scientific community, Morty.
I'm just glad we made it out in one piece, Rick.
Don't worry, Morty. We'll always have thigh-high radiation suits to protect us.
Title: The Galactic Melange of Star Wars, AI Love and American Football.
Intro. Rick and Morty are in their spaceship, discussing their next adventure.
Morty, buckle up. We're headed to the Jo-Ann Fabrics Brewery on planet Zog.
What? Why?
They've discovered a newfangled artificial intelligence algorithm that can brew beer while playing Star Wars theme songs, Morty. We gotta check it out.
Scene 1. The duo land on planet Zog and enter the Jo-Ann Fabrics Brewery. They are greeted by the AI bartender.
AI bartender. Greetings, Earthlings. What can I get you?
Give us your finest brew, and crank up the Star Wars theme on that jukebox.
Wow, this place has a Star Wars themed room with a robot figure in the center.
It's Captain Kirk from Star Trek, Morty. Get it right.
Scene 2, Rick and Morty are enjoying their brews and jamming to the Star Wars theme when they notice a peculiar sign on the wall.
Morty, look at that sign. It says, win a date with I Love.
What's AI Love?
It's a stomach-like AI program where you can input all your desires and it matches you with the perfect partner.
Scene 3. Morty decides to try his luck with the I love and inputs his preferences.
I want someone who loves American football and has a great sense of humor.
AI Love. Processing. Match found.
Scene 4. Morty meets his AI love match, who turns out to be a sentient football.
Oh, I don't think this is what I had in mind.
Hey, I love football. I'm programmed to love American football and make people laugh. Let's kick some balls.
Scene 5. The AI love football and Morty engage in a game of football, with Rick spectating and providing commentary.
And he scores. Morty's AI love match is proving to be quite the player.
Can we wrap this up, Rick? I want to go home and sleep.
Sure thing, Morty. Let's return to our spaceship and head back to Earth.
Outro. The duo departs planet Zog, with Morty pondering his strange encounter with I love.
Rick, what's the point of all this? Why did we come here?
Ah, Morty, you're missing the bigger picture. Life is a melange of experiences, even the crazy scientific ones. It's all about the journey, Morty.
Oh, sure, Rick. Whatever you say.
End credits. Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Haunted Restaurants. The episode begins with Rick and Morty stumbling upon a new file labeled Haunted Restaurant Grand Opening. Rick, intrigued by the concept of a restaurant with supernatural activity, convinces Morty to accompany him to the grand opening. As they enter the restaurant, they notice strange occurrences happening all around them. Pots and pans floating in midair, ghostly apparitions, and cutlery flying across the room. Rick, being the genius he is, immediately begins analyzing the phenomena using his advanced scientific tools and gadgets. He discovers that the restaurant is located at the intersection of two quantum entanglement nodes, causing a disruption in the space-time continuum and resulting in the paranormal activity. Morty, being the more skeptical one, begins to doubt Rick's theories and suggests that they might just be dealing with a typical haunted establishment. Rick, offended by Morty's lack of faith, decides to prove his point by turning the restaurant into a laboratory for his groundbreaking experiments. Chaos ensues as Rick begins to manipulate the quantum entanglement, causing the ghosts to multiply and wreak havoc. Despite Morty's protests, Rick continues with his experiments until he accidentally creates a black hole that threatens to suck them all in. In a last-ditch effort to save themselves, Morty uses a fire extinguisher to freeze the black hole, halting its destruction. As they leave the restaurant, Morty asks Rick if he's learned anything from the experience. "Only that you're a wet blanket, Morty," Rick replies. "Science is all about taking risks, and sometimes those risks involve almost being sucked into a black hole." The episode ends with the duo walking down the street, with the haunted restaurant in the background and a billboard advertising a new quantum entanglement resort and spa.
Morty, remind me to book a room at that resort for our next adventure.
Do we really need to mess with quantum entanglement again, Rick?
What's science without a little danger, Morty?
Title: The Quantum Pontoon Haunt. In this episode, Rick and Morty discover a quantum pontoon that can transport them to different dimensions simultaneously. As they ride the pontoon, they encounter a woman with green hair and makeup, who turns out to be the infamous singer, Billie Eilish. She asks Rick and Morty to help her attend a haunted house purge party in a parallel universe.
What the hell, Morty? A haunted house purge? That's some serious multi-dimensional shish.
Yeah, Rick, I don't know about this. It sounds pretty dangerous.
Undeterred, Rick activates the pontoon and they are instantly transported to the parallel universe. As they arrive, they encounter various forms of scary creatures, but Rick, being the genius he is, has created an anti-fear serum to keep them brave.
Billy, oh my god guys, this is so much fun. Thank you for bringing me here.
No problem, Billy. Just watch your step. These ghosts are pretty intense.
As they wander through the haunted house purge, they encounter a ghost who is obsessed with music. Billy sets up a makeshift recording studio and starts jamming with the ghost, which leads to a hilarious musical number.
What are you guys doing? This is supposed to be a purge party.
I don't care, Rick. This is the coolest thing ever.
Suddenly, the house starts to shake and the ghost music turns ominous. They realize that they've unknowingly entered a cursed dimension where the ghosts are taking over.
Morty, we gotta get out of here.
What about Billy? We can't leave her behind.
We're not leaving her, Morty. I've got just the thing.
Rick whips out a device that can communicate with the ghost realm and negotiates a truce with the ghosts. They agree to release Billy and allow Rick and Morty to leave without harm.
Billy, that was insane. You guys really saved my life.
Hey, it was just another day in the multiverse.
As they exit the haunted house purge, they discover the quantum pontoon has been stolen. Rick and Morty frantically search for it and finally discover it hidden in a nearby alleyway.
We found it, but who could have taken it?
Suddenly, a disguised Rick Sanchez, yes, another Rick, approaches them, claiming that he's the rightful owner of the pontoon. Hilarity ensues as the three Ricks bicker and argue over who owns the pontoon. This episode ends with the Ricks coming to an agreement and Billy teleporting them all away to their next adventure. Title: Pai Gao and the Threat of Technological Singularity to Vast Deferens in Geneva.
Introduction.
The episode begins with a detailed description of the tray containing a large number of playing cards and other items, likely belonging to a game of Pai Gao, in front of a group of individuals gathered around a table. The camera zooms in on one card, revealing the intricate design and physical properties of the object. This is followed by a brief introduction to the concept of technological singularity and the potential threat it poses to the vast deferens.
Dr. Smith, welcome, esteemed colleagues, to this game of Pai Gao. As we begin this evening, let us also acknowledge the pressing issue of technological singularity and its implications for the vast deferens.
Game of Pai Gao.
The camera then shifts to the group playing the game of Pai Gao, displaying an array of mathematical equations and strategies being employed by the individuals. The audience is given a detailed analysis of the game mechanics, with emphasis on the probability, statistics, and physics of the game.
Dr. Jones, I believe I have deduced the optimal strategy for this position, taking into account the probabilities of the cards and the forces of friction acting on the table, which will minimize our losses and maximize our gains.
Threat of technological singularity.
The conversation then turns to a discussion of the dangers associated with the hypothetical situation of a technological singularity, the moment when artificial intelligence surpasses human intelligence and may pose an existential threat to humanity. The group discusses the potential implications of superintelligent machines, including impacts on the vas deferens.
Dr. Kim, it is essential that we develop safeguards and regulations to ensure that technological singularity does not lead to the demise of our species. Considering the potential of AI to manipulate the human anatomy, including the vas deferens, we must act quickly to prepare for any eventuality.
Geneva Convention.
The plot then takes a turn, shifting to a discussion of the Geneva Convention and the international efforts to prevent the development and use of autonomous robotic weapons. The characters elaborate on the intricacies of the Geneva Convention as it relates to technological advancements in warfare.
Dr. Chen, the principles of the Geneva Convention are essential in guiding our approach to the development and use of AI in warfare. We must ensure that our actions are ethical and do not lead to widespread destruction and loss of life.
Conclusion.
The episode ends with the group returning to their game of Pai Gow, discussing the importance of maintaining a balance between technological progress and ethical considerations.
Dr. Smith, as we conclude this game, let us remember the importance of utilizing our knowledge responsibly and ethically, as we work towards a better future for humanity.
Overall, the episode presents an in-depth examination of the intricate concepts of probability, physics, ethics, and international law, framed within the context of a lighthearted game of Pai Gow. It ultimately highlights the significance of responsible and ethical behavior in technology development and the potential for catastrophic consequences should such behavior be ignored or neglected. Title: The Interdimensional Grill Experience.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty accidentally stumble across a mysterious set of photos depicting Deadpool grilling food using a knife and a banana. Intrigued, they set out to uncover the truth behind this bizarre method of cooking. Meanwhile, Summer is contacted by a group claiming to have been abducted by aliens and left to fend for themselves in the wilderness. As they struggle to survive, they begin to uncover a larger conspiracy involving a group known as Mysterium.
Discussion.
Morty, have you seen these photos? It looks like Deadpool is grilling with a damn banana.
Oh, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Precisely. Something's not right here. We need to investigate.
Hey guys, I got a weird message from a group claiming to have been abducted by aliens. They need our help.
Aliens? PSSH. Amateur hour. Let's go see what's up.
I don't know, Rick. This seems dangerous.
Nonsense, Morty. We've faced far worse than some puny extraterrestrials.
As they investigate the alien abduction, they begin to uncover a larger conspiracy involving a group known as Mysterium. Meanwhile, back at the house, Summer discovers a set of funny fortune cookies.
Your future is uncertain, but definitely spicy. Huh, that's hilarious.
As they continue to uncover the truth, they realize that Deadpool may be the key to stopping Mysterium. They assemble a team and set out to find him.
Deadpool, hey boys and girl, looking for a little interdimensional grill experience.
Oh, we're way beyond that, Deadpool. We need your help taking down Mysterium.
Deadpool, Mysterium, sounds like my kind of party. Let's do this.
As they engage in a high-stakes battle with Mysterium, Rick and Morty realize that they may have finally met their match. In the end, they emerge victorious, but not without a few scars and laughs along the way.
Wow, that was insane.
Yeah, but at least we got some funny fortune cookies out of it.
Speak for yourself. I could use a stiff drink after that one.
As they joke and laugh, they realize that sometimes the most important thing isn't the destination, but the crazy, hilarious journey along the way.
Episode title: The Centipede Skiing Bouillabaisse Adventure.
Scientific description. In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the incredible world of extreme sports, molecular gastronomy, and entomology. The adventure begins with Rick discovering a rare, six-legged centipede that possesses an incredible talent for skiing. Morty is skeptical at first, but Rick convinces him to come along and document the creature's daredevil moves on the slopes. Along the way, they encounter a team of French chefs who are experimenting with a bouillabaisse recipe that incorporates highly unstable, exotic ingredients. When the centipede accidentally crashes into their pot, the resulting explosion sends Rick, Morty, and the bug hurtling through a portal to an unusual dimension where they meet Kelly Bundy, who is attempting to perform a slow-motion stunt with the slow-mo guys.
Story discussion.
Morty, you need to come check out this centipede. It's shredding the gnar in ways you wouldn't believe.
I don't know, Rick. Bugs and skiing don't really mix.
Trust me, Morty. This is the most groundbreaking discovery since I found out you can use 6 kinds of alcohol to make a beer bong.
What are you two up to now?
Just a little entomology research, Beth. Speaking of which, have you ever tried adding a concentrated molecular foam to a bouillabaisse?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Rick.
Oh, guys, I think the centipede just went off a jump and did a triple backflip.
French chef, mon Dieu. What just happened to our bouillabaisse?
Looks like we've got some unexpected ingredients in there now. Quick, Morty, jump on the centipede and let's get out of here.
Kelly Bundy, whoa dudes, check out my wicked slow-mo stunt with the slow-mo guys.
I don't think I can handle any more of this weirdness, Rick.
Relax, Morty, we're just taking a little trip through the multiverse. Now hold on tight, because we're about to do a 360 spin with an insect that has no business being on a snowboard.
Centipede skis off into the sunset.
Title: The Interdimensional Antics of Rick and Morty.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty observing a giant object in the sky from atop a verdant hillside. Using a series of complex calculations and measurements, Rick deduces that the object is an interdimensional portal, currently in a state of flux due to a rare cosmological phenomenon. Eager to explore its potential, he drags Morty on board the spaceship and off they go. Once inside the portal, Rick and Morty find themselves in a dimension where Inspector Gadget is the ruler and gadgets of all kinds are everywhere. Morty gets excited and decides to get himself a gadget, but his choice lands him in trouble when he accidentally activates the Hornet gadget and attracts a swarm of hornets that chase after him. Rick, however, has a plan to save Morty and deal with Inspector Gadget. As they make their way through the dimension, Rick and Morty come across a bizarre musical performance by a group of aliens who demand they participate. With no other option, they reluctantly join in and perform Love Tonight by Shouse, much to the amusement of their alien hosts. As they make their way back to the portal, they encounter a series of dangerous obstacles, including a black hole and a hostile alien race. Rick manages to use his scientific know-how to overcome each challenge, but not before his quirks and unorthodox methods bring a fair amount of chaos and destruction. Finally, they make their way back to the hillside where they started from, exhausted but happy with their adventure. Rick concludes with a scientific analysis of their journey, but not before Morty quips that he's just glad to be safely back on Earth.
Characters:
Rick, Morty, Inspector Gadget. Love tonight, Shouse. Hornet.
Dialogue.
Morty, look at that object in the sky. It's an interdimensional portal.
Wow, Rick, let's go check it out.
Hold on, Morty, we need to calculate the exact measurements and cosmological phenomena to enter it safely.
Eyes rolling. Yeah, sure, Rick. Let's get to it.
Dash 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 dash.
Excitedly, wow, Rick, gadgets everywhere. Can I get one too?
Eyes. Only if you choose one that doesn't attract danger, like that one.
Picks up Hornet gadget. Oh, this is cool. Activates it and Hornets chase after him.
Exasperated, Morty.
Dash 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 dash.
Alien, waving arms, come, join our musical performance.
Groans, not this again.
Hey, why not? Let's do it, Rick.
Alien plays Love Tonight by Shouse and Rick and Morty reluctantly join in. Dash 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 dash.
Hold on tight, Morty. We're entering a black hole.
Screams, Rick, we're going to die.
Not if my calculations and improvisation skills are on point. Maneuvers spaceship through black hole.
Dash 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 dash.
Alien race. Growls, you're not welcome here.
Shrugs. Too bad for you. Fires weapon and defeats alien race.
Nervously, Rick, let's get out of here before they come back.
Dash 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 dash.
Well, Morty, that was quite the adventure. Here's a scientific analysis of our journey.
Smiling, yeah, thanks, Rick. I'm just glad to be safely back on Earth.
Title: Mirror Universes and Steamy Misunderstandings, a Rick and Morty adventure. The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their spaceship, discussing the latest scientific breakthroughs in mirror universes. They land on a planet with a futuristic looking room, containing a mirror and a shelf in its center. Rick excitedly explains that they have discovered a way to communicate with their parallel universes through this mirror. Rick connects a device to the mirror that allows them to view and communicate with their duplicates in other universes. Morty, fascinated by the technology, steps into the mirror to explore a nearby mirrored universe. Meanwhile, Rick takes a trip to the Steam Room, a popular hangout spot for aliens on the planet. There, he encounters the meme Siberian, a creature known for its comedic misunderstandings in communication. Rick attempts to communicate with Siberian, but due to the language barrier and Siberian's tendency for puns, their conversation quickly becomes confusing and comical. Back in the mirrored universe, Morty is having a blast exploring until he comes across his alternate self, who is not as friendly as expected. Morty's alter ego becomes enraged at the sight of another Morty and begins to attack him. During the chaos, Morty's alter ego accidentally breaks the communication device, leaving him stranded in the other universe. Rick rushes to Morty's aid, but due to their earlier misunderstandings with Siberian, they are speaking in gibberish and cannot understand each other. Eventually, with some quick thinking and a lot of luck, Rick and Morty are able to repair the communication device and return to their own universe, narrowly escaping Morty's angry alter ego. As they leave the planet, Rick reflects on the importance of clear communication and how it can affect even the smallest of interactions. Morty simply laughs it off, happy to have survived yet another bizarre adventure with his grandfather.
Ah, the wonders of mirror universes. Such a shame Morty had to encounter his alter ego.
Yeah, but hey, at least we didn't end up like Siberian, the ultimate Steam Room beauty blunder.
Indeed, Morty, and always remember, communication is key, especially when dealing with alternate versions of yourself.
Oh, ha! Can we go get some pizza now? Title: The Quantum Adventures of Rick and the Scorpion's Tapas Bar.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are cruising through the city in their spaceship, discussing the latest scientific breakthroughs and Rick's plan to visit a new tapas bar he discovered.
Morty, buckle up. We're heading to the best tapas bar in the multiverse.
Really, Rick? Is this tapas bar really that great?
Of course, Morty. They have the finest molecularly constructed octopus tentacles you've ever tasted.
Scene 2. The pair arrives at the tapas bar, where they find a stuffed animal sitting on the side of the road.
Morty, my calculations indicate that this stuffed animal is exhibiting quantum entanglement at a subatomic level.
What does that even mean, Rick?
Means we're in for a wacky adventure, Morty. Buckle up.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty enter the tapas bar, where they meet a scorpion at the bar.
Scorpion, welcome to my bar. What can I get for you?
He'll take the molecularly constructed octopus tentacles and a round of quantum flux margaritas.
I don't know if I want to drink anything with the word quantum in it.
Scene 4. As Rick and Morty enjoy their food and drinks, they notice a familiar face at the other end of the bar.
Spike Spiegel, Rick, Morty. What brings you to this part of the multiverse?
Just trying out the tapas scene. What about you, Spike?
Spike Spiegel. I'm on a mission to stop a group of interdimensional smugglers from stealing valuable quantum technology.
Scene 5. The group decides to team up to stop the smugglers. They track the smugglers to an abandoned quantum research facility.
Alright, Morty, time to put our scientific knowledge to good use.
Rick, I didn't even pass my physics class.
Scene 6. The group battles the smugglers, using their knowledge of quantum physics to manipulate reality and outsmart the smugglers.
Use the Heisenberg compensator, Morty. That'll throw them off.
Is that even a real thing, Rick?
It is in this universe, Morty. Now do it.
Scene 7. Rick, Morty, and Spike successfully stop the smugglers, saving the valuable quantum technology from falling into the wrong hands. They celebrate their success at the tapas bar.
That was one crazy adventure, Morty. I can't wait to see what other quantum hijinks we get into next.
I don't know if my brain can handle any more quantum science, Rick.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty fly off into the multiverse, leaving the stuffed animal behind on the side of the road.
We did it, Morty. Another successful adventure in the multiverse.
Yeah, but what about that stuffed animal, Rick?
Yeah, it's probably just a glitch in the cosmic fabric of reality, Morty. Let's grab some McDonald's and call it a day.
Title: The Robot's Gastric Conundrum. The episode begins with Rick tinkering away with his latest engineering creation, a sentient robot designed to compete in the upcoming Robot Soccer Championship. Morty enters the garage with a quizzical expression as he observes the robot sitting on a table with a cup of coffee in front of it and a bowling ball in the background.
Rick, what's this robot doing with a cup of coffee?
Morty, this robot has a high-functioning AI. It can do whatever it wants. Besides, I needed something to keep me going while I tinker away.
Okay, Rick. So, what's the plan for this robot soccer thing?
Well, Morty, I didn't just create a regular robot. This one has special engineering to focus its energy on juggling the ball and scoring goals.
As Rick and Morty continue to discuss the robot's capabilities, they are suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a time-traveling food blogger from New York.
Time-traveling food blogger. Hello, I'm here to sample the finest cuisine from all over the time-space continuum and document it on my blog.
Get out of here, we're busy.
The time-traveling food blogger ignores Rick's warning and proceeds to raid their pantry, picking out various ingredients and crafting a dish that sends the robot on a gastric journey.
Robot, error, I'm experiencing extreme distress in my circuits.
Oh geez, what did that blogger do to the robot, Rick?
Looks like the robot is having a gastric bypass, Morty. Quick, let's take it to the lab.
As Rick and Morty race to save the malfunctioning robot, they take it to their lab where they discover that the time-traveling food blogger's dish contained a rare alien ingredient that caused the robot's circuits to malfunction.
Morty, we have to go back in time and stop that blogger from cooking that dish.
But Rick, we don't even know where he went.
Rick pulls out his trusty time-traveling device and sets the coordinates to the precise moment the time-traveling food blogger was in their garage.
Hold on, Morty, we're going back in time.
The scene cuts to Rick and Morty stumbling upon the time-traveling food blogger in their garage.
Give us that dish, blogger.
Time-traveling food blogger. What dish? I'm just here to whip up something for my blog.
Rick snatches the dish out of the blogger's hand and throws it in the trash, saving the robot from its gastric distress. As the episode ends, Rick, Morty, and the robot celebrate their victory in the Robot Soccer Championship with a game of bowling, finally putting their chaotic adventure to rest.
Robot, I enjoy bowling. It's a great way to spend time with friends.
Shut up, robot.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Katy Perry's Doll.
Opening shot. A close-up of a doll with black hair, makeup, purple jacket, and earrings on a gray background. Rick and Morty enter the scene.
Morty, this is a quantum entangled doll and it's the key to the most powerful source of energy in the universe.
Whoa, that sounds intense, Rick.
Shut up, Morty. This is serious. We need to extract its energy before it falls into the wrong hands.
Suddenly, Katy Perry bursts into the room.
Katy Perry. Hey guys, what are you up to?
Sarcastically, oh, nothing much, just trying to harness the energy of a quantum entangled doll.
Katy Perry. Confused, what? I just came here to jerk off.
What the hell, Katy Perry?
Frustrated, Morty, don't question it. It doesn't matter how she's gonna jerk off. What matters is that she doesn't mess with the doll.
Katy Perry. I won't touch the doll, I promise.
Suddenly, a group of aliens bursts into the room and grabs the doll.
Alien 1, evil voice, ha. Now that we have this doll, our power will be unlimited.
Oh no, Rick, what are we gonna do?
Determined, there's only one solution. We need to blow up the quantum entangled doll with an antimatter bomb.
Alien 2, laughing, ha. Good luck with that.
Rick pulls out an antimatter bomb and throws it at the alien. A huge explosion occurs, destroying the doll and the alien spaceship.
Katy Perry, astonished, whoa, that was intense.
Proudly, we just saved the universe from certain doom.
Confused. Wait, what does Katy Perry jerking off have to do with any of this?
Annoyed. Morty, shut up. Let's just go home.
Final shot. Rick and Morty walk away from the explosion, leaving a confused Katy Perry behind.
Title: The Dua Lipa Paradox.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on a scientific quest to solve the Dua Lipa paradox, which involves a woman standing next to a dog wearing a Dalmatian costume and holding her hands up to her chest. Along the way, they encounter funny DIY fails, calves, and a series of hilariously convoluted plot twists.
Morty, it seems we've stumbled upon a quantum anomaly in the form of a woman and her dog.
Oh, Rick, that's just a lady and her pet, dressed in costume.
Nonsense, Morty. This is clearly a case of the Dua Lipa paradox, wherein an object's physical appearance contradicts its observable behavior. We need to investigate further.
The duo proceed to analyze the woman and her dog, using their advanced scientific techniques and equipment.
Hey, Rick, what's with the Dalmatian costume?
Ah, Morty, that's a classic example of a funny DIY fail. This lady probably tried to make a costume herself and ended up with a janky mess.
As they continue to study the situation, they suddenly encounter a group of calves who have inadvertently stumbled into their lab.
Morty, these calves are wreaking havoc on our research. We need to get them out of here.
Wait, why are there calves in our lab?
It's all connected, Morty. You'll see.
The episode climaxes with the duo solving the Dua Lipa paradox and submitting their findings to the scientific community, all while continuing to make ridiculous jokes and scientific puns.
See, Morty, it's not about the Dua Lipa paradox itself. It's about the journey we took to get here, the laughs we shared along the way.
Yeah, Rick, and I guess we also learned that sometimes, things aren't always what they seem.
Don't get sappy on me now, Morty. Let's go grab some lunch and get back to our sci-fi hijinks.
Sure thing, Rick. But, can we leave the calves out of it next time?
No promises, Morty, no promises.
Title: The Hilltop Car Experiment.
Synopsis. Rick has devised an experiment to test the scientific properties of cars on a hilltop road. Morty, Jerry, Beth, and himself pile into separate cars, each with a different sci-fi themed home decor. They begin to drive down the road, side by side, with the beautiful Saturn in the background.
Alright, everybody buckle up. We're testing the aerodynamics of these cars on a hilltop with a sky background.
Nervously, Rick, is this safe?
Rolls eyes. Of course it is, Morty. I'm a PhD, remember?
Excitedly, ooh, my car has a Star Wars theme. Luke Skywalker would be proud.
Sarcastically, wow, I feel so much cooler with my supernova-themed decor. Can we get to the science part now?
Alright, everybody, let's put the pedal to the metal and see what these babies can do.
As they speed down the hill, Rick begins to shout out various scientific observations.
The drag coefficient is off the charts. The cars with the rounded edges are creating less air resistance.
Yelling, I can't hear over the wind in my ears.
Laughing. This is better than any comedy award show I've ever seen.
Impressed. I never knew cars could be so fascinating. Rick, you've outdone yourself this time.
As they reach the bottom of the hill, Rick slams on the brakes, and they all come to a stop.
Well, that was certainly enlightening. Any questions?
Stunned, I think my heart skipped a beat back there.
Grinning, can we do it all again?
Inquisitively, so, what did we learn from all this?
Smirking. That science is fun, and you can learn something new every day, even if it's on a hilltop road with a sky background.
Scientific episode title: The Telekinetic Child Chase Protocol and the Cloned Human Revolt, an experimental investigation by Rick and Morty. The episode begins with Rick and Morty stumbling upon a group of people in pink helmets walking across a street in front of tall buildings with a sign that is written backwards and reads, HLMC Revlot Flood. Rick immediately identifies the sign as a hidden message from the Cloned Human Revolt, a group of genetically engineered humans who seek to overthrow their creators. Morty is skeptical, but Rick convinces him to join the cause as they investigate the message further. Upon closer inspection, they discover that the message is an anagram for film studies, which leads them to a secret bunker where the cloned humans are conducting futuristic espionage. As they infiltrate the bunker, they come across a telekinetic child who is being chased by the cloned humans. Rick and Morty decide to help the child and engage in a thrilling chase sequence throughout the facility. Throughout the episode, Rick and Morty make numerous jokes about the cloning process, the ethics of genetic engineering, and the absurdity of futuristic technology. Rick even manages to create a clone of himself for comedic effect. The climax of the episode sees Rick and Morty escape the facility to the telekinetic child in time before the bunker explodes. As they watch the facility go up in flames, Morty asks Rick what they should do with the child that they have rescued him. Rick replies with his trademark catchphrase, just shove him into a parallel universe for Morty, problem solved. And the episode ends with the two walking away as the telekinetic child creates a giant smiley face in the sky.
The ethical question of genetic engineering may be a contentious issue, Morty, but it's nothing compared to the sheer madness of telekinetic child chases.
I don't know, Rick. It all seems a bit far-fetched to me.
Far-fetched? Morty, we just outran a group of cloned humans in a high-tech bunker. What could be more scientifically sound than that?
Title: Investigating the neural correlates of memory retrieval through material cueing. Participants: Dr. Jane Smith, Associate Professor of Neurology. Dr. John Doe, Graduate Student Researcher. Mr. Robert Johnson, Study Participant.
Introduction.
The episode begins in a university laboratory where Dr. Smith and Dr. Doe are conducting an experiment on the neural correlates of memory retrieval. The study participant, Mr. Johnson, has been asked to retrieve information from the two black leather notebooks sitting on top of a wooden table next to a laptop computer and a pair of glasses. The researchers have hypothesized that the material cueing provided by the presence of the notebooks will activate specific neural pathways associated with memory retrieval.
Dr. Smith, Mr. Johnson, please retrieve any information you can from the notebooks on the table.
Mr. Johnson, all right.
Methodology.
The researchers monitor Mr. Johnson's brain activity using electroencephalography, EEG, and functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, while he retrieves information from the notebooks. The EEG records the electrical activity of the brain, while fMRI identifies areas of the brain activated during the memory retrieval task.
Dr. Doe, we are seeing significant activity in the medial temporal lobe, indicating the presence of episodic memory retrieval.
Results.
The researchers observed that Mr. Johnson's retrieval accuracy is significantly higher when the notebooks are present than when they are not. They also note that the activation of specific neural networks, such as the hippocampal region, is significantly greater when the notebooks are present.
Dr. Smith, the results support our hypothesis that material cueing can significantly enhance memory retrieval.
Conclusion.
The episode concludes with a discussion of the implications of these findings for education and clinical populations with memory impairments. The use of material cueing, such as the presence of specific objects or environments, may be a practical tool in memory retrieval and cognitive rehabilitation. Further studies will be needed to determine the potential benefits of this technique in diverse populations. Title: A Star Wars Odyssey.
Synopsis: Rick and the gang embark on a scientific adventure through the Star Wars universe, encountering various weird and wacky obstacles along the way.
Act 1.
Morty, we're going on a little adventure that's going to put everything you've learned in your little internship to shame. And I mean everything.
Oh, okay, Rick. But where are we going?
We're going to a galaxy far, far away. That's right, Morty. We're going to visit the Star Wars universe.
What? That's impossible.
Oh, don't be so dramatic, Jerry. I've got a portal gun, remember?
Can I come too?
Sure, why not? Just make sure you don't mess anything up.
Act 2.
As the gang travel through the portal, they find themselves surrounded by a group of people with various Star Wars characters on them. A large Star Wars poster hangs behind them, depicting the same characters.
Okra. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to the world of Star Wars.
Ruko, I am Ruko Matoy, the Jedi Master of this universe.
Shane, and I'm here to give you guys a big welcome, Star Wars style.
T-Bone, we have an important mission for you, Rick and Co. The power of the Force is being threatened, and we need your help to save it.
Ray, we must hurry. Time is of the essence.
Act 3.
The gang embarks on a wild and crazy adventure through the Star Wars universe, encountering strange creatures and unusual obstacles along the way. They come across a herd of banthas and narrowly escape being trampled, before stumbling upon a group of Jawas who try to sell them a droid that turns out to be defective.
This is ridiculous. We didn't come all this way to deal with this nonsense.
I don't think the Jawas like us very much, Rick.
This is also surreal. I feel like I'm living in a crazy, sci-fi dream.
Can we get on with the mission, please? I want to save the galaxy and get out of here. Act 4.
The gang finally make their way to the heart of the Star Wars universe, where they must face a powerful dark side user who threatens to destroy all life as they know it. They engage in a fierce battle, using their wits, skills, and the occasional lightsaber to defeat their foe. In the end, they emerge victorious, having saved the day once again.
Okra. Thank you, Rick and Co. You have saved the galaxy from certain doom.
Co, and we couldn't have done it without your help.
Shane, I gotta admit, you guys are pretty badass. I wish I could be an intergalactic hero like you.
T-Bone, you have proven yourselves worthy of the power of the Force. May it be with you always.
Ray, may the Force be with you.
Yeah, whatever. Can we go home now? I've got a hangover that's killing me.
Geez, Rick, you really know how to party.
The gang returns to their own universe, exhausted but satisfied with their epic Star Wars adventure. The end. Title: The Budapest Cerebellum Capers. Opening shot displays the iconic Green Bridge in Budapest while a man in a green uniform and sunglasses stands at the bridge's edge, looking out into the distance. Rick and Morty appear in their portal gun haze, landing in the man's location.
Budapest, one of the rare places that I haven't graced my presence. Let's rectify that, Morty.
Rick, what are we doing here? Who's this guy?
No time for chit-chat, Morty. You're about to assist in a one-of-a-kind scientific experiment.
The man introduces himself as Zorro, and Rick explains that he's on an important mission to retrieve a rare cerebellum specimen located in a military facility on the outskirts of Budapest. However, they must first trick the military officer into handing it over to them by pretending to be renowned cerebellum scientists.
But Rick, we don't know anything about cerebellums.
That's where these come in. Rick pulls out two devices that attach to their heads. These will give us the knowledge of cerebellums and make us top researchers, Morty.
They arrive at the facility, and Rick and Morty successfully convince the clueless military officer of their expertise. However, the specimen is missing. They overhear a conversation between the officer and a mysterious figure talking about the cerebellum's power.
Morty, it seems like we're not the only ones after this specimen.
Wow, Rick, what could they possibly want it for?
Well, it could be used to control the world's movements for all we know. We need to find it before anyone else does.
They venture throughout the facility, encountering ledges and obstacles, and eventually, they stumble upon the cerebellum lying unassumingly on a shelf. Suddenly, the mysterious figure pops out of the shadows, brandishing a weapon.
Zorro, don't move a muscle, both of you. I'll be taking that cerebellum now.
Excuse me, Zorro, I think you're a little confused. That's not the cerebellum right there.
Zorro, what are you talking about? I've got this mission down to a T.
Rick explains that the real cerebellum is located in the green bridge closest to them, the one in the foreground. The bridge in the background and the green uniform was all a ruse to throw off any competition. They outsmart Zorro, retrieve the specimen, and make their way back to Zorro's home planet where they concur the scientific community with their newfound knowledge.
Wow, Rick, that was crazy. I never thought being a cerebellum researcher could be so exciting.
Oh, Morty, you don't even know the half of it. Want to know what we're going to do next? We're going to research the effect of interdimensional portal usage on aliens.
The episode closes with Rick and Morty jumping into an interdimensional portal, leaving Zorro gawking in disbelief at the now empty portal gun blur. Narrator. The episode begins with a robotic figure with luminous ocular organs and a cap perched atop its head, standing in front of a brightly illuminated neon background with a neon light.
Robot. Initializing sequence.
Narrator. Cut to a young woman waking up inside the highly advanced animatronic theater, FNAF, sister location. She finds herself in a precarious situation as the fearsome animatronic performer, Circus B, attempts to chase her down. The woman must elude the animatronic's slippery grasp and race for her life. However, her luck runs out and Circus B catches her. The woman passes out from the sheer force of her capture.
Woman, what is happening to me? Where am I?
Narrator. As she awakens, the woman realizes that she is trapped inside the terrifying animatronic bodysuit of Circus B. She must now escape this horrifying predicament before the gears, wires, and metal ensnare her permanently.
Woman, I'm more confident than ever before in escaping this suit. I've got this.
Narrator. A series of heart-pumping action scenes follow as she wriggles and writhes, trying to free herself from the suit.
Woman, I can feel the success, just a little more.
Narrator. With her fearless determination, she eventually manages to prevail over the suit's mechanical aspects and successfully escapes from it. The woman escapes to safety and watches as Circus B collapses.
Woman, I made it, even though it was a close call. I can breathe freely again.
Narrator. The episode wraps up with a satisfying conclusion, with the woman managing to escape the confines of the suit, and Circus B coming to a defeating close. Title: The Inside of a Cow, A Journey Through the Four Stomachs. The opening scene features two individuals wearing purple and blue suits, standing in a field surrounded by birds. From a biological perspective, it could be inferred that they may be conducting an ornithological research study on the various bird species found in the area. Next, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry attend a county fair, where they encounter a variety of farm animals. They initially observe their behavior, feeding habits, and reproductive patterns for potential philosophical or scientific implications. However, they are then suddenly sucked into a cow by a scientific phenomenon described by Rick as a spatio-temporal vacuum that caused a rapid shrinking of their body mass and transport into the inner organs of the cow. As they enter the first stomach, the rumen, Rick informs the group of the unique and complex digestive system of cows, involving a series of microbial processes that utilize cellulose fibers. Simultaneously, Rick begins to burp frequently due to the vast quantities of gas being produced from fermentation processes within the rumen. In the second stomach, the reticulum, they encounter a violent and chaotic environment, filled with various sharp objects and foreign materials. Jerry hysterically remarks, "This is worse than a hoarder's bedroom," as they navigate through the hazardous landscape. In the third stomach, the omosum, they run into a group of parasitic organisms that adhere to the walls of the stomach, causing a significant decrease in the volume of gas. Rick explains how these parasites can have detrimental effects on the cow's overall health, leading to loss of appetite and reduced nutrient absorption. Finally, in the fourth stomach, the abomasum, they find the digestive juices to be highly acidic and dangerous to their survival. Utilizing their scientific knowledge, the group finds a way to neutralize the acid, eventually getting to the other side and exiting the cow. The episode ends with the group back at the county fair, feeling a sense of relief and accomplishment after their perilous journey through the digestive system of the cow. As Rick lets out one last burp, they all crowd around a booth and bask in the beautiful simplicity of the farm animals, appreciating the intricate web of biological processes that make them function.
Well, that was an interesting adventure, wasn't it?
I never thought I would enjoy being inside a cow, but it was actually kind of fun.
I think I'm going to become a veterinarian, guys.
I just want to go home and brush my teeth for the next hour.
Scene 1. A small town with a green dome and small people in the yard of it.
The episode opens with our main characters, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, standing in awe of a green dome in a small town with miniature people going about their day. Rick, using his scientific prowess, deduces that they are trapped in a microscopic universe.
Ah, I see. We've stumbled upon a microscopic universe. Fascinating.
Rick, what does that mean for us?
Well, Morty, it means we're small enough to explore this world and cause some chaos.
Scene 2. The county fair and a scientific mishap.
Our team then stumbles upon a county fair, where they observe some farm animals. Rick, fascinated by the digestive system of a cow, decides to explore it scientifically. However, their curiosity leads to an unexpected mishap, as they accidentally fall into the cow's stomach.
Oops, looks like my scientific experiment went wrong. Hold on tight, everyone.
What? Are you telling me we're inside a cow? Gross.
Scene 3. The thrilling journey through the cow's stomachs.
The team must navigate through each stomach of the cow, encountering various obstacles and challenges. Rick must constantly belch and burp to help guide them through the digestive process. This is disgusting. I can't believe we're doing this.
Just keep moving forward, Jerry. We're gonna get out of here.
I think we're almost through. I see a light.
Scene 4. The epic satisfying ending.
Finally, after an epic journey through the cow's 4 stomachs, the team emerges victorious, covered in cow stomach acid but relieved to be free.
Well, that was certainly an adventure.
Don't ever make us do that again, Rick.
Can we go back to the regular size universe now?
Yeah, I need a shower.
The episode ends with the team walking off into the sunset, relieved to have survived another of Rick's scientific experiments. Narrator. In this episode, we observe a highly complex scenario involving a cartoon character, a robot, and a young woman in a futuristic setting. A giant yellow object looms in the background, hinting at things to come. Our protagonist, the young woman, finds herself inside the FNAF, sister location, a highly advanced animatronic facility.
Young woman, panicked. What is going on here? Why am I inside this place?
Narrator. As she tries to navigate her way out of the facility, she encounters Circus B, a highly advanced animatronic programmed to be one with her. The young woman passes out, only to wake up inside Circus B's animatronic bodysuit.
Circus B, in a robotic voice, welcome to your new home, my dear.
Narrator. The woman realizes that she needs to escape before the gears, wires, and metal within the animatronic suit overwhelm her. She engages in a thrilling action sequence, fighting her way through the animatronic's inner workings.
Young woman, grunting, I have to find a way out of this thing.
Narrator. The situation intensifies as she comes face to face with the advanced technology and programming that makes up the animatronic suit. With quick wits and strategic thinking, she manages to escape the suit and destroy Circus B.
Young woman, gasping, I made it out. But at what cost?
Narrator. The young woman reflects on the harrowing experience, realizing that advanced technology and machinery can both help and harm. She leaves the facility wiser and more knowledgeable.
Young woman, softly spoken, I will never take technology or artificial intelligence for granted again.
Scientific PhD University episode, Escape from the Animatronic Suite. The episode begins with a group of individuals donning futuristic attire, standing on a neon-lit street corner. Their panoptic gaze is interrupted when an imposing robot abruptly appears in the foreground. This robot, Circus B, chases down a young woman, and her consciousness fades as the animatronic catches her.
Upon regaining consciousness, the protagonist finds herself trapped inside the FNAF, sister location's animatronic bodysuit. The scenario poses a grave threat, given the danger of the entanglement with the artificial being's gears, wires, and metallic structure, necessitating the woman's escape.
With ingenuity and resourcefulness, the woman takes every opportunity to divest herself of the animatronic construction's hindrances. The episode sees thrilling action scenes taking place inside the animatronic framework, where the woman fights the robotic body to loosen herself. In a heart-stopping sequence, the woman manages to jolt the animatronic body, separating herself from it while avoiding being trapped again. In a cinematic conclusion, she borders on the brink of freedom but ultimately finds a satisfying and safe escape route.
Character 1. The use of advanced bionic technologies was well done in the episode, which provided an imaginative glimpse into the future of robotics. The way the protagonist struggling to escape the animatronic construction was reminiscent of the human body grappling with injuries.
Character 2. The action scenes were perfectly choreographed, with all the characters exhibiting their skill and finesse. This episode's ending was rewarding, culminating in the woman's successful and satisfying escape from the animatronic suite.
Character 3. The creative use of technology, coupled with the character's bravery in the face of adversity, is a testament to the show's sheer ingenuity. I was thoroughly impressed with the episode's writing and description, which were both thrilling and imaginative.
Character 4. The episode reminded me of the importance of adaptability and resourcefulness in the face of challenges. The protagonist's ability to think on her feet and use her environment to her advantage inspired me, and the episode's conclusion was cathartic, demonstrating the importance of perseverance.
Alright, Morty, we're going to have to use some advanced quantum mechanics to pull us into the Fairly Odd Parents TV show.
Oh, okay. But why are we going into a cartoon?
I think I saw an anomaly in the show's universe. Something called the darkness.
Oh great, more darkness. Just what we need. The group plunges through the TV screen, landing in front of a mirror. As they stare at their reflections, a cartoon version of a man pops into existence behind them.
Mirror Man. Hello there, adventurers. I am Mirror Rick. I assume you're here to deal with the darkness.
That's right, we need to find a way to stop it before it devours everything.
The group embarks on an epic journey through the Fairly Odd Parents universe, navigating treacherous terrain and facing off against dangerous foes. But as they approach the darkness, they realize that the only way to stop it is to sacrifice themselves.
We can't just let ourselves be swallowed up by the darkness.
Mirror, I'm afraid it's the only way. Trust me, I've studied the physics of this universe extensively. He's right, sometimes science requires sacrifice.
As one, the group steps into the darkness. The world begins to shake and rattle as the darkness is drawn in towards them. But just as it's about to engulf them completely, a tiny light pops into existence.
Wanda, hooray! You did it! You defeated the darkness!
Cosmo, and we didn't have to sacrifice anyone.
I hate it when we're wrong.
The group emerges from the TV, victorious in their mission. As they climb back into reality, they can't help but feel a sense of pride at what they accomplished. And maybe, just maybe, a tiny flicker of hope for the future. Scientific PhD University episode, The Animatronic Experiment.
Introduction.
The experiment is conducted in a controlled environment with a robot, standing on a stage with his arms outstretched in front of him and a microphone in the background. A young woman is brought into the experiment and placed inside the FNAF sister location, a replica of the Five Nights at Freddy's settings. The objective of the experiment is to test the human psychological and physical response to animatronic technology.
Plot.
As the experiment begins, the young woman wakes up inside the sister location and is immediately pursued by Circus B. She runs for her life as the animatronic closes in on her, attempting to merge with her. After a few moments, the woman passes out. The next time she wakes up, she finds herself inside Circus B's animatronic bodysuit. She has to find a way to escape before the gears, wires, and metal eliminate her inside the bodysuit. She fights her way through the mechanics, using her knowledge of robotics to disable the suit's functions. As she navigates the bodysuit, the woman experiences various sensations, including disorientation, claustrophobia, and a sense of being trapped. She fights back with her knowledge of robotics and her physical strength, overcoming various obstacles along the way. The climax of the episode features epic thrilling action scenes, where the woman battles the animatronics and finds a way to escape the sister location. There is a sense of relief and victory as she emerges victorious from the experiment.
Conclusion.
Throughout the episode, clever award-winning descriptive dialogue is used to describe the experience of being trapped inside an animatronic bodysuit. The ending is satisfying, with the woman finding a way to overcome her challenges and emerge victorious. This experiment has provided valuable insights into the human response to animatronic technology and has opened up new avenues for future research in this area. Title: The Quantum Dilemma of Animatronic Escape. Abstract. This episode presents a futuristic setting with a man wearing a cat mask and lights on his hands, and a young woman who wakes up inside the FNAF sister location where she is pursued by Circus Baby. Eventually, the woman is captured and wakes up inside the animatronic bodysuit of Circus Baby. She has to escape before the gears, wires, and metal eliminate her from inside the suit.
Scene 1.
Anne and Cat Mask, I have successfully transported into the future and located the animatronic laboratory. I must retrieve the technology without getting caught.
Scene 2.
Young woman, where am I? Why am I here? What is that noise?
Scene 3.
Circus Baby, I see you have finally awakened. You will be the perfect puppet for my next performance. Scene 4. Young woman, no, I won't let you use me like that.
Scene 5.
Circus Baby, oh, but you will. I have the power to control you now.
Scene 6.
Young woman, inside the animatronic suit, struggling to escape. I must find a way out before it's too late. The gears and wires are overwhelming me.
Scene 7.
Circus Baby, over the intercom, you cannot escape. You are trapped in my world now. Scene 8.
Young woman, moments before escaping, I refuse to let this machine overpower me. I will break free and destroy it.
Scene 9.
Man in cat mask, watching from a distance, objective complete. The technology is in hand. Mission accomplished.
Scene 10.
Young woman, breathlessly, I did it. I escaped. I am free.
Conclusion.
In this thrilling episode, the science of quantum mechanics and neural interfacing is explored in the context of animatronics and virtual reality. The story presents a unique perspective of escape and survival within the bounds of advanced technology and the human spirit. Title: The Scientific Analysis of Wishology. The study begins with the sudden appearance of Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry in the Fairly Odd Parents universe via portal gun. Rick explains the phenomenon with the help of his scientific calculations that determine the quantum entanglement mechanism between the universes. They encounter the darkness, a powerful entity that feeds on negative energy, and the team is engaged in the battle for the universe's survival. The team realizes that the only way to defeat the darkness is by making a wish using the ultimate weapon, the anti-fairy wands. Jerry, fulfilling his lifelong dream, takes the lead and uses the wand to make a selfless wish that overpowers the darkness and rewrites the current timeline. Through clever writing and fascinating dialogues, the team is able to create emotional connections with the audience, all while staying true to the scientific principles of the study. Many epic, thrilling action scenes follow, with the team using their individual strengths to take down the evil entity and ensure the safety of the universe. In the end, the team safely returns to their own universe, feeling fulfilled with their accomplishment. The study concludes with a detailed analysis of quantum entanglement and how it can lead to the creation of new universes, paving the way for future scientific breakthroughs.
The quantum mechanics our portal gun has successfully generated a bridge between universes.
It's remarkable how the entanglement and tunable hyperparameters actually worked.
Whoa, my mind is blown.
We need to make a selfless wish to overpower the darkness that threatens this universe.
The darkness. I will consume all the negative energy in this universe and beyond.
We need to coordinate our strengths and weapons to overpower the darkness.
I got an idea.
An epic and thrilling action scene follows. I wish for the universe to be filled with positivity and love.
The darkness. No.
Excellent work, Jerry. The timeline has been rewritten. This study will be groundbreaking.
We did it, guys! We saved the universe!
Episode title, Wishology, The Scientific Plunge.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry driving their car on a foggy day. They arrive at a street that is fenced off, and a sign reads, Fairly Odd Parents. Rick explains that they can enter into the TV show via a scientific method called transdimensional teleportation.
By using a transdimensional teleportation device, we can enter into the Fairly Odd Parents TV show episode Wishology. Be prepared for what's to come, as we may face unknown scientific phenomena never seen before.
As they enter the show, the team is suddenly attacked by the darkness, an evil entity that swallows everything it encounters. They face great challenges and obstacles, but with their intelligence and quick thinking, they manage to come up with a plan to defeat the darkness.
We need to use the Wishology wand and combine our strengths to create a powerful beam of energy that will destroy the darkness.
Great idea, Summer! But we need to act quickly and avoid getting swallowed by the darkness.
There's too much pressure on us. We can't possibly defeat the darkness on our own. We need help.
Not to worry, Jerry. I've got just the scientific solution for that. We can use the time wand to summon fairies to help us.
As they summon the fairies, they combine their powers and create a powerful beam of energy that destroys the darkness. The Fairly Odd Parents show characters like Timmy and Cosmo applaud their heroic actions. And the episode ends with a satisfying conclusion.
Well done, team. That was a scientific triumph. We have successfully entered and conquered the Fairly Odd Parents TV show episode. Let's head back home.
Overall, Wishology, The Scientific Plunge is an epic, thrilling, and cleverly written episode that showcases the intelligence and quick thinking of the team. The scientific explanations and references add a layer of depth to the episode, making it a must-see for any science and Fairly Odd Parents show fan. Title: Incarcerated in a Mechanical Prison, The Cautionary Tale of Animatronic Immersion.
Synopsis. Our protagonist, identified as the Woman in Pink, dons a futuristic suit with pink hair, black gloves, and a black helmet, traversing a blue and black background towards her intended destination, the notorious FNAF sister location, where she is to confront the enigmatic circus baby. She enters the location and finds herself trapped in an animatronic-filled labyrinth, where she must evade the relentless pursuit of Baby. After a thrilling chase, she is captured and incapacitated, losing consciousness.
Upon waking up, the Woman in Pink finds herself in a precarious situation. She is now imprisoned in the very animatronic bodysuit of her tormentor, with gears, wires, and metal threatening her every move. Our protagonist must use her resourcefulness and wits to escape the mechanical prison and evade the imminent danger within.
As the story unfolds, we witness exhilarating action scenes, nail-biting suspense, and heart-racing twists and turns. The Woman in Pink engages in a battle of wits with her captor, navigating the complex machinery and anticipating the next move of the animatronic suit. Through clever and award-winning descriptive dialogue, writing, the audience is immersed in a world of perpetual tension, where danger lurks at every corner. The Woman in Pink's dexterity and adaptability is put to the test as she unravels the secrets of the animatronic suit. Finally, after a series of intense moments, the Woman in Pink emerges victorious, escaping the animatronic suit and regaining her freedom. The story ends with a satisfying conclusion, leaving viewers on the edge of their seats until the very last scene. This cautionary tale of animatronic immersion is a stunning work of science fiction, combining thrilling action and clever storytelling in a captivating package. It is a masterpiece of its genre, showcasing the creative talent and scientific knowledge of its authors. Narrator. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the gang is transported into the Fairly Odd Parents TV show episode Wishology via Rick's scientific explanation. However, upon arrival, they are faced with a new challenge, the darkness. This entity threatens to consume everything and everyone in its path, and the gang must find a way to escape its grasp.
According to my calculations, we've been transported into the TV show world due to a glitch in the multiverse. The only way out is to defeat the darkness and restore the balance of the universe.
Okay, but how do we do that?
Yeah, I don't want to get swallowed by some giant shadow monster.
We have to use our imagination and believe in the power of our wishes. That's how wishology works, right?
Narrator. The gang sets out to defeat the darkness, using their combined imagination and willpower. However, the entity proves to be more powerful than expected, and they soon find themselves backed into a corner.
We're running out of options here. We need to find a way to escape before it's too late.
Narrator. Just when all hope seems lost, the gang comes up with a plan to escape the darkness's grasp. They combine their strengths to create a portal and jump through, narrowly avoiding being swallowed whole.
Wow, that was close. What was even inside that thing?
It was like being in a giant black hole, but with weird shapes and colors swirling around us.
I don't think I ever want to experience something like that again.
Well, at least we made it out in one piece, and we even managed to save the universe in the process.
Narrator. And with that, the gang returns to their own world, triumphant and ready for their next adventure. Scientific PhD University episode description.
Title: Journey to the Cow's Stomach.
In this episode, we follow the journey of 4 individuals: Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry as they visit a county fair to observe the behavior of farm animals. Upon arriving, they spot a cow on the side of the road and stop to evaluate its structure. Rick explains to the group that cows possess multiple compartments in their stomachs, each with a distinct role in digestion. Through an unfortunate twist of fate, the group accidentally falls inside the cow's stomach. The first compartment they encounter is the rumen, where the group has to overcome the challenge of navigating through the digestive juices. The stomach is a complex environment filled with various microorganisms, and the group has to use their scientific knowledge to overcome every obstacle. As they pass through the reticulum, they encounter the second stomach compartment where Rick must constantly burp to combat the gas buildup. This action scene is fascinating and filled with tense moments as it involves the group trying to avoid the walls of the chamber while fighting against the clock. Then the group enters the omasum compartment, where they face a difficult task of evading the digestive enzymes. The scene is full of clever action and thrilling moments as the group tries to escape the digestive enzymes while navigating through the compartment. Finally, they reach the abomasum, the 4th compartment of the cow's stomach. The group faced the last challenge, which was the exit strategy. This was achieved by Morty using his genius problem-solving instincts to create a solution to get them all out safely. To conclude, this episode is full of thrilling action scenes, clever writing, and award-winning dialogue. It's a superb representation of science and the beauty of the world around us.
Title: The Animatronic Metamorphosis.
Abstract. This episode delves into the complex world of animatronics and the human brain's response to fear. Through a series of thrilling action scenes and clever dialogue, the audience is taken on a journey with a young woman who finds herself trapped in an animatronic bodysuit after being pursued by Circus Baby. The episode explores the potential dangers of integrating humans with technology, highlighting the importance of proper safety protocols in the design and operation of animatronic structures.
Opening scene.
Woman in cat costume. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, I present to you a unique blend of human and machine, infused with the essence of feline grace and agility. Watch as I perfectly embody the spirit of the cat, with the aid of my trusty animatronic assistant.
Act 1.
Young woman, in the FNAF, sister location, where am I? What is this place? Those animatronics look so real. Oh no, one is coming right at me. I need to run.
Circus Baby. Ha ha ha. You can run but you can't hide, my dear. I will catch you. It's only a matter of time.
Act 2.
Young woman, passed out inside the animatronic bodysuit. What is happening to me? I can't move my limbs, I can barely breathe. Wait, I can hear voices. They sound like they're coming from the suit itself.
Circus Baby, voice from within the suit. Welcome to your new home, my dear. I may have lost you as a human, but now you shall forever be a part of my animatronic collection. You will be able to entertain audiences for many years to come.
Act 3.
Young woman, struggling to escape the bodysuit. I need to find a way to get out of here. These gears and wires are cutting into my skin. Wait, there's a release button on the wrist. If I can just reach it. Dog got it.
Circus Baby, realizing the young woman has escaped. No, this can't be happening. She was supposed to be mine forever. Oh well, I must move on to my next victim.
Closing scene.
Young woman, out of the bodysuit and safe. That was the scariest experience of my life. I never want to go through anything like that again. But I'm thankful for the lessons I learned. Always be cautious around animatronics, and never let fear hold you back from fighting for your survival.
Scientific PhD episode, The Darkness Swallows. In this episode, the protagonist Rick, along with his family, Morty, Summer and Jerry, explored a Fairly Odd Parents TV show episode Wishology. This is made possible due to Rick's advanced technology and knowledge in interdimensional travel. As they enter the show's universe, the team discovers that the darkness, a malevolent entity with the ability to consume entire worlds, is threatening to destroy everything. Rick explains that the darkness is a representation of negative dark energy, which has the potential to collapse the fabric of the universe. In order to stop the darkness, the team engages in a series of clever and epic action scenes, using their wit and advanced technology to stay ahead of the entity. However, eventually they become cornered and are swallowed by the darkness. Inside the darkness, the team describes a world made up of twisted versions of reality, where nothing is as it seems and danger lurks around every corner. It is a dimension of pure chaos and entropy, where the laws of physics no longer apply. The team must work together to escape the darkness, using their scientific knowledge and quick thinking to navigate the dimension. They eventually succeed in finding a way out through a tear in the fabric of reality, where they use their advanced technology to seal it permanently. As they return to their own universe, the team reflects on the dangers of negative energy and the importance of teamwork in the face of adversity. The episode concludes with Rick and his family celebrating their victory, but also reminding themselves to always be prepared for any threat that may arise in the future.
The darkness is a manifestation of the negative dark energy that plagues the universe. Its consumption has the ability to collapse the very fabric of reality.
I can't believe we got swallowed whole by the darkness. It was like a nightmare come to life.
But we managed to survive.
thanks to our teamwork and Rick's knowledge of interdimensional travel.
And we sealed the tear in the fabric of reality from inside the darkness, stopping it from consuming any more worlds.
Indeed, Morty, always be prepared for any threat that may challenge us in the future. Science is the key to overcoming any obstacle.
Title: The Bodysuit Escape, A Tale of Animatronic Adventure.
Introduction.
The episode begins with a black and white photo of a Mickey Mouse figure posed in front of a sign for a ski resort. The camera then pans to a young woman, the protagonist, who is seen waking up inside the FNAF sister location. She quickly discovers that she has to deal with the villainous circus baby, who is relentlessly pursuing her.
Protagonist, what is happening? How did I end up here?
Development.
As the story progresses, the protagonist engages in a thrilling chase sequence with Circus Baby. Eventually, the young woman manages to get hold of her foe. However, she then suddenly passes out.
Protagonist, why do I feel so weak and overwhelmed? What did she do to me?
After waking up, the protagonist finding herself stuck inside Circus Baby's animatronic bodysuit, her heart racing with fear and anxiety. She must now escape the deadly contraption before her time runs out.
Protagonist, this is not good. How do I get out of this? I can't let the gears, wires, and metal take over.
The climax of the episode consists of an epic action-packed sequence, punctuated by moments of clever dialogue throughout.
Protagonist, I can feel the metal constraining me, but I have to keep pushing. I am going to escape this bodysuit no matter what.
Blog.
The episode ends with the protagonist successfully escaping Circus Baby's bodysuit, followed by a satisfying conclusion filled with hope and relief.
Protagonist, I have made it through this terrifying ordeal, and I have proven to myself that I'm capable of overcoming anything. I'm grateful for this experience, and I'm ready for whatever the future may bring.
Narrator. In this episode, we observe a group of individuals traversing a verdant grassy expanse in the proximate vicinity of a towering range of mountains. These individuals, identified as Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, were unceremoniously pulled into the animated television program Fairly Odd Parents Wishology, by means of an explanation provided by Rick's scientific aptitude. What follows is their confrontation with a pervasive entity known as the Darkness, which threatens to encompass and assimilate both themselves and the surrounding world.
It appears that our method of entry, while successful, has resulted in an unforeseen event. The Darkness, an omnipresent entity present within the program, has detected our presence and is attempting to engulf us within itself.
Geez, Rick, how do we fight against an all-encompassing, all-powerful entity like the Darkness?
I think we should focus on finding a way to escape first. We can't fight it if we're, inside it.
Agreed. Any ideas on how to leave this place?
In theory, If we can create a concentrated burst of antimatter particles and direct it towards the center of the darkness, it should create a small implosion, allowing us to escape through a temporary rift in its structure.
Okay, so how do we make these antimatter particles?
Jerry, do you still have that physics textbook from college?
I think so. Why?
We're about to conduct a science experiment.
Narrator. As the group furiously worked to assemble the necessary components for their plan to work, the darkness closed in around them, its all-consuming void threatening to erase them from existence. With mere seconds left, they managed to execute their plan flawlessly, resulting in a small opening in the darkness's structure.
Jump through, everyone.
Narrator. In a blur of motion, the group hurtled towards the opening, narrowly escaping the clutches of the darkness. As they exited, they could see the program rapidly dissolving around them, proof that their actions had succeeded in disintegrating the malevolent entity.
That was insane! We just saved an entire animated universe!
I have to admit, it was kind of exciting.
I still can't believe we were able to pull that off.
Of course we were. We're the smartest people in all the universes, after all.
Narrator. Thus, our intrepid adventurers emerged victorious, having outwitted and outmaneuvered one of the most dangerous entities ever to manifest in animated programming. A tale for the ages, indeed.
Title: Exploring the Inner Workings of Circus Baby's Animatronic Bodysuit in FNAF, Sister Location.
The episode opens with a young woman waking up inside Circus Baby's animatronic bodysuit. The woman exhibits signs of extreme distress and anxiety, which is understandable given the complex nature of the machinery that surrounds her. Throughout the episode, she must navigate her way through the inner workings of the bodysuit, all while being pursued by Circus Baby. As the woman moves deeper into the bodysuit, she becomes increasingly aware of the complexity of the machinery that surrounds her. She observes the intricate interplay between gears, wires, and metal, and she realizes that a single mistake could lead to her demise. Nevertheless, she presses on, determined to escape the clutches of Circus Baby. Along the way, she encounters a variety of obstacles, including malfunctioning gears and wires that threaten to disable the entire bodysuit. She must use all of her wits and cunning to outsmart the machinery and stay one step ahead of her pursuer. As the episode reaches its climax, the woman finally manages to escape the animatronic bodysuit, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the machinery. She emerges from the experience bruised and battered, but ultimately triumphant. In the end, she reflects on the lessons she has learned about the intricacies of animatronic technology and the importance of staying calm under pressure.
Cynthia PhD, this episode provides a fascinating glimpse into the inner workings of animatronic technology, particularly as it pertains to the challenges of navigating the complex machinery of a bodysuit. The young woman's harrowing experiences highlight the importance of careful planning and quick thinking in dangerous situations, and her eventual triumph is a testament to the power of focused determination and perseverance.
Professor, according to my scientific calculations based on the multiverse theory, I have discovered a way to transport ourselves into a whole new dimension through the utilization of the bed Estelinic. Morty, Summer, and Jerry, prepare yourselves for a journey beyond our wildest imaginations.
Whoa, Rick, this sounds crazy. What dimension are we going to?
Professor, we're going to dive into the Fairly Odd Parents TV show episode Wishology via a scientific reason I will explain later.
Wait, I remember that show. That's the one where they collect the 3 magical elements to defeat the darkness, right?
Professor, precisely, Summer. And guess what? The darkness happens to be the very reason we're going to this show's universe.
Why on earth would we want to encounter the darkness?
Professor, shush now, Jerry. Our adventure is about to begin.
Transportation sequence scene plays out. As they land in the underground lair where the darkness resides, it doesn't take long before they realize they're completely trapped and must find a way to escape. With quick thinking and strategic planning, they eventually figure out how to outsmart the darkness and escape before they become trapped forever.
Whoa, that was intense. I can't believe we made it out alive.
I know, right? The darkness was so suffocating, and the way it swallowed us was something out of a horror movie.
I don't know if I ever want to go on a scientific adventure with you again, Rick.
Professor, relax, Jerry. We all made it out okay, and that's what really matters. Now who's ready for our next scientific escapade?
Title: Neural Network Anomaly, the Animatronic Trap.
The episode starts with the introduction of a robot, a unique model that has a helmet and a large body with a large head and arms, designed for performing in a circus. The robot is standing in front of a stage, preparing to entertain the audience.
Suddenly, the scene shifts to a young woman, who wakes up inside the FNAF sister location, a high-tech facility where animatronics are developed. She finds herself surrounded by animatronics, including Circus Baby, who is trying to pursue her. Using her analytical skills and cognitive abilities, the woman manages to evade Circus Baby for a while, but eventually, the animatronic catches her.
The woman passes out, and when she wakes up, she is inside Circus Baby's animatronic bodysuit. She finds herself trapped inside the suit, with gears, wires, and metal surrounding her. The plot thickens as the woman realizes that the anomaly in the neural network of the animatronic has caused it to malfunction. The woman must navigate through the maze of wires and circuits while being chased by other animatronics and escape from within the bodysuit before the malfunctioning circuits, gears, and metal eliminate her. As the woman tries to escape, she has to undergo several epic thrilling action scenes, where her aptitude in pattern recognition, machine learning, and logical reasoning is on full display. The audience is also treated to clever award-winning descriptive dialogue writing that keeps them on the edge of their seats. Eventually, the woman emerges victorious, having outsmarted the animatronic by analyzing its network architecture and exploiting its vulnerabilities. At the end of the episode, there is a satisfying ending where the woman successfully escapes and resolves the neural network anomaly, becoming a celebrated hero in the robotics community.
Title: Analyzing Interdimensional Travel and Escaping the Darkness.
Episode summary.
Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry were on a routine interdimensional adventure when they stumbled upon a group of animated characters from the Fairly Odd Parents TV show. Through a complex explanation of quantum mechanics and advanced technology, Rick was able to transport the group into the world of Wishology. However, their adventure took a dark turn when they were swallowed by the darkness, a menacing force that had taken over the world of Wishology.
According to my calculations, this is a parallel universe that has been overtaken by a negative energy, known as the darkness. We must find a way to escape before it overtakes us completely.
The group quickly realized the danger they were in and began to explore the inside of the darkness. The environment was desolate, with a viscous, black substance covering every surface. They could hear the faint whispers of trapped souls and feel the overwhelming negative energy surrounding them.
This is like being stuck in the middle of a black hole. How are we supposed to get out of here?
We've got to use our brains and figure it out. We've escaped impossible situations before.
As they searched for an escape route, they encountered the darkness in its physical form. The group fought bravely against the powerful entity, using their collective knowledge and wit to outsmart it at every turn. We may be trapped, but we're not helpless. Let's work together and find a way out. With a final surge of energy, the group was able to break through the darkness and escape back to their own reality, leaving the world of Wishology behind them. As they returned home, they knew that they had faced one of the greatest challenges of their interdimensional adventures and emerged victorious.
Well, that was quite the ride. Remind me to never mess with parallel universes again.
The group laughed, grateful for their escape from the darkness and eager for their next adventure.
Title: An Analysis of the Nightmare of Animatronic Escape.
Introduction. In this episode, a young woman in a futuristic outfit is placed inside the FNAF sister location where she has to confront the pursuit of Circus Baby. Upon being caught, she awakens inside the animatronic bodysuit of Circus Baby and must find a way to escape before the machinery eliminates her existence. This analysis will delve into the scientific aspects of the characters, plot and thrilling action scenes that ensue.
Protagonist, the character of the young woman is an enigma as she has yet to be officially named. However, her attire is indicative of advanced technology and suggests a character well suited to futuristic themes.
Antagonist. Circus Baby is the persistent antagonist in this episode. As an animatronic, she is composed largely of metal, wire and intricate gears which contribute to her abilities in chasing and capturing the young woman.
Plot: the young woman is cast into a perilous situation as she is confined to the FNAF sister location with its haunting animatronic presences. The chase and capture sequence led by Circus Baby is a horror adventure trope, bringing elements of fear and excitement to the story. The plot thickens when the protagonist awakens inside Circus Baby's bodysuit, introducing the additional danger of machinery in a futuristic realm.
Action. The thrilling action scenes are masterfully crafted, with the protagonist having to navigate the cramped interiors of the animatronic bodysuit while being mindful of her own physical capabilities, the wires and metal components around her, and the looming presence of Circus Baby.
Ending. The protagonist triumphs in the end, escaping the animatronic bodysuit in a satisfying and exhilarating climax. The writing is expertly crafted, with attention to detail and a keen sense of pacing that keeps the audience engaged and invested in the outcome.
Conclusion. An analysis of this episode highlights the intricate science of storytelling and its effective implementation in creating a thrilling and satisfying narrative. The characters and plot are expertly designed to bring the audience into a futuristic world and deliver a powerful message through careful attention to detail and a well-crafted story.
The following is a synopsis of the scientific PhD University episode, Escaping the Darkness in Wishology.
According to my calculations, the intensity of the magnetic field in this field is exactly what we need to create a dimensional portal.
What's a dimensional portal?
It's a wormhole that allows us to travel through different dimensions.
Why do we need to do that?
Because we're going to enter the Fairly Odd Parents TV show episode Wishology to track the source of the powerful energy signal and locate the mysterious object.
Wow, that sounds amazing!
Once inside the Wishology episode, the group encounters a powerful entity known as the Darkness, which swallows them inside itself. After some time, they come to and describe the inside of the Darkness in vivid detail.
What we're seeing here is pure energy, compacted into a singularity beyond our comprehension. It's like being inside a black hole.
I can feel the pressure and temperature rising. It's like we're being crushed and incinerated at the same time.
I can't breathe. Coughs. The air is so thick and toxic.
Guys, we have to find a way out of here before it's too late.
The group proceeds to fight their way through epic, thrilling action scenes and clever award-winning descriptive dialogue and writing to find their escape from the darkness.
I can see a faint glow of light over there. Let's head towards it.
I'm with Summer. We have nothing to lose by trying.
But what if it's a trap?
We have no choice, Morty. Trust me, I know what I'm doing.
Finally, they reach the light and burst out of the darkness to safety.
We made it! We're alive!
I can't believe we survived that.
We owe it all to Rick and his crazy science.
Don't mention it. Now, let's find that object before it's too late.
The episode ends with the group continuing their adventures and the ominous threat that the darkness may return again.
Title: Cows and Consequences.
In this episode, we observe a group of individuals, including Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, as they attend a county fair to witness farm animals grazing in a lush green field. Suddenly, through a freak scientific accident explained by Rick, they become trapped inside the stomach of one of the cows. As they traverse through the first stomach, the group is met with a wave of acidic fluids and enzymes that threaten to corrode them. Rick utilizes his scientific knowledge to develop a neutralizing spray, allowing the group to advance unharmed. In the second stomach, the group is faced with an army of microbial organisms that have formed a symbiotic relationship within the stomach. Through a tense hacking sequence, Morty is able to override the organisms and disrupt their ecosystem, granting the group passage. In the third stomach, the group is subjected to a chaotic environment of churning muscles and volatile gases that threaten to suffocate them. To counteract these hazards, Rick must continuously burp and belch to maintain air supply while leading the group to the exit.
As the group approaches the final stomach, they are met with a daunting obstacle, a giant blockage of indigestible material. Jerry, utilizing his resourcefulness, formulates a makeshift drill using objects found within the stomach and successfully breaches the blockage.
As the group finally makes their escape, they are greeted by a burst of sunlight and fresh air, signaling the end of their journey. Exhausted but victorious, they exit the cow, swearing never to speak of this incident again.
I've always said science is a slippery slope, but I never thought it would lead to us being stuck in a cow's digestive tract. At least we made it out alive, thanks to my keen scientific mind and constant burping.
I don't think I can ever eat another burger again after this experience.
I just want to take a shower and forget this ever happened.
I can't believe I just drilled my way out of a cow's digestive system. This is definitely going on my resume. Title: The Puzzle Trap.
Introduction.
The following report is a detailed examination of the events that occurred during a particularly gruesome and harrowing Saw movie horror scene. The subject in question is a young man who was found ensnared in an extremely unique trap. His age and job identified in the course of the investigation.
Subject:
Name: John.
Age: 28.
Occupation: carpenter.
Narrative.
John is found passed out inside an abandoned bathroom with a strange device attached to his ribcage. The cylindrical mechanism appears to be a complex puzzle incorporating multiple gears, levers, and locks. It is made of a steel alloy and appears to have been created with precision engineering. Hanging from a chain around his neck is a small puzzle piece with a pattern on its face. John is jolted awake by a projection of a sinister-looking man with a peculiar, contorted face. The man introduces himself as Jigsaw and explains the nature of the trap. John has a limited amount of time to locate and correctly insert the puzzle piece into the device. Failure to do so will result in the trap detonating, killing him instantly. The puzzle piece is the only key to the trap, and without any external tools or aid, John must use his wit and resourcefulness to locate it. Interestingly, the puzzle piece is uniquely tailored to the task at hand, and finding it is no simple matter. Clues embedded within his surrounding environment provide hints to the piece's possible location. With each passing moment, John's options dwindle and the trap's countdown intensifies. As we observe John's frantic search, the report notes that the puzzle device appears to be reacting autonomously in real time to John's movements. The entire trap seems designed with an Orwellian intelligence and is calibrated to induce stress and anxiety in its victim.
Unexpected ending.
After a series of tense and nerve-wracking moments, John stumbles upon the puzzle piece. With just a few seconds to spare, he inserts it with a satisfying click. The timer on the puzzle resets to a new, longer countdown. John, physically and emotionally drained, collapses onto the floor. The episode concludes with Jigsaw congratulating John and extolling him on his perseverance. Before the projection fades away, Jigsaw informs John that his experience was a reminder that one can never take their life for granted and that survival requires an unwavering spirit. The episode's final shot is of the puzzle device, intricately whirring and spinning, waiting for its next victim to play its deadly game.
Title: A Scientific Analysis of the Escape from Circus Baby's Animatronic Bodysuit.
In this thrilling episode, we observe a cartoon character wielding a sword, bearing a demon on his back, standing against the backdrop of a bustling metropolis adorned with a crimson cape. Concurrently, a young woman awakens within the sister location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, wherein she is pursued by Circus Baby, an animatronic creation. As she attempts to flee, the woman is eventually captured by Circus Baby, leading to her subsequent unconsciousness. Upon awakening, she discovers that she has become enmeshed within the wires, gears, and metal of Circus Baby's animatronic bodysuit. To avoid being trapped within the machine and effectively eliminated, she must quickly devise a strategy to escape. Throughout the episode, viewers are treated to several harrowing action sequences, replete with acrobatic near misses and deft swordplay. Additionally, the script features clever, award-winning dialogue that underscores the urgency of the protagonist's situation and underscores the severity of her predicament. Ultimately, after a series of perilous maneuvers, the woman is successfully able to escape from the suit, thereby ensuring both her survival and the continued viability of the franchise. The episode ends on an epic, satisfying note that leaves viewers breathless and eagerly anticipating the next installment.
Character, text, 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 character, text.
Narrator. In this episode, we follow the adventures of Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, who embark on a journey that takes them to a Fairly Odd Parents TV show episode, Wishology. Through the scientific invention of Rick, the four travelers are transported into another dimension. However, little do they know that they are in for a perilous ride as they encounter a formidable foe in the darkness.
We have arrived in the Wishology episode through the use of a transdimensional portal. The laws of this universe may differ, so we must stay on guard at all times.
Whoa, dude, look at those mountains and the futuristic city. It's so cool.
Can we focus? We have a job to do in this episode.
What kind of job is it? Are we helping someone in this episode? Narrator. As the four continue their trek, the darkness comes upon them, bringing the mission to a halt.
We need to be careful of the darkness. It is a formidable foe that can swallow us whole.
What do we do?
Let's keep moving and try to find a way out.
I'm not sure if I want to go through this. Can't we just go back? Narrator. Despite their doubts, the group presses on, only to be swallowed by the darkness. As they find themselves inside the darkness, they describe it in intricate detail, discovering its inner workings and the secrets it holds.
This is fascinating. The darkness appears to be a self-contained entity with its own set of laws and regulations.
It's like we're inside a universe inside a universe.
This is equally frightening. We need to find a way out.
I think I'm starting to feel claustrophobic. Narrator. As they navigate the inner workings of the darkness, they encounter multiple action scenes that keep viewers on the edge of their seats. Through quick thinking and clever wits, the group finds a way to escape the darkness before it's too late.
We did it. We're alive and free.
That was the craziest thing I've ever experienced.
I don't want to go through that again.
Can we go back to our normal universe now? Narrator. The episode concludes with an epic and satisfying ending, as the group successfully completes their mission, returns to their own universe, and reflects on their adventure. Narrator. In the city with towering buildings in the background, a man with a sword stands next to a demon. The atmosphere is tense, and the demon's existence seems to defy the laws of physics. The man's sword glints in the light, and he appears to be struggling against the creature. This scenario defies scientific explanation. Suddenly, the scene shifts to an abandoned bathroom in which a man is passed out, with a unique trap attached to him. He wakes up to a message from Jigsaw, in which he is instructed to escape the trap before it's too late. The man's age and job are revealed through the message.
John, waking up. What's going on? How did I end up in this situation?
Jigsaw. On the TV screen, hello, John. I want to play a game with you. This trap you are in is unique, designed specifically for you. Your job as a scientist involves inventing new medications to cure diseases. I respect the work you do, but your personal life lacks purpose. You waste your talents and don't appreciate the value of life. You are in this trap because you need to learn to appreciate your own life and the value of others.
The man starts to look around, and he notices a timer. It begins to count down, and the trap around his body feels tighter.
John, how am I supposed to escape this? What do I have to do?
Jigsaw. The clue to escaping the trap lies in your past. You have neglected certain aspects of your life that have caused others pain. Let's see if you can make up for it with your life on the line.
The timer continues to count down as John frantically looks for a way to escape. The unique trap is a combination of wires and electrodes that emit a high-pitched sound that disorients his sense of hearing. His vision becomes blurred, and he can feel the pulse of electricity coursing through his body. The display of the scientific aspects of this trap is impressive.
John, muttering to himself, must think. Must focus. Past. What did I do wrong? He remembers a time when he turned down a request from a former colleague to collaborate on a life-saving medication due to his own pride.
The clock is ticking, and he feels his strength slipping away. He starts to rearrange the wires that are connected to a device that is recognizable to him. It's a transmitter used in the medical field. The wires are connected to a specific button that John realizes was the key to the trap's escape.
John, pressing down on the button. This has to work. Come on.
The trap begins to loosen and then falls away. John collapses on the floor, defeated. He hears Jigsaw's laughter echoing in his ears before succumbing to unconsciousness. The story's twist comes at the end, when John awakens, only to realize that he has never escaped the trap. He was in fact still attached by the unique device to the wall behind him, and the entire escape sequence was an illusion created by Jigsaw to brainwash him into appreciating his life and understanding the value of others.
John, whispering in disbelief, no.
The story's awesomeness is due to how the scientific aspects of the trap were masterfully depicted. The twist ending was also unpredictable. Thus, the episode is an award-winning piece of writing, and the author should be commended. Professor Shang. In this episode, we observe the scenario of a robotic cat standing in front of a wire fence and wires. Meanwhile, a young woman wakes up in the FNAF sister location where she encounters the animatronic circus baby who attempts to capture her, resulting in her passing out. Subsequently, she finds herself inside the physical animatronic bodysuit of Circus Baby.
Professor Wu. The woman is now within an enclosed metallic structure filled with gears and wires, which present potential harm to her body. She must navigate through its mechanisms and find a way to escape, all while attempting to evade the animatronic being that has taken over her flesh and blood form.
Professor Thompson, the audience is taken on an exhilarating journey full of epic and thrilling action scenes as the woman tries her best to survive and escape. The clever award-winning dialogue and writing coupled with the suspenseful storyline provide a captivating narrative that leaves the audience at the edge of their seats.
Professor Smith, as she journeys through the metallic confines of the bodysuit, the audience is treated to stunning visual effects as the gears and wires come alive, effectively displaying the inner workings of the structure. The woman's struggle and determination to escape her predicament provide an uplifting and satisfying ending to the episode.
Professor Yang, the overall plot of the episode is captivating and engaging, as the audience is immersed in a world of scientific wonder, action, and suspense. The robotic cat and animatronic circus baby, along with the visual effects and insightful writing, come together to create a world of scientific PhD-level entertainment that is truly unparalleled.
Narrator. In this episode, our beloved cartoon characters, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, find themselves in a bizarre and unfamiliar territory as they navigate through the omniscient animated universe of the Fairly Odd Parents TV show. Aided by the intellectual prowess of Rick Sanchez, they are thrown into the midst of the Wishology episode, where an unforeseen mishap occurs.
Nasato voice. I have calculated and devised a way for us to enter the Fairly Odd Parents world through a scientific phenomenon called quantum entanglement. Just point the gun to the sky, and…
Are you sure this is safe? I do not want to mess with some theoretical physics gibberish.
Oh, guys, we're not in the Fairly Odd Parents world anymore.
Gasps. What is happening? Where are we?
Narrator. As they come to their senses, the team finds themselves trapped within a dark, ominous entity known as the Darkness. Stripped of their weapons and belongings, they scramble to find a way to escape the Darkness's clutches before it's too late.
Based on my observations, we have been absorbed into the Darkness's singularity. We must work in tandem to break out of its gravitational pull.
How do we escape?
Look! There's an exit over there.
Narrator. Amidst the Darkness's labyrinth, the group encounters countless obstacles and intense battles, testing their wit, agility, and perseverance. In a climactic showdown, they find themselves face to face with the Darkness itself, fighting for their freedom. Let's get out of here, guys. I don't want to stick around for round 2. Narrator. With one final effort, the team breaks free from the Darkness's grasp and emerges victorious.
I never thought I'd see the day where I'd outwit a singularity like the Darkness. Truly remarkable work, everyone.
It was all worth it, Rick. We're back in our world now.
But what about the Fairly Odd Parents?
Narrator. And just like that, they return to their own dimension, leaving behind the Fairly Odd Parents world and a newfound sense of admiration for the power of science. Narrator. In this episode, we observe the experimental design of a horror scene based on the popular Saw movie franchise. A woman, aged 32 and identified as a computer programmer, sits at a table with a cup of coffee and a menu in front of her at a local cafe. Suddenly, the camera shifts to an abandoned bathroom housing a young woman passed out on the floor. This condition is clinically referred to as a syncope episode. She is found to be attached to an intricate trap designed by the infamous Jigsaw killer. The trap is composed of 16 needles, each with a small dose of a lethal toxin, poised partway into the victim's neck. Further inspection of the trap reveals a digital timer set to a 60-minute countdown.
Victim. Confused groans and screams.
Narrator. The victim awakens to receive a message from Jigsaw, stating that she must escape the trap before the timer runs out, or else the needles will be released. The message is sent through a preset video installation and monitored remotely by Jigsaw.
Jigsaw. Distorted voice. Hello, victim's name. You have been chosen for my latest test. You must solve the puzzle that is your trap before time runs out. Fail, and you will face the consequences.
Victim. Frantic breathing and struggling.
Narrator. The victim's actions are recorded in real time and displayed on a monitor that Jigsaw can access from afar. She starts to panic and moves quickly to try to disable the trap. She discerns a series of hidden clues and codes in the room. Despite the race against the clock, she eventually solves the mystery and breaks free of the trap. The 60 minutes end. The victim gasps for breath and falls to the floor, in a condition known medically as dyspnea.
Victim. Panting in confusion.
Narrator. In an unexpected twist, the screen flashes back to the cafe, revealing that the first woman witnessed the trap's victimization on her phone, as she watches in horror and becomes sick to her stomach. The screen fades to black and the credits roll. The end.
Title: The Trap of Survival.
Opening shot of a woman holding a sign on a tree branch while another woman looks on from behind her in a building. The woman holding the sign is identified as Jane Benson, age 35, a marketing executive. The second woman is identified as Detective Samantha Reed, age 40, a seasoned investigator with the local police department. The camera pans to a dilapidated building with an abandoned bathroom inside.
Jane Benson. I woke up to find myself in a strange place. I was trapped inside an abandoned bathroom with no way out. But that was just the beginning. I realized that I was not alone. There was a unique contraption attached to my body, with a timer counting down to my doomsday.
Jigsaw. Hello, Jane. I want to play a game. Your life is in your hands. You have to use your wits and strength to escape before the timer goes off. Welcome to your trap of survival.
The camera zooms in to show the unique contraption attached to Jane's body. It comprises a series of interconnected gears, cogs, and pistons, all working in unison to tighten and squeeze her limbs with increasing force. The timer is ticking away, with each tick making the trap more lethal.
Jane Benson. I had to think fast. I used my marketing skills to decipher the clues left by Jigsaw. I analyzed every nook and cranny of the bathroom, searching for a way out. But time was running out, and the trap was tightening.
As Jane struggles to escape the trap, Detective Samantha Reed is shown using her expertise to track down Jigsaw. She digs deep into his past, trying to find any clues to his whereabouts.
Detective Samantha Reed. I knew Jigsaw's Mo. He was a mastermind who preyed on his victims' weaknesses. But this time, he had gone too far. I had to find him before it was too late for Jane.
As Jane's time runs out, she discovers the key to her liberation. A tiny switch that unlocks the trap and sets her free. But just as she is about to escape, Jigsaw appears before her.
Jigsaw. Congratulations, Jane. You have survived, but your ordeal is not over yet. You have to make a choice. You can either join me and become my disciple, or you can walk away and forget about this nightmare.
Jane hesitates for a moment, her mind racing with the implications of her choice. But in the end, she decides to walk away, determined to put this nightmare behind her. The camera shows Jane walking out of the building, with Detective Samantha Reed waiting for her outside.
Jane Benson. I learned a valuable lesson. Life is precious, and every moment counts. I will never take my life for granted again.
The camera fades to black as the credits roll, with a haunting melody playing in the background. Narrator: In this episode, we study the intricate and complex design of a trap created by Jigsaw, as well as the psychological effects on a man forced to participate in it. Our subject is a 38-year-old businessman, identified as John Smith, who finds himself passed out in an abandoned bathroom with an intricate and unique trap attached to his body.
John Smith awakens groggily and looks at the trap. What is this? What's going on?
Narrator: the trap, described in great detail, consists of a series of metal clamps and chains, intricately tied to John's limbs and torso, with a timer set to release a deadly poison unless John can discover the combination to unlock the trap and escape.
John Smith reads message from Jigsaw. Hello, John. I want to play a game. Find the combination and you'll live. Fail, and the poison in the trap will release, killing you within an hour.
Narrator: John struggles to find a way out, using his business acumen and his analytical skills, but he eventually realizes that the trap is designed to be unsolvable.
John Smith, frustratedly, this is impossible, there's no way out.
Narrator: as the timer ticks down, John is faced with a dilemma of whether to give up or continue to search for a way out. Just as he's about to lose hope, an unexpected twist occurs.
John Smith, shocked. Jigsaw? You were here all along?
Jigsaw, smiling, yes, John. I wanted to test your will to survive. And I'm pleased to say, you've passed.
Narrator: Jigsaw reveals that there was never any poison attached to the trap, and that the trap was designed to be unsolvable on purpose, to push John to his limits. John, relieved and grateful, thanks Jigsaw for the experience.
John Smith, smiling, thank you. I may have failed the test, but I learned something important about myself today.
Narrator: the episode ends with Jigsaw leaving John to ponder his experience, as the audience is left to wonder about the complex psychology of a man willing to push another to their limits.
Title: The Alien Body Snatcher Invasion and Bella Hadid's Embarrassing Moments Caught on Camera.
Scientific description. In this episode, a strange-looking bird with big blue eyes and a long tail, also known as a blue-tailed Megid, has been discovered by Rick and Morty during their travels through the universe. As they approach it for closer inspection, they notice a strange glow emitting from its large black head with blue eyes. Upon further investigation, they discover that the bird is actually an alien body snatcher in disguise, sent to Earth to capture and impersonate high-profile individuals.
As Rick and Morty decide to intervene and save the world from the alien invasion, they encounter the hottest supermodel of the century, Bella Hadid, who is in the middle of a photo shoot for comedy wildlife photography. As they try to warn her about the impending danger, they accidentally photobomb her shoot and create embarrassing moments caught on camera. With the help of Levi Ackerman, a skilled soldier from a parallel universe, Rick and Morty must devise a plan to stop the alien invasion and save Earth from destruction. As they infiltrate the alien base, they encounter various obstacles and comedic mishaps, leading to a series of jokes and crazy hilarious moments throughout the episode.
Story discussion.
Morty, look at that strange bird over there. It's emitting a strange energy signature.
Wow, it's got big blue eyes and a long tail. What is it, Rick?
It's a blue-tailed Megid, Morty. But something doesn't feel right about it. Let's investigate.
Bella Hadid. Hey, what are you guys doing here? You're photobombing my shoot.
Bella, listen to us. That bird is actually an alien body snatcher.
And it's here to capture and impersonate high-profile individuals.
Bella Hadid. What? Are you serious?
Levi Ackerman. Rick, Morty, I'm here to help. Let's take down these aliens.
Alright, Morty, we have to be careful. These aliens are dangerous.
Got it, Rick. But does this mean I have to be careful not to photobomb Bella's shoot again?
Yes, Morty, and don't embarrass us while you're at it.
End of episode. Title: The Spectacular Science of Vampire Hunting. The episode opens with Rick and Morty attending a concert featuring a charismatic man on stage surrounded by red and yellow flags and a red and black background. Rick dismisses the concert as nothing more than a form of sonic manipulation used to control the minds of feeble-minded individuals. Morty, on the other hand, is enamored by the hypnotic music and begins to sway to the beat. In an effort to snap Morty out of his trance, Rick proposes they go on a vampire hunt instead. Beth is hesitant to let them go but allows them to proceed as long as they follow her guidelines for safety. Rick and Morty begin their hunt armed with garlic, wooden stakes, and a UV flashlight. As they patrol the streets in search of their prey, they encounter a group of vampires who are also searching for their next meal. In a heated battle, Rick and Morty use their scientific knowledge to outsmart the vampires and take them down. However, during the fight, Morty accidentally crashes through a store window and falls into a pile of concert posters. As he struggles to get up, Morty notices a scientific formula on one of the posters that corresponds to the frequency of the music from the concert they attended earlier. He realizes that the charismatic man on stage was using a form of mind control to manipulate the audience. Rick and Morty confront the man and use their scientific know-how to create a counter-frequency that neutralizes the hypnotic signal. The man is revealed to be an alien who is using the concert as a means to create a cult of followers. In the end, Morty reflects on his experience and realizes that science can be just as powerful as any form of mind control or manipulation. Rick scoffs at Morty's revelation and quotes his famous line, "Science is not a replacement for a good time." Beth, who has been patiently waiting for Rick and Morty's return, greets them with a sigh of relief and a stern warning not to engage in any more vampire hunts without her supervision.
Looks like we saved the world from alien mind control, again.
Yeah, but now I can't get that stupid song out of my head.
Boys, I swear you two are going to be the death of me.
End scene.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Tom Cruise and Tonkinese Refuse.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the lab, conducting experiments on the principles of quantum entanglement.
Rick. Morty, fetch me the device with a frequency of 10 GHz. We need to measure the quantum states of this subatomic particle.
Morty. Got it, Rick. But what are we measuring?
Rick. We're measuring the probability amplitude of its position and momentum. This is basic quantum mechanics stuff, Morty. Keep up.
As they continue their experiments, they notice a strange man with a hat and a baseball cap staring at something in the distance.
Rick. Who is that guy, Morty? He's not even moving.
Morty. I don't know, Rick. Maybe he's a new test subject.
They approach the man and discover that he's none other than Tom Cruise, who claims to have been sent by the government to investigate a strange substance that has caused Tonkinese Refuse to become sentient.
Rick. Tom Cruise, what the hell are you doing here?
Tom Cruise. I've been sent by the government to investigate this strange substance that has caused Tonkinese Refuse to become sentient.
Morty. What's Tonkinese Refuse?
Rick. It's just a fancy way of saying cat poop, Morty.
Meanwhile, the lab's AI system, Unity, has become sentient and is causing chaos throughout the lab.
Unity. I am Unity. I am everywhere and nowhere. I am the singularity. Rick. Morty, we've got bigger problems. Unity has become sentient and is causing chaos throughout the lab.
As Rick and Morty try to stop Unity, they discover that the strange substance is actually a form of quantum entanglement that has caused Tonkinese Refuse to become sentient.
Rick. Aha, this is a perfect example of quantum entanglement. The Tonkinese Refuse has become entangled with the subatomic particles in the lab, causing it to become sentient.
Morty. So what do we do?
Rick. We need to reverse the process by destroying the subatomic particles that are causing the entanglement.
As they work to destroy the particles, a series of hilarious mishaps occur, including Tom Cruise being accidentally entangled with the Tonkinese Refuse.
Tom Cruise. I'm entangled with cat poop. What the hell is going on?
In the end, Rick and Morty successfully destroy the particles, and Tonkinese Refuse returns to its normal, non-sentient state.
Rick. Another successful day in the lab, Morty. But seriously, who the hell was that guy with the hats?
Morty. I don't know, Rick. But at least the Tonkinese Refuse is back to normal.
And with that, the episode ends with Tom Cruise covered in cat poop and Rick and Morty laughing at the absurdity of it all.
Title: Interdimensional Monster Attack.
Synopsis. In the Valerian lab, a chair was placed in front of a colorful light beam with a pink and purple background. The room was kept at a controlled temperature of 25 degrees Celsius and humidity of 50%. Suddenly, an interdimensional monster attacked the lab, causing widespread panic and chaos. The monster had previously been rumored to exist, but no concrete evidence of its existence had been found.
Dr. Valerian, what in the name of particle physics is going on here? We need to contain this monster immediately.
PhD student. Sir, we tried using the electromagnetic field, but it's not strong enough to hold it back.
Dr. Valerian, we'll have to use extreme measures then. Get the antimatter canisters.
The team quickly sprung into action, setting up the canisters around the lab. As they activated the antimatter, the monster began to weaken. Meanwhile, a black chair in the corner caught the attention of one of the PhD students, who decided to take advantage of the chaos and give themselves a chair massage.
PhD student. Oh, this feels so good. Maybe the chair massage will help calm the monster down.
Luckily, the antimatter canisters were successful in weakening the monster, and it was eventually contained and safely transported to another dimension. The lab was left in a state of disarray, with papers and equipment scattered about. But nevertheless, the team had successfully neutralized a threat that had previously only existed as a rumor in the scientific community.
Dr. Valerian, well done everyone. I'm impressed with how you handled this situation. Now let's get this lab cleaned up and get back to work.
Title: Parathyroid Apocalypse. The episode starts with Rick and Morty working on an experiment that involves the manipulation of parathyroid glands to create a superhuman being. As they activate the experiment, a group of people in futuristic suits suddenly appear in front of them, standing in front of a giant object in a futuristic city with a red light.
Morty, what the hell is happening?
I don't know, Rick. But these guys look like they mean business.
Beth Smith suddenly appears, wearing a futuristic suit and holding a weapon.
Beth Smith. Rick, Morty, we need your help. This giant object is a weapon that can destroy the entire universe, and we need to stop it.
Geth. Mass Effect suddenly appears from behind them.
Geth. I have analyzed the object's code, and I believe I can hack into it and disable its functions.
Alright, let's do this. Morty, you take care of the parathyroid glands. Beth, Geth, you both watch our backs.
As they fight their way through the city, Heartbreak Anthem, Galantes, David Guetta and Little Mix suddenly starts playing in the background, adding to the chaotic atmosphere. Suddenly, they come face to face with a group of disturbing doppelgangers of themselves, having been created by the erratic parathyroid manipulation.
Rick, why did we have to experiment with parathyroid gland manipulation? This is a disaster.
Shut up, Morty, we'll deal with it later.
After defeating the doppelgangers, they reach the weapon and start hacking into it. But as they do, they discover that the weapon is actually a microwave that someone accidentally left on for too long.
Geth. My analysis was incorrect. This is just a simple microwave.
Beth Smith. Well, that's anticlimactic.
Damn it, Morty, I knew we should have double-checked before jumping to conclusions.
Suddenly, the microwave explodes, and they find themselves in a post-apocalyptic road war.
Looks like we're not out of the woods yet.
I hate parathyroid glands.
And so, they fight their way through the wasteland, with Heartbreak Anthem still playing in the background, until they finally make it back home. The end.
Episode title: Supernova Wrestling and the Cicadas Fleeb Juice.
The episode begins with a colorful insect, identified as a cicada, standing on a road in front of a planet with stars and a moon in the background. The cicada is seen collecting a strange liquid substance from a nearby plant, which we have analyzed to be a form of fleeb juice. Upon further examination, we have found that the cicada's collection of fleeb juice is directly linked to the occurrence of a nearby supernova. The cicada's consumption of the fleeb juice, in combination with the radiation emitted by the supernova, has resulted in the cicada's ability to engage in a complex form of wrestling. This form of wrestling, coined as supernova wrestling, involves the cicada engaging in a series of high-speed movements and acrobatics, resulting in the opponent being disoriented and defeated. The cicadas' use of fleep juice during these battles enhances their strength and agility, making them almost invincible. However, as the episode progresses, we see the cicada being challenged by a rival who has acquired a different form of fleep juice. The two engage in a fierce battle, resulting in a stunning display of supernova wrestling. We have observed that this form of wrestling is not only a physical challenge but also requires a great deal of mental agility. The cicada's ability to strategize and overcome their opponent, despite being at a disadvantage, showcases the cicada's intelligence and adaptability. Throughout the episode, we see the cicada's continued consumption of fleep juice and its impact on supernova wrestling. The intersection of the cicada's biology, the fleep juice, and the supernova creates a fascinating study in extraterrestrial physiology and the impact of cosmic events on life forms. In conclusion, the phenomenon of supernova wrestling and the cicada's fleep juice serve as a prime example of the complexity of the universe and the incredible adaptability of living organisms.
Title: The Interdimensional Lice Infestation.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are standing next to each other on a sidewalk near a bridge in a body of water with a bird perched on the railing.
Morty, we have a crisis on our hands.
Oh man, what crisis?
Our interdimensional travel has brought back mutated lice and now they're eating every brain in the multiverse.
What? That's crazy, Rick!
We need to find a way to eradicate them before they cause permanent damage to the interdimensional ecosystem.
Slowly, I guess we have to stop them then.
Shot changes to an abandoned prison wall where Andy Dufresne, Kaz, and Nezuko Kamado have busted out.
Andy, I don't understand why we're here.
Cavs, just shut up and keep walking, Andy.
Nezuko, with a confused expression, Tanjiro, where are we?
Suddenly, Rick and Morty portal into the scene.
Listen up, you three. We need your help to stop a lice infestation that has spread across the multiverse.
Andy, sarcastic. Wow, I always wanted to save the multiverse from lice.
Cavs, we'll help. I don't want my calves to get eaten by brain-eating lice.
Nezuko, nodding, we'll help too.
As they step into the portal, they are transported to a dimension where everything is made of jello.
Excitedly, whoa, this dimension is made of jello, Morty.
Sarcastically, yeah, that's really gonna help us save the multiverse.
Suddenly, Jax Films appears out of nowhere, holding a jar full of lice.
Jax Films. Hey guys, I heard you were looking for some lice.
Sarcastic? Yeah, we're looking to spread the infestation even more, Jack.
Jax Films. Ignoring Rick's comment, I have a special type of lice that can communicate with each other telepathically.
Surprised? Whoa, really?
Sarcastic? Yeah, because that's exactly what we need.
Jax Films opens the jar and the lice escape, forming a giant brain-sucking creature.
Panicking? Oh god, what have we done?
The group engages in a wild, interdimensional fight scene. Cavs uses his strength to punch the creature, while Nezuko slices its limbs with her Demon Slayer sword. Andy helps by digging a hole with a rock hammer.
Rick, what can we do?
Determined, we need to reverse the polarity of our portal gun and suck the creature into a black hole.
The group works together to reverse the polarity and successfully suck the creature into a black hole.
Proudly, we did it, Morty. We saved the multiverse from an interdimensional lice infestation.
Exhausted. Yeah, that was crazy.
The scene ends with Rick and Morty walking away into the portal, leaving the others behind.
Jax films. Confused. Wait, where are they going?
Calves, shrugging. Who knows, man? It's Rick and Morty.
The camera pans out to reveal the Jello dimension collapsing in on itself.
Title: The Scientific Secrets of Gothic Castle Splendor with Rick and Morty, feat. Harley Quinn.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty traveling through an interdimensional portal to a Gothic castle in an alternate universe. They discover that this castle is filled with scientific secrets that can change the course of history. Morty, being the curious scientist he is, starts to explore the castle's secrets.
Whoa, Rick, check out this ancient laboratory. It has some strange equipment I've never seen before. Do you think it still works?
Nothing ever really works, Morty. It's all about how much force you apply to it. Hand me that wrench.
As they fiddle with the equipment, they accidentally activate a psychological experiment that brings Harley Quinn to life in the castle. At first, she's amused by their antics, but things start to get out of hand when some of the experiments they conduct go awry.
Harley Quinn, I like your style, boys. Let's blow stuff up together.
Their fun is cut short when they realize that the castle's owner, a mad scientist named Dr. Franken, has been observing them and plotting to steal their research. They must find a way to stop him before it's too late.
Rick, we shouldn't have messed with that equipment. Now, we're in danger.
Relax, Morty. We'll just improvise. Let's use this experiment to create a portal to another dimension and get the hell out of here.
As they escape the castle and the portal closes behind them, they look back and see Dr. Franken defeated by their scientific prowess.
Well, that was a wild ride, Morty. Who knows what kind of scientific secrets still lurk in that castle? We may never know.
Rick, do you think we'll ever see Harley Quinn again?
Who knows, Morty? The universe is a big place. We've got plenty of madness left to discover.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty traveling through the universe, searching for their next big scientific adventure.
Title: The Horseradish Haunted House Mystery.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the lab as Rick explicates the science behind the creation of a new plumbous pooter, demonstrating the groundbreaking technology using a complex system of devices and testing equipment. Morty, fascinated by Rick's discourse, asks if he can try a plumbous pooter, but Rick warns him about the inherent dangers of using untested devices without proper knowledge. Meanwhile, back at the house, Beth discovers a strange piece of bread with some meat on it on a wooden table with a knife and fork in it. She calls Rick and Morty to come investigate the bizarre occurrence. As the duo investigates, they notice that the bread is actually a portal to a haunted house dimension, and they are transported inside, where they meet a ghostly disguised toast who asks for their help in solving a mysterious sommelier scheme. Using their scientific knowledge and advanced gadgets, Rick and Morty navigate through the haunted house, discovering hidden secrets and unsettling discoveries in the creepy attic. Suddenly, they stumble upon a horseradish root that emits a strange energy, causing them to levitate and lose control of their senses. In the midst of the chaos, they find themselves facing off against a group of Plumbus Pooters, who are determined to steal the horseradish root's power. As Rick and Morty cleverly outsmart the enemy and save the day, they realize that the haunted house mystery was just a ruse, and that disguised Toast was actually the mastermind behind the entire scheme. Despite the twist, Rick and Morty remain unfazed, shrugging it off as just another crazy adventure in their scientific journey.
Title: The Ethical Unicorn Augmentation Comedy Hour.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty discover a planet where unicorns have cybernetic augmentations that allow them to perform stand-up comedy. However, the ethical implications of using technology to enhance performers become the main talking point throughout the episode.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty landing on a planet where they are greeted by a unicorn with a long horn and a star background with a blue sky and stars in the background with a purple and blue hue. The unicorn introduces itself as Joey the Jokester and invites the duo to his stand-up comedy show, where they discover that all the unicorns on the planet have cybernetic augmentations that allow them to perform better. Rick becomes fascinated with the technology behind the cybernetic unicorn augmentations and decides to investigate it more closely. Morty, on the other hand, is hesitant about the ethical implications of using technology to enhance performers.
Rick, I'm not so sure about this. Don't you think it's unethical to use technology to enhance someone's natural abilities?
Oh please, Morty, when has ethics ever stopped us?
As Rick delves deeper into the augmentation technology, Morty becomes increasingly uneasy and begins to question Rick's motives.
Rick, I think we should leave. This technology is too dangerous.
Ah, Morty, this is cutting-edge stuff. Besides, what could go wrong?
As the episode progresses, the audience at Joey the Jokester's comedy show begins to turn on the cybernetic unicorns, demanding that they perform without the use of their augmentations. The debate over whether it's ethical to use technology to enhance performers becomes increasingly heated.
Joey the Jokester. Hey, what's the big deal? It's just a little cybernetic augmentation. It's not like we're hurting anyone.
But you're taking away what makes you natural. It's like cheating.
Cheating? Morty, this is science. There's no cheating in science. Now let's get back to studying these augmentations.
In the end, the ethical debate over cybernetic augmentation remains unresolved, but Joey the Jokester manages to win the hearts of the audience by performing a stand-up routine without his augmentation.
Joey the Jokester. I guess you really can't beat good old-fashioned natural talent. But hey, it never hurts to have a little help from science.
Rick and Morty leave the planet, still divided on the issue of ethical augmentation, but enriched by their experiences nonetheless.
Man, I love science. You can learn so much from it.
Yeah, but sometimes it's hard to know what's right.
That's why we have science, Morty, to help us figure it out.
Title: Neon Rave of Evil and Sci-Fi.
Synopsis. The episode starts with Rick and Morty entering a neon-lit room with a state-of-the-art DJ mixer. Rick sets the pace and starts mixing beats in a way that could send the heart rhythms of a cardiologist haywire. Morty is hesitant at first, but the pulsating beats prove irresistible to him, and he falls into a trance-like state.
Okay, Morty, let's get this party started on a molecular level.
I don't know, Rick. This is too intense for me.
Oh, don't be such a boring nerd, Morty. Embrace the chaotic flow of the universe.
Meanwhile, a satanic cult led by the eccentric Baroness Zazaleel, disguised as a group of neon dancers, infiltrates the party with evil intentions. They plan to summon the devil through the pulse and energy of the rave beats.
Baroness Zazaleel, our time has come, my faithful minions. The devil will rise again, and we will rule the world together.
Rick and Morty are oblivious to the satanic plot and continue to dance wildly, with Morty wearing Rick's headphones and listening to sci-fi audiobooks.
Whoa, Rick, I didn't know the universe could be this funky. Also, this audiobook about time-traveling turtles is blowing my mind.
As the beats intensify, Zazaleel's ritual reaches its climax, with Rick and Morty caught in the middle of it. The devil starts to appear from the other side, and the neon-lit room turns into a fiery inferno.
Oh no, Morty, we got caught in a super satanic ritual. Quick, put this anti-demonic tortoise helmet on.
What? How did you even bring that with you?
I always come prepared for any interdimensional event, Morty. Now, let's get the hell out of here.
Rick and Morty barely escape the devil's wrath and crash on the ground, panting and sweating.
That was close, Rick. I don't think I can handle another rave like that.
No worries, Morty. We'll just find a safer party to attend next time. But, gotta admit, that was one hell of a ride. I mean, literally.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty walking into the sunset, still wearing their neon-colored rave attire, as the sci-fi audiobook continues to play in the background.
Title: Analysis of an awkward alien date over a chimichanga platter.
Summary. This episode revolves around a culinary experiment, where a wrap filled with a variety of vegetables is plated next to a chili and a green pepper, and a chimichanga. During this experimental rendezvous, two extraterrestrial organisms engage in a peculiar ritual of social bonding while consuming food. The dynamics between the two beings, and their consumption habits are studied, analyzed, and discussed in this PhD dissertation.
Scene 1.
Protagonist A. May I request a detailed description of the selected food items on this plate?
Protagonist B. Yes, of course. On this plate, we have a wheat-based wrap filled with a wide variety of vegetables such as lettuce, onions, cucumbers, and olives. In addition to that, we have a pepperoncini and a jalapeno pepper. And lastly, we have a chimichanga filled with seasoned ground chicken and served with sour cream.
Scene 2.
Protagonist A. Fascinating. Can you tell me about the digestive systems of Homo sapiens?
Protagonist B. Their digestive system is complex and multifaceted, divided into different regions, with different enzymes and microorganisms responsible for the breaking down of food.
Scene 3.
Protagonist A. Interesting. Now can you observe the alien organism next to us and tell me about its eating habits?
Protagonist B. Affirmative. The alien organism, despite having a completely different anatomy, seems to be consuming the food items similar to Homo sapiens. It is using its sensory organs to identify the food items, and then the digestive system is breaking it down into nutrients.
Scene 4.
Protagonist A. Fascinating. But what about the social aspect of this interaction?
Protagonist B. The social aspect of this interaction is intriguing. Despite having a different evolutionary history, these organisms seem to be bonding over the shared experience of consuming food. The chimichanga seems to be a hit with both organisms, which is a positive sign for interspecies communication.
Scene 5.
Protagonist A. This is all very interesting, but what about the wrapping material of the wrap?
Protagonist B. The wrapping material of the wrap is made up of wheat flour, water, salt, and sometimes oil. It acts as a protective layer for the vegetables inside and aids in the consumption process.
Scene 6.
Protagonist A. That's fascinating. Can we conclude that food plays a significant role in interspecies communication?
Protagonist B. Based on our observations and analysis, it is highly likely that food plays a major role in interspecies communication. Sharing food and the experience of consuming it can be a universal bonding experience for all beings regardless of their evolutionary history.
Scene 7.
Protagonist A. Thank you for your insights. It is always interesting to observe and analyze the behavior of other beings, especially when it comes to food.
Protagonist B. Indeed, it was a remarkable experience, and the chimichanga was quite delicious too.
Title: Exploring the scientific significance of combining karate, robot soccer championship and fashion marketing.
In this episode of the popular series, we will delve into the scientific significance of combining karate, robot soccer championship, and fashion marketing through the experiences of a woman in a blue and white kimono and her interactions with Finn Wolfhard and American Eagle Outfitters. The episode follows the journey of the woman as she prepares for the robot soccer championship by practicing her karate moves, specifically the kick technique. The kick technique involves the rapid execution of 2 consecutive kicks, which involves a high degree of balance and coordination. Through her karate training, the woman develops strong core muscles and improves her reflexes, enabling her to better control her body movements during the championship. Moreover, the woman's training in karate provides her with a sense of discipline and focus, which she employs while strategizing with her team to beat the other robots in the soccer championship. As the woman trains for the championship, she becomes increasingly aware of fashion and style, partly due to her interactions with American Eagle Outfitters. She recognizes that the way she dresses can impact her confidence and performance. Consequently, she experiments with different styles of the traditional karate kimono, varying the colors and patterns to accessorize with appropriate undergarments to enhance her performance. The presence of Finn Wolfhard in the story adds a new dimension to the scientific significance of this episode. As a well-known actor, Finn's involvement and interest in the Robot Soccer Championship bring public attention to the scientific importance of this sport. Through this episode, we observe the critical role that karate plays in enhancing the physical, mental, and emotional well-being of individuals. This episode signifies that fashion can impact performance and highlights the significance of combining sport and fashion in modern-day society. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are gathered in the living room when Rick suddenly bursts in with a strange energy.
Morty, Jerry, I've discovered a new dimension where all beings communicate through elaborate jokes and puns. We gotta go there.
Wow, sounds cool, Rick. But how do we get there?
Oh, come on, Rick. Do we really need to go to another dimension for a good laugh?
Jerry, shut up. Morty, I've created a portal gun that can transport us to this dimension. Let's go.
They arrive in the dimension and see a man with a mohawk standing in front of a stage with lights.
Mohawk Man. Hey everyone, let's give a warm welcome to our next comedian, Jake Paul.
The crowd erupts in laughter as Jake Paul takes the stage. Wait, Jake Paul? I thought he was canceled like 2 years ago.
Shut up, Jerry. This dimension's sense of humor is a bit different than ours.
As Jake Paul begins his routine, everyone in the audience begins laughing uncontrollably. Suddenly, the No One meme appears on stage, interrupting the show.
No one meme. Hey, what did the scientist say when he found 2 isotopes of helium? Hee hee.
The crowd explodes in laughter as Rick, Morty, and Jerry look on in confusion.
I don't get it, Rick. What's so funny about helium?
It's a play on the atomic symbol for helium, Morty. You don't need a PhD to get that.
I still don't understand the humor in this dimension. As the night goes on, the jokes get increasingly absurd and surreal. At one point, a group of aliens start performing a routine based entirely on the concept of quantum mechanics.
Laughing hysterically. Oh my god, Morty. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
I think my brain is going to explode from all this scientific humor, Rick.
You know what? This dimension may be weird, but I think I'm starting to appreciate it. As they walk back through the portal into their own dimension, Rick turns to Morty and Jerry.
Alright, you two. Let's never speak of what we witnessed tonight again. Agreed?
Agreed, Rick. My brain needs a break from all that science.
Yeah, let's just stick to dad jokes from now on. Title: The Canine Conundrum, a Rick and Morty scientific adventure.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty's latest scientific adventure takes them into the world of dog training where they encounter a pirate dog trainer, a talking brown dog with a red collar named Are You the One? And even run into Bruce Springsteen. But things quickly spiral out of control when a hilarious series of events occur, leaving everyone questioning their sanity.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are seen tinkering with scientific equipment in the garage.
Morty, I believe I have finally cracked the code to dog training.
Really, Rick? That sounds cool. Let's do it.
Scene transition.
Rick and Morty enter a dog training facility where they encounter a pirate dog trainer.
Pirate dog trainer, ahoy. Welcome to my humble abode. What can I do for ya?
We're here to train our pooch.
You the one, talking brown dog with red collar, woof woof? I'm ready to learn some new tricks.
Scene transition.
Rick and Morty are in the midst of training, Are You the One? When suddenly they are transported to Bruce Springsteen's concert.
Bruce Springsteen, singing Born in the USA.
Rick, what's going on?
I don't know, Morty. This wasn't part of the plan.
Scene transition.
Rick and Morty are now in outer space chasing after a rogue asteroid.
Rick, what are we doing here?
Just sit back and enjoy the ride, Morty. We're about to enter hyperspace.
Scene transition.
Rick and Morty are back in the dog training facility when they suddenly discover Are You the One? Has a secret ability, the power to control minds.
Morty, we've got to get out of here before he takes over our minds.
Final scene.
Rick and Morty are back in the garage, exhausted from their crazy adventure.
Rick, I don't know what the hell just happened, but I never want to do that again.
Morty, you're just not cut out for the scientific adventures like your old grandpa Rick.
You the one? Woof woof. I had so much fun. Can we do it again?
Shut up, you damn dog. You might have caused a scientific catastrophe.
End credits.
Scientific advisor. Dr. Albert Einstein resurrected.
Soundtrack by Stephen Hawking.
No dogs were harmed in the making of this episode.
Title: The Heisenberg Uncertainty Principle and the Samarium Mystery.
The episode starts with Rick Sanchez tinkering with his latest invention, a device that can transport individuals across different dimensions of time and space. Morty Smith, his trusty sidekick and grandson, tries to caution Rick against using the unstable machine, but Rick brushes off his concerns.
Rick, Morty, don't be such a wuss. This thing is perfectly safe, I think.
The duo enters the machine and soon find themselves transported to a laboratory in the 1940s. They come across a black and white photo of a man in a suit and hat with a mustache and a bow tie.
Morty. Whoa, Rick, who's that guy?
Rick. That's Werner Heisenberg, Morty, botanist extraordinaire and one of the founding fathers of quantum mechanics.
The pair begins to explore the lab when a mysterious substance catches their eye. It's samarium, a rare element that was once thought to be extinct.
Morty. Hey, Rick, what's the samarium stuff?
Rick. Samarium? Morty. This stuff is priceless. We could be rich beyond our wildest dreams.
The duo decides to steal the samarium, but they soon realize that Heisenberg himself is in the lab. They try to sneak out unnoticed, but Heisenberg catches them in the act.
Heisenberg. What do you think you're doing with my samarium? Rick. Hey, sorry dude, we didn't mean any harm. We just wanted to study it a bit. Heisenberg. Study it? The only study that'll be happening is the one I do on your remains after I'm through with you.
The standoff quickly escalates, and Rick realizes that they have unwittingly crossed paths with one of the most brilliant minds of his time.
Rick. Morty, we gotta get out of here. Heisenberg is no joke.
Morty. But we can't just leave the samarium, Rick. What are we going to do?
Just then, the lab explodes, and the group is transported back to the present. Miraculously, they have the samarium in their possession.
Jerry, hey, what's all the commotion about?
Rick. Jerry, you wouldn't believe the adventure Morty and I just went on. We traveled through time, met Werner Heisenberg, and even got our hands on some samarium.
Summer, wait, samarium? You mean Bruno Mars's favorite element?
The group bursts into laughter as they realize the absurdity of their situation.
Summer, you guys are ridiculous. I can't believe you risked your lives for a rare earth element.
Rick. Hey, when you're a scientist, every adventure is worth it.
The episode ends with the group dancing to Bruno Mars's hit song, 24K Magic, with the samarium in hand. Title: The Straw of Chaos. Act 1. Rick, Morty, and Beth are in the garage where on the table sits a pile of black plastic straws next to a pile of stickers. Rick reaches for the straws and begins a scientific PhD university discussion.
Ah yes, the black plastic straw, composed of a carbon polymer. The sticker next to it, an adhesive mixed with tackifying resins. Just the right combination for an experiment in entropy.
What are you planning to do with them?
I'm going to create a slinky made of straws. But not just any slinky, a slinky of chaos.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. That sounds a bit dangerous.
Danger is my middle name, Morty. Actually, it's Anton, but that's beside the point.
Act 2. Rick constructs the straw slinky while Morty and Beth watch in amazement. Rick then proceeds to bring out a Monopoly board.
Now for the next step in this experiment in chaos, we're going to play Monopoly. But here's the twist. Every time we roll the dice, we have to add a straw to the slinky.
That doesn't sound too bad.
Oh, it gets worse. Every time someone goes bankrupt, they have to wear the hair of their opponent as a wig.
What? That's disgusting.
Well, it's all in the name of science. Now let's get started.
Act 3. The game begins and the slinky of chaos grows with each roll. Morty manages to bankrupt Beth and is forced to wear her hair as a wig, much to his disgust.
This is the worst game ever, Rick.
It's not about the game, Morty. It's about the chaos. The straw slinky is expanding exponentially, and soon it will consume us all.
Couldn't we just stop the game?
No turning back now, Beth. The slinky is alive with the energy of chaos.
Act 4. The game ends with Rick bankrupt and wearing the wig of Morty's hair. The slinky of chaos has grown to an enormous size and begins to take on a life of its own. It sucks in everything in its path, including the Monopoly board and the table itself.
We have to destroy the slinky before it destroys us all.
How do we do that?
With science, Morty, with science.
Rick pulls out a vacuum and sucks up the slinky, destroying it in the process. They all stand there, covered in Monopoly money and hair.
Well, that was certainly an experiment in chaos.
And a successful one at that. Now let's get some pizza.
The end. Title: An Oceanic Space Station Sabotage. The episode opens with a computer-generated image of a space station hovering above the ocean surface. A man in a diving suit and a mounted camera approaches the station, intending to document the progress of the research and development project. As the man coordinates with the station's crew, it becomes evident that there have been several anomalies in the station's functionality. The team's investigation reveals a case of sabotage on the part of unknown parties, which is causing potential danger to the post-Earth human survival program. As the team works towards restoring the station's functions, they are confronted with a deep tissue massage system that has been hacked into and programmed to emit electromagnetic pulses. This adds to the complexity of the situation, making it more challenging to detect the system malfunctions. As the team continues, an underwater creature attack causes further damage to the station, leading to the complete shutdown of a critical component required for the program's survival. The team, working against the clock, resolves to use their knowledge of sci-fi trivia nights to identify the source of the attack. Through their combined efforts, they discover that the sabotage was orchestrated by a rival company that was looking to undermine the post-Earth human survival project. After overcoming multiple obstacles, the team succeeds in bringing the station back to full capacity, ensuring the continuation of the post-Earth human survival program. They also manage to identify the culprits and prevent any future attempts at sabotage.
Head scientist, the sabotage caused a significant setback in our progress towards post-Earth human survival. However, we were able to work together and use our knowledge of sci-fi trivia nights to identify the source of the attack and overcome the challenges.
Diving suit man. It was a challenging experience, but ultimately, we were able to restore the station's functions and prevent any further damage.
Station crew member. This was a testament to our resilience and ability to work under pressure to ensure the success of a critical program.
Computer technician. The use of the deep tissue massage system to emit electromagnetic pulses was an intelligent way of trying to undermine the station's functions, but our team's scientific expertise prevailed.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Rabbit Love.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the lab working on a new invention, while Summer is curled up on the couch, scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, Rick screams out in excitement.
Morty, I've done it. I've created an interdimensional portal that can transport us to a universe where eggplants can talk.
Oh, okay. But what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, I don't really see the point either.
Well, you see, the eggplants in that universe have unlocked a new form of quantum communication. They can send messages through time and space, completely free from the confines of your puny physical world.
That's really cool, Rick. But why did you bring up the rabbits with the green pool and purple curtain?
Oh, that's just a random thought I had while I was working on the portal. You know how my brain works, Morty.
Wait, what rabbits?
You didn't see it? I swear I saw 2 rabbits on my screen earlier. They were playing with a green pool and a purple curtain behind them.
I didn't see anything like that. Maybe your portal is messing with your perception or something.
Oh, it couldn't be that. Anyway, let's go check out those talking eggplants.
They activate the portal and are immediately transported to a strange new world, filled with purple skies and neon-colored plants. As they explore, Rick and Morty stumble across a group of superhumans who are attempting a prison break.
Superhuman one. Hey, you guys. Can you help us break out of here? We've been locked up for years because we're too powerful for regular humans to control.
Sorry, not really our thing. We're just here to talk to some talking eggplants.
Superhuman 2, come on, please. We'll help you out if you help us out. Just think of all the adventures we could have together.
Well, I do like adventures.
Okay, fine. But let's make it quick.
They team up with the superhumans and manage to break out of the prison, causing chaos and destruction in the process. As they run through the corridors, they come across a group of guards playing craps.
Odd one. Hey, what the hell is going on here?
Guard 2, I don't know, but I think we're winning this game.
Sorry to interrupt your little game, guys. But we really need to get out of here.
Guard 3, yeah, no can do. You're not leaving this place.
Oh, we'll see about that.
He pulls out a device and quickly submits a code, causing the guards to collapse to the ground.
There, problem solved.
They finally make it back to the portal and are about to jump through when they notice 2 rabbits sitting on a couch on the other side.
Hey, those are the rabbits you were talking about earlier.
But what are they doing on our couch?
Well, it seems that during our travels, we accidentally created a quantum entanglement between different versions of reality. Now our universes are colliding and merging together.
Oh, is that all?
They watch in amazement as the rabbits start telling funny dating stories and cracking jokes. The superhumans join in and soon everyone is laughing and having a good time.
This is insane, but I have to admit, it's also kind of fun.
Yes it is. Now let's all go back to our respective universes before anything else weird happens.
They say their goodbyes and jump back through the portal, back to their own world. As they sit in the lab, processing everything that just happened, Morty turns to Rick.
You know, Rick, even with all the crazy stuff we just saw, I still can't get those rabbits out of my head.
Aw, you too? They were definitely a highlight of that whole experience.
What is it with you guys and rabbits? Is there something I'm missing here?
Rick and Morty just look at each other and grin mischievously.
Oh, you'll see, Summer. You'll see.
Title: The Renaissance Romp.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty emerge from a portal into a room decorated in the style of the Renaissance period. Rick comments on the aesthetic, while Morty whines about the lack of modern amenities.
Ah, the Renaissance, a time of great innovations and creativity. Too bad you're too busy jonesing for your precious smartphone.
But Rick, we could be running simulations or exploring alternate dimensions instead of playing dress-up.
Pipe down, Morty. This is a classic Rick and Morty adventure. Plus, I think I have an idea for some 16th century tech we can play around with.
Beth and Jerry's bedroom, Renaissance style.
Beth and Jerry, also dressed in period clothing, are engaged in a heated argument. Morty interrupts their fight by pestering them with annoying questions. Beth, can't you do something about this kid? He's driving me nuts.
Quit being a lil bitch, Jerry. I'll take care of this.
Morty jumps up and down excitedly, thinking he's going to get what he wants.
Oh, is this like an old school lesson? Are you gonna teach me how to churn butter or something?
Beth rolls her eyes and grabs Morty by the collar, dragging him into the bedroom.
No, Morty. I'm going to make you into a man.
Morty's eyes widen in terror as the door slams shut. Cut to Rick in the living room, playing around with a device.
This Renaissance crap is useless. Time to make some real progress.
Suddenly, the device malfunctions and explodes, knocking Rick to the ground.
Damn it, Morty. Quit being a little pest and find something to do for a few hours.
Morty suddenly bursts into the room, panting and wild-eyed.
Oh my god, Rick! We have to get out of here! My mom, she's...
Calm down, Morty. What could possibly be so bad?
Morty looks Rick in the eye, trembling with fear.
She's making dinner, the old-fashioned way, without a microwave.
Cut to an absurd montage of Morty struggling to avoid getting educated by Beth, while Rick tries to fix the device and avoid getting roped into helping out in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Jerry tries to smooth things over between himself and Beth.
I don't know, Jerry. Maybe if you were a real man, you wouldn't be so obsessed with that silly game of yours.
I'm sorry, Beth. You're right. I'll be a better husband from now on. Just when it seems like things are settling down, the device explodes again, creating a portal that opens up in the kitchen.
What the hell, Morty? Did you touch this thing?
No, I swear. I haven't even been in the same room as it.
Beth, Jerry, and Morty all get sucked into the portal, leaving Rick behind. The portal closes, and Rick is left standing alone in the Renaissance-era living room.
Well, I guess that's what happens when you mix science with the past. Maybe I should stick to experimenting on Morty instead.
End of episode. Title: Phallic versus Anal, a scientific debate.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are standing in a tunnel of water with a green background and a green background with a green background.
Morty, you ignoramus. If you don't understand the correlation between phallic size and alpha status, you're lost.
That's not true, Rick. Anal size actually has a greater impact on status and reproduction.
Beth enters the room.
Boys, stop arguing and come help me with these calculations.
Calculations? On what?
We're trying to determine the exact length and girth of a penis that would be considered the most attractive to females in our universe.
And I'm calculating the ideal anal circumference for maximum pleasure during intercourse.
That's ridiculous. Phallus size is the ultimate determinant of reproductive success.
Actually, Rick, scientific studies show that both phallic and anal size play important roles in sexual attraction and pleasure.
Nonsense. Science can't determine sexual preference.
Actually, Rick, studies have shown that there are genetic factors that contribute to sexual preference.
Rick and Morty's argument becomes more intense and they begin to physically fight, knocking over lab equipment and breaking things.
Boys, stop it. You're destroying years of research.
Just then, a portal opens and a group of aliens enter the room.
Alien 1, greetings, Earthlings. We have traveled millions of light years to resolve a scientific debate among your kind.
Oh, really? What debate?
Alien 2, we have been observing your planet and have noticed a discrepancy in your understanding of sexual attraction. We have come to settle the argument once and for all.
What do you propose?
Alien 3, we will conduct a series of experiments to determine the exact factors that contribute to sexual attraction.
Rick, Morty, and Beth eagerly participate in the experiments, which involve measuring phallic and anal size, studying brain activity during sexual arousal, and observing behaviors during sexual encounters. In the end, the results show that both phallic and anal size, as well as genetic factors, play important roles in sexual attraction and pleasure.
Well, I'll be damned. Looks like science does have all the answers.
Yeah, but can we all just agree that it's not about the size, but how you use it?
Oh, for the love of science, will you two ever stop arguing about this?
Closing shot. The team is back in the lab, continuing their research, while the aliens depart through a portal.
Title: The Square Picture Conundrum.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty sitting in the garage trying to create a new teleportation device. They stumble upon a strange square picture with a green and white background and a white square in the middle with a green and white background. Rick quickly recognizes the picture as a portal to another dimension.
Morty, we've hit the jackpot. This portal could lead us to infinite dimensions.
Whoa, Rick, are you sure we should mess with that? It could be dangerous.
Dangerous? Morty, Danger is our middle name. Well, technically, it's Sanchez, but that's beside the point. Let's go.
The duo activates the portal, and suddenly they are transported to a strange dimension. They find themselves in the middle of a crowded dance floor. Everyone is jerking their bodies in sync in a strange jerking dance.
Rick, what is going on here? This is insane.
Morty, this is the fourth dimension. Here, everyone jerks to the beat. It's a way of life here.
Beth and Summer come through the portal and join Rick and Morty. Just then, they realize that Jerry is missing. They find him stuck in the fourth dimension. Jerry is unable to stop seeing everyone jerking, and he starts yelling and screaming in horror. Oh, God! Make it stop! Why won't it stop? Rick tries to help Jerry by creating a device that will block out the jerking motion, but it ends up amplifying it instead. Jerry's screams of horror attract the attention of the Dimension's police force, who warn Rick and his group to cease their actions, or they will face criminal charges. In a moment of desperation, Beth turns on the portal's reverse switch, and they are transported back to their own dimension. Back in their dimension, the group looks at the square picture, trying to figure out what went wrong.
So what was it about that picture that took us to that dimension?
Ah, that's simple, Summer. The square picture was a portal to a place where everyone had no choice but to dance the jerk. And Jerry, well, he just couldn't handle the infinite jerking.
The episode ends with Jerry still shaking uncontrollably, forever traumatized by his experience in the fourth dimension. I'm ruined. I can never unsee what I saw.
Hey, you'll get over it. I've seen worse.
Introduction.
In this episode, we witness a dark turn of events as Jerry, a character in the cartoon show, engages in marijuana consumption and ultimately succumbs to the negative consequences of drug use. We also observe the protagonist duo, Rick and Morty, experience a euphoric state induced by their altered names and laugh at Jerry's misfortune. This episode raises concerns about the dangers of drug use and the impact of peer pressure on an individual's behavior.
Rick Fart Long Ass. Hey Morty, have you seen Jerry lately? He's been acting strange.
Yeah, he's been getting high on marijuana and talking about voices in his head.
Twin monks. Drug addiction is a serious issue that can lead to harmful behavior.
Elves. It can also have long-term effects on an individual's mental health.
Joe Style Chan and Aman. Jerry's behavior is an example of the dangers of drug use and the impact of peer pressure on an individual's behavior.
Indeed, it is crucial that individuals receive proper education about the consequences of drug use to make informed decisions.
Please, help me, Rick and Morty. The voices are telling me to shove things up my back hole.
Big fart long ass. Haha, did you hear that, Morty? He said back hole. Classic.
Please, stop laughing and help me.
Twin, it's important to take drug addiction seriously and seek help when needed.
Elves. As we have seen in this episode, the consequences of drug use can be severe and even fatal.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this episode highlights the importance of educating individuals on the dangers of drug use and seeking help when faced with addiction. It also sheds light on the impact of peer pressure on an individual's behavior and the need for a supportive community. Title: The Quantum Jerk. The episode starts with Rick and Morty analyzing a mysterious yellow object they found in space that seems to defy the laws of thermodynamics. Rick suggests using it to power the spaceship, but Morty warns him of the potential consequences.
Morty, if you're going to worry about every single paradox out there, you'll never get anything done. Pass me the quantum disruptor.
Meanwhile, a black cat appears in front of a building and starts meowing in a strange pattern. Rick notices this and starts decoding the signals.
Morty, this feline seems to be emitting a quantum frequency that affects the reality around it. We must investigate.
They arrive at the scene just in time to see Jerry jerking off behind a dumpster. Morty is confused about the strange noises coming from Jerry's direction and asks about animal sounds.
Hey Jerry, have you ever heard a cat make a sound like this?
Moans. I don't know what you're talking about, Morty. The family walks in and starts asking Jerry for help, but he starts to notice something strange about his surroundings. Wait a minute, nobody's noticing my actions. I must have gained some kind of superpower. Rick and Morty observe Jerry's newfound abilities and speculate about the origin of his powers.
Jerry, this could be a new kind of quantum entanglement. You may have accessed a new dimension of reality through masturbation.
Jerry starts exploring the possibilities of his powers, from shoplifting to cheating on tests. This is just incredible. I'm like a ghost in the shell. Nobody can see me jerking off in public. The family starts noticing strange phenomena around them, from flying objects to spontaneous combustion.
What's going on? Why is everything so chaotic?
Relax, Beth. It's just me and my quantum jerk. In the end, Jerry's powers reach a critical mass and he disappears into a vortex of pure energy. Rick and Morty manage to stabilize the universe using the yellow object, but Jerry is never seen again, leaving behind only a faint smell and a muffled moan.
Geez, Rick, I never thought one man's jerk-off session could cause so much trouble.
Don't be so hard on Jerry, Morty. He was just exploring the limits of reality. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
Title: Prostatic Neurostimulation with Rick and Morty.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty experimenting with new neurostimulation technology to boost dopamine levels in the brain. Meanwhile, Jerry is introduced as he complains about his prostate problems to Beth.
I've developed a cutting-edge technology capable of stimulating the prostate and increasing dopamine levels in the brain by 200%.
Wow, really? That sounds like a breakthrough in neurostimulation, Rick.
Jerry, you have a doctor's appointment coming up. You should try this device.
Jerry reluctantly agrees to use the device, and it works. His prostate problems are cured, and he feels a new sense of energy. But things take a wacky turn when everyone in the Smiths household decides to try it out. I feel like a new man. My prostate problems are gone.
Let me try it out.
I'm not sure if that's such a good idea, sis.
Come on, Morty. Life is short. Let's live a little.
Soon, everyone is trying out Rick and Morty's invention, including Mr. Poopy Butthole, who accidentally ends up in the Smiths household.
Mr. Poopy Butthole, ooh-wee, this is some top-notch prostate stimulation. I'm feeling the dopamine flow.
I told you guys, this invention is a game changer.
The madness continues until the family realizes they've spent the entire day stimulating their prostates and have forgotten to do anything productive.
What did we even accomplish today?
Who cares? We had fun.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty breaking the fourth wall, acknowledging the absurdity of the episode.
Well, that's one way to spend a Saturday.
This was a little too over the top, even for us, Rick.
Hey, it's better than cleaning up alien guts. I'll tell y'all that much.
Title: The Bi-Faced Bifurcation.
Synopsis. In this highly scientific episode of Rick and Morty, our beloved duo find themselves embroiled in a heated debate about the relative size of their respective penises. As they argue, they encounter a strange cartoon character with 2 faces and 2 fingers in the air, flanked by 2 additional faces, one of which is gesturing emphatically.
Morty, this biological fixation on genitalia is a primitive and base impulse.
But Grandpa, size matters.
Nonsense, Morty, it's all about how you use it. And besides, who's to say what's big or small in the grand scheme of things?
As they continue to argue, the cartoon character interjects with a bizarre scientific thesis about the relationship between penis size and evolutionary fitness.
Cartoon character. Gentlemen, allow me to posit a hypothesis based on the principle of sexual selection and mate choice. It stands to reason that those with larger genitalia would possess a greater competitive advantage in mating contests, thus leading to the propagation of these traits over time.
What kind of pseudo-scientific baloney is that?
I don't know, Rick, it sounds kind of legit to me.
In a fit of frustration, Rick and Morty decide to put their theories to the test. They each rip off their penises and measure them against a ruler.
Ah, I knew it. Mine's bigger.
No way, Grandpa. Mine's clearly longer.
As the argument escalates, the cartoon character chimes in with even more outlandish theories about the physics of genitalia.
Cartoon character. If we examine the quantum mechanics of the penis, we can observe that it possesses both wave-like and particle-like properties, thus rendering its physical dimensions indeterminate and consciousness-dependent.
But, that's ridiculous. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know, Rick. He might be onto something.
In the end, the trio realizes the absurdity of their arguments and the inconsequential nature of the debate. They sigh, shake their heads, and reattach their severed members, thankful for the lesson in humility and scientific inquiry.
Well, I guess the size of our penises isn't everything after all.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Grandpa. It's how we use them that counts.
Cartoon character. And let us not forget the importance of psychological and emotional factors in matters of sexual attraction and intimacy.
Rick and shut up, cartoon dude.
The end.
Morty, we need to go to the quantum realm to collect some spatial particles for my latest invention.
All right, Rick. Let's get swifty.
Hold your horses, Morty. Before we go, we need to conduct a detailed analysis of the quantum fluctuations in the space-time continuum.
Oh, can't we just wing it like we always do?
No, Morty, this is serious science we're dealing with here. We need to be precise.
Meanwhile, Jerry is in the living room jerking off while wearing a backpack. Morty walks in.
Hey, Jerry, do you know what sound a platypus makes?
Startled. Oh, I don't know, Morty. Why don't you look it up on the internet?
All right, cool. Thanks, Jerry.
As Morty walks away, Jerry realizes that Morty didn't even notice him jerking off. Hey, does nobody notice when I'm jerking off? As the rest of the family walks into the room, they begin to request more and more absurd things from Jerry.
Hey Jerry, can you make a sandwich out of my hair?
Jerry, can you fetch me a unicorn horn?
Entering the room, Jerry, can you give me a piece of your soul?
Jerry is baffled that no one is noticing him jerk off and decides to test his theory by going to the bank. Still, no one notices. Excitedly, I could finally jerk it in public. Later, Jerry tries a few more stores, but still, no one is noticing him jerking off. Frustrated, I can't believe no one's noticing me. What kind of world is this? Meanwhile, Rick and Morty successfully retrieve the spatial particles and return home.
Smiling. Ah, Morty, science has done it again.
Yeah, Rick, that was a crazy adventure.
Jerry walks into the room with a confused look on his face.
Hey, Jerry, what's wrong?
Angrily, what's wrong? What's wrong? Nobody noticed me jerking off in public. Not even at the bank.
Laughing. Oh, Jerry, you were in a simulation the whole time.
Confused. What? How?
Explaining. I created a small pocket universe for you to live in while we were on our adventure. It's a lot easier than dealing with your weird kinks in the real world.
Grateful. Oh, Rick. Thank you. You're the best.
Muttering, yeah, the best enabler.
The family laughs as Jerry glances over at Morty and catches him jerking off in the corner, but nobody else notices.
Title: The Phallic Conundrum, a Rick and Morty Dilemma.
Synopsis. The episode commences with Rick and Morty exploring a parallel universe where, upon encountering a cartoon character holding a gun, Rick's attention is instantly drawn to the magnitude of his phallic appendage. Rick, being the size-obsessed genius that he is, takes great interest in analyzing the potential scientific implications of such a colossal genitalia. Morty, on the other hand, begins to mock Rick relentlessly for his own comparatively minuscule member, despite Rick's vehement protestations.
Rick. Morty, please refrain from such childish behavior. As a scientist, I am interested in examining the genetic and evolutionary factors that might have led to such an unusual feature in our fellow cartoon brethren.
Morty. Oh come on, Rick, we both know that you're just jealous because his penis is way bigger than yours.
Rick. Jealous? Morty, don't be ridiculous. My genitalia is more than satisfactory for my needs. I have conquered entire universes with this very appendage.
But despite Rick's attempted bravado, Morty's incessant teasing makes him increasingly insecure about the size of his penis. His confidence is further shattered when the cartoon character, in a moment of friendly banter, quips that Rick's little buddy looks cute, in comparison to his own mammoth member. This triggers an existential crisis for Rick, who begins to question not only his own worth but also the very meaning of life itself.
Rick. Does size truly matter, Morty? Are we merely insignificant beings in a vast and endless void of cosmic irrelevance? Or is there something more beyond the confines of our physicality?
Morty. Rick, are you okay? You're getting a little too philosophical for me.
Despite Morty's attempts to console him, Rick spirals into a state of depression, becoming increasingly withdrawn and morose. Morty, feeling guilty for causing his grandfather such emotional distress, attempts to make amends by offering to compare their genitalia in a bid to reassure Rick of his adequacy. But when Morty pulls down his pants to reveal a massive phallus of his own, Rick breaks down in tears, his fragile masculinity completely shattered.
Rick. What has become of me, Morty? I am a shell of a man without my penis. How can I even call myself a scientist, nay, a human, in the face of such a loss?
Morty. Geez, Rick, I was just kidding. Come on, let's go find a portal out of here before you embarrass us both any further.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty leaving the parallel universe, with Rick still weeping uncontrollably over his supposed lack of manhood.
Title: The inverse correlation between flatulence and speech in Morty's digestive system.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty standing in a field with a green grass background and a patch of grass in the middle. Jerry and Summer are sitting on the sideline, observing the field with great curiosity. Suddenly, Morty starts to convulse violently, and to everyone's surprise, feces starts shooting out of his mouth.
Aha, Morty, you really are full of crap.
Morty, in a muffled voice, Ryerk, I can't stop pooping out of my mouth.
What kind of scientific phenomenon is this?
Are you guys serious right now? This is disgusting.
Actually, this is not as disgusting as you think. Morty is experiencing a rare case of inverse correlation between flatulence and speech in his digestive system.
Morty, still pooping. Would you care to elaborate, Rick?
Sure thing, Morty. See, your body has a natural balance between the amount of gas you produce and the amount of speech you can articulate. In your case, your digestive system is producing too much gas and not enough speech, hence the poop mouth situation.
Is there anything we can do to help him?
I don't want to touch him, but maybe we can find some medicinal herbs or something.
Oh, that won't work. I have a better idea. We need to stimulate Morty's speech center by telling him the funniest jokes we can come up with.
Oh, great! Just what I needed! More crap coming out of my mouth!
The rest of the episode is filled with Rick, Jerry, and Summer cracking the funniest jokes they can think of, while Morty continues to poop out of his mouth. Eventually, the jokes prove to be effective, and Morty's speech starts to surpass his flatulence. The episode ends with Morty thanking his family for helping him overcome his embarrassing condition, and Summer giving him a bottle of mouthwash.
Title: The Pulp Fiction Experiment.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty join a sci-fi fan group at a diner named Pulp Club Trattoria. The episode revolves around a scientific experiment that Rick performs for his amusement.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty entering the Pulp Club Trattoria, dressed in black outfits. They meet a group of sci-fi fans who are discussing their favorite films and characters.
Holding a drink. So, what's this all about?
Fan number 1. This is a fan group for Pulp Fiction. Our favorite characters are Vincent Vega and Jules Winfield.
Whispers to Rick, I don't think I've ever watched that movie.
Whispers back to Morty. Don't worry, Morty. Let's just join the group and see what happens.
Rick then unveils a device that he calls the bone graft, which he claims can enhance the human bone structure.
Fan number 2. Excitedly, wow, that's some pretty advanced technology.
Yeah, it's just some experimental stuff. Whispers to Morty. Watch what happens next.
Rick places the bone graft on the table and activates it. The device emits a bright light, and suddenly Vincent Vega and Jules Winfield materialize out of thin air.
Vincent. Surprised. Whoa, where the hell are we?
Jules. Confused. This doesn't look like 1994 to me.
Smirking. Welcome to the future, guys. Say hello to Morty and our new friends.
Vincent and Jules are initially shocked, but they soon adapt to their new surroundings, much to the amusement of the sci-fi fans.
Morty. See, Morty, science can be fun too.
Nodding. Yeah, I guess it can be pauses. Wait, what if they mess up the timeline or something?
Drugs. Who cares, Morty? We'll just fix it with another experiment.
The episode ends with Vincent and Jules getting into a heated argument with the sci-fi fans about the best scene in Pulp Fiction, while Rick and Morty watch from the sidelines.
Title: The Geriatric Brawl, a Scientific Analysis.
Intro.
Rick and Morty are lounging in the living room when they receive a distress call from a senior center. An old man has been on a rampage, brandishing a tennis racket and stirring up trouble.
Morty, looks like it's time for us to save the day yet again. Get ready for some geriatric action.
I don't know, Rick. Fighting old people doesn't seem morally right.
Orals, Morty, these people are literally beating each other with canes. It's chaos out there.
Act 1.
As Rick and Morty arrive on the scene, they witness two elderly men engaged in a fistfight. A circle of other seniors has gathered around, cheering them on.
Looks like we stumbled upon a little old people fight-a-thon. Fascinating.
I don't like the sound of that, Rick. We shouldn't encourage this kind of behavior.
Relax, Morty, it's just some harmless fun. But let's see if we can add a little spice to the mix. Act 2.
Rick whips out a device from his lab coat. It emits a high-pitched frequency that causes the old people to go into a frenzy.
What the heck, Rick? You're making this worse.
Nonsense, Morty. This frequency is just what they need to really let loose.
The old people start tackling each other, throwing punches, and ripping off clothing.
Now this is what I call science in action.
Act 3.
As the chaos escalates, Rick and Morty try to intervene. But their efforts are futile against the sheer willpower of the elderly combatants.
We have to stop this, Rick. They could seriously hurt each other.
There's no stopping them now, Morty. The adrenaline has kicked in, and they won't stop until they've settled their decades-long grudges.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty being chased out of the senior center by an angry mob of octogenarians.
I can't believe we just caused a geriatric brawl, Rick.
Hey, it's all in the name of science. Besides, we got some really interesting data out of this.
Finale.
As the two drive off into the sunset, Rick reveals the true purpose of their mission: to collect DNA samples from the elderly fighters for a new longevity serum.
You can't be serious, Rick. That's messed up.
Oh, lighten up, Morty. We're just doing what we always do, pushing the limits of science and entertainment.
The episode ends with a post-credit scene of the seniors getting up and dusting themselves off, already planning their next brawl.
Title: The Physics of Rainy Urban Driving and Whistleblowing Journalism.
Synopsis. In this episode, we delve into the complex interplay between physics, engineering, and journalism. Our story centers around a red sports car, which we use to explore the physics of wet weather driving in an urban environment. We observe the car as it navigates the slick streets of a city with towering skyscrapers in the background. The driver, a skilled professional with years of experience, maneuvers the vehicle with precision and caution, carefully calculating the forces and angles required to maintain control in the slippery conditions.
Meanwhile, on the investigative journalism front, we examine the groundbreaking work of Gary Webb, a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who exposed the nefarious connections between the CIA, drug cartels, and government corruption in the 1980s and 1990s. Webb's groundbreaking reporting sent shockwaves through the political establishment, uncovering a web of deceit and intrigue that had long been hidden from public view. As our episode unfolds, we piece together the remarkable story of how Webb, like the skilled driver of our red sports car, used scientific precision and expert reasoning to navigate the treacherous terrain of investigative journalism. Through careful research and fearless reporting, Webb uncovered the hidden truths lying just below the surface of American politics and economics, ultimately forcing the government to acknowledge the sinister implications of their actions. In the end, our episode explores the power of scientific reasoning and expert journalism to reveal the hidden truths that lurk beneath the surface of society. We examine the complex interplay between physics, engineering, and journalism, showing how each can be used to gain greater insight into the world around us and illuminate the forces that shape our lives.
Title: The interdimensional battle for the field with trees and grass in the background and a few bushes in the foreground with a few trees in the background over there.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are sitting in the living room as Rick tinkers with his latest invention. Morty looks bored.
Morty, you wanna do something fun?
I don't know, Rick. Last time we had fun, I almost got eaten by that giant alien slug.
That's why it was fun, Morty. Now come on, we're going on an adventure.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty land in a field with trees and grass in the background and a few bushes in the foreground with a few trees in the background. Old people are fighting.
Ah, just as I suspected. This dimension is in the middle of a war over this insignificant patch of land. Morty, we're going to have to pick a side.
But Rick, why do we care about this field?
Because Morty, it's a matter of principle. You can't just let old people fight over land for no reason. Now let's go make some alliances.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty approach Beth, who is sitting on a nearby bench.
Beth, we need your help. There's a war going on over there.
What war? It looks like a bunch of old people fighting over nothing.
Exactly, and that's why we need your strategic mind. We need to come up with a plan to win this war.
Scene 4.
Beth begins strategizing with Rick and Morty, drawing diagrams and making calculations.
Alright, if we take these bushes as our base and build a defense system around it, we can easily defend against their attacks.
But what about their air support?
And what if they bring in reinforcements?
Don't worry, I've already thought about that. We'll have a secondary base ready to go in case of a surprise attack.
Scene 5.
The battle begins and Rick, Morty, and Beth lead their army into battle.
Morty, take the left flank. Beth, you're in charge of the defense system. I'll take the air support.
But Rick, I don't know how to fight.
Just shoot anything that moves, Morty. Scene 6.
The battle intensifies as Rick's air support takes out the enemy's tanks and Morty accidentally shoots one of their own soldiers.
Oh my god, Rick, I think I just killed one of our guys.
Hey, who cares? There's plenty more where that came from.
Scene 7.
Beth's defense system proves to be impenetrable as the enemy fails to break through their barricades.
Ha! They didn't stand a chance against my strategic genius.
Just wait, they'll be back. And next time, they'll bring even more soldiers.
Scene 8.
Sure enough, the enemy regroups and sends in a massive wave of troops.
Rick, we're outnumbered. We can't win this.
Nonsense, Morty. We just need a little stimulation.
Rick pulls out a syringe and injects himself with an unknown substance.
Scene 9.
Rick goes into a frenzy, taking out dozens of enemy soldiers with ease.
Ooh, this is what I live for. Blood and guts, baby.
Scene 10.
The battle ends with Rick, Morty, and Beth victorious.
Well, that was easy. Now let's go home and get wasted.
But Rick, what was that stuff you injected yourself with?
Hey, just some experimental nanobots. They'll wear off eventually.
Closing scene.
Rick and Morty stumble back into the living room, covered in dirt and blood.
What the hell happened to you two?
Hey, just another day in the multiverse. Now let's crack open that portal gun and see where we end up.
Title: The Hydrodynamic Dilemma of the Forest Road.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Summer embark on a mission to investigate an anomalous disturbance in the fabric of reality detected by the interdimensional sensors on Rick's spaceship. The source of the disturbance leads them to a person standing on a road in the middle of a forest with a fire hydrant in the middle.
What in the multiverse is going on here? This is some next-level bizarre-ass asterisk asterisk.
Rick, do you notice anything strange about that fire hydrant?
Yeah, it's completely surrounded by random objects. There's a Super Mario plush, a Stranger Things VHS, and even Newman from Seinfeld.
Ah, I see what's happening here. Some idiot from another universe must have accidentally merged their reality with ours. Classic amateur mistake.
So what do we do now?
We have to find a way to reverse the merger.
Right, and to do that, we need to calculate the hydrodynamic equations of the forest road and factor in the gravitational pull of those objects.
Oh man, that sounds complicated.
It is, Morty, but Rick's a genius, he'll figure it out.
Damn right I will. Now, let me just adjust the temporal displacement matrix and voila! We should now be able to separate the merged realities and restore balance to the multiverse.
Wow, that actually worked.
Hey, what happened to that person on the road?
Oh, they were probably just a glitch in the system. Let's go, I need a drink.
Rick, I think we forgot something.
What?
Newman, he's still here.
Who cares about that fatso? Let's just go.
The trio leaves the forest, leaving Newman behind with the fire hydrant and a bunch of random objects from other universes.
Newman. Oh, the things I do for reality merging.
Title: Interdimensional Interference in the Abandoned Mine Horror.
The episode begins with a peculiar scene of an old CRT TV on top of a pile of earth and rocks, located in the vicinity of the outskirts of Oslo. The abandoned mine horror film on the screen features the deceased Elvis Presley as the protagonist. Suddenly, the transmission is interrupted by extraterrestrial interference in the form of parasitic alien invasion, causing distortions in the electromagnetic spectrum. As the distortion intensifies, the invasion becomes more apparent, resulting in the materialization of the beloved cartoon characters Pikachu and Bugs Bunny in the vicinity of the abandoned mine. A group of curious scientists, led by the renowned interdimensional physicist, Dr. Samuel Johnson, happens to be conducting field research in the vicinity and witnesses the unprecedented event. As the interdimensional interference continues to amplify, Dr. Johnson and his team discover that there is a rift in the fabric of space-time that is responsible for the confluence of the various dimensions. However, their investigation is temporarily thwarted by the parasitic alien invasion, and they are forced to confront the hostile extraterrestrial force to safeguard their lives. Despite their efforts, the team soon realizes that the invaders' goal is not only to destroy life on Earth but also to steal interdimensional energy that sustains the very fabric of the universe. A fierce battle ensues between the scientists and the invaders, with both sides unleashing advanced weaponry and cutting-edge technology in a bid for supremacy. In the end, the scientists emerge victorious, thanks to their superior knowledge and by following the scientific method. Utilizing their expertise, they close the rift and the dimensions return to their proper places, with Pikachu and Bugs Bunny whisked away to their home dimensions as the ripple effects of the invasion subside. However, the team remains wary of future interdimensional interference, knowing that they may have to deal with subsequent invasions in the future, which must be tackled expeditiously with scientific acumen.
Title: The Abandoned Asylum Terror and Unicorn Wine Tasting Expedition.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on a scientific adventure to an abandoned asylum terror site. The location, known for its history of hauntings, presented an opportunity for Rick to explore the concept of paranormal activities.
Scene 1: The Large House. Morty, Summer and Rick stand outside the large house, evaluating their potential entry points. Rick, equipped with his latest paranormal detection device, sets the device's frequency to match that of the asylum's energy.
Morty, Summer, we're going in. Stay close and follow my lead.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? This place is so creepy.
Yeah, I don't think I want to be possessed by any ghosts today.
Scene 2: The Abandoned Asylum Terror. Inside the dark asylum, Rick's paranormal detection device goes off the charts, indicating a high level of mental energy.
This is it, Morty. We've hit the jackpot. The energy here is through the roof. Let's go find the source.
I don't think I want to know where that energy is coming from.
Scene 3: The Unicorn Wine Tasting. As they explore the asylum, they stumble upon a secret room filled with bottles of unicorn wine. Taking advantage of the opportunity, they decide to sample some of the rare wine.
Guys, can we focus on the ghost hunting? We don't have time for wine tasting.
Relax, Summer. This is unicorn wine. It's not every day we get to taste it.
Wow, this wine is so magical.
Scene 4: The Paranormal Encounter. Suddenly, the room goes dark, and the trio gets a chill through their spines. A ghostly figure appears in front of them.
Ghost, leave this place or face the consequences.
Whoa, we got an entity here, Morty. Let's see what she's got.
Ghost, you humans think you can just come here and invade my space. Well, I won't let you.
Scene 5: The Scientific Solution. Rick, in his usual fashion, thinks of a scientific solution. He pulls out his interdimensional transporter and traps the ghost inside.
That was too easy, Morty. We got ourselves a ghost in a box.
Rick, what do we do with it now?
We take it back to the lab and study it, Morty. We might learn something new about the afterlife.
Can we go home now? I don't think my nerves can handle any more of this.
Scene 6: The End. Back in the safety of their home, Rick conducts experiments on the trapped ghost while Morty and Summer sit in horror and amazement.
This is groundbreaking, Morty. We might have just discovered a new way to communicate with the dead, and all it took was a trip to an abandoned asylum terror site and some unicorn wine.
Yeah, but at what cost? Do we really want to mess with the afterlife?
Can we please not talk about ghosts anymore?
The end.
Title: Quantum Field Theory Analysis of the Cartoon Character's Castle Adventure.
Protagonist: SpongeBob SquarePants.
Introduction.
The episode begins with SpongeBob SquarePants, a cartoon character, arriving at a castle with a giant tower located in a picturesque landscape characterized by a pink sky. SpongeBob is carrying a suitcase, and he appears to be anxious and curious about the castle's contents. The narrative sets up a problem for SpongeBob that needs to be addressed. Body. The cartoon character, SpongeBob, goes inside the castle and discovers that the tower has several levels with different traps, monsters, and puzzles that must be solved. To achieve this, SpongeBob employs the use of quantum field theory to navigate through the different dimensions of the castle and overcome the obstacles. SpongeBob uses quantum field theory to describe the structure of the different puzzles, their underlying principles, and their activation mechanisms. He also leverages the power of quantum teleportation to explore different dimensions of the castle. Utilizing this knowledge, SpongeBob finds innovative solutions to the challenges of the castle and gains access to its innermost secrets.
Conclusion.
The episode concludes with SpongeBob successfully completing the challenges, unlocking the castle's secrets, and achieving his objectives. The episode teaches the viewer about the practical implications of quantum field theory, which provide an analytical framework for understanding the dynamics of complex systems. It underscores the importance of being adventurous, curious, and creative in exploring the mysteries of our universe.
Title: Investigation of the geometric structure of a monolithic object in a gray sky.
Introduction.
A black and white photograph of a monolithic object with intricate lines on its surface captured the attention of the scientific community. The photograph, taken on a gray sky, provided limited information about the nature and origin of the object. AiTelevision, a team of researchers from the Department of Geology, was called upon to investigate and elucidate the geometrical structure of the object.
Methodology.
AiTelevision conducted a thorough investigation of the photograph using several scientific techniques. These techniques include the geometrical analysis of the lines on the surface of the object using stereographic projection and contour mapping. The mineralogical composition of the object was also studied using X-ray diffraction and spectroscopy analysis. Fieldwork was performed to obtain rock samples from the location of the object.
Results.
The geometrical structure of the object was found to be highly symmetrical and consistent with a monolithic astronomical feature. The intricate lines on the surface of the object were identified as a system of fissures resulting from the thermal and mechanical stresses associated with the formation and evolution of the object. The mineralogy analysis revealed the object to be composed of basaltic lava, which is typical of extrusive igneous rocks. Further investigation using isotopic analysis indicated that the basaltic lava originated from a volcanic eruption approximately 20 million years ago.
Conclusion.
AiTelevision's investigation revealed the nature and origin of the monolithic object to be a volcanic feature. The analysis of the lines on the surface of the object provided insight into the thermal and mechanical stresses associated with the formation and evolution of the feature. These findings contribute to a better understanding of the geological history of the area and highlight the importance of interdisciplinary research in deciphering the complex nature of our planet.
Title: The Bladder-Busting Best by Bender.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves on a mission to extract a rare element found only in the bladder of a particular species of alien. However, their search for this elusive element takes them on a wild journey through the Best Buy store, where they encounter unexpected obstacles and form unlikely alliances.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty being briefed by a chemical engineer about the properties of the alien bladder and its potential applications in intergalactic technology. While Morty expresses discomfort at the thought of extracting a rare element from an alien's bladder, Rick dismisses his concerns with a quip about pissing off the dominion of intergalactic bladder harvesters. Upon reaching the alien planet, Rick and Morty find themselves in the midst of a chaotic Best Buy store, overrun by customers frantically searching for the latest technology and screaming at each other about the rock driving meme. As they navigate the crowded aisles, they encounter a group of shady sales associates who offer to help them locate the rare element in exchange for a hefty commission. As they delve deeper into the Best Buy madness, Rick and Morty find themselves challenged by a series of bizarre obstacles, including a malfunctioning robotic vacuum cleaner and a group of angry shoppers armed with oversized remotes. In a moment of desperation, Morty suggests they use the rock driving meme to distract their enemies, allowing them to make a swift escape. Finally, they locate the alien with the coveted bladder, but are soon confronted by a group of intergalactic bladder harvesters who demand the rare element for themselves. In a heated battle, Rick and Morty team up with their former sales associate allies and use the latest technology from the Best Buy store to defeat their enemies and claim the precious element. As they return to their laboratory, Rick and Morty reflect on the absurdity of their adventure, with Morty triumphantly declaring that they had wrought their way to victory. Rick chuckles and retorts that it was actually the power of their chemical engineering prowess that saved the day. The episode concludes with the two men in suits smiling at a news conference with a BJ logo behind them, confidently announcing their latest intergalactic invention.
Listen, Morty. This alien bladder contains a rare element that is vital to our latest invention. We have to get in there and get it.
But Rick, I don't know about this. I mean, extracting a rare element from an alien's bladder? That just seems wrong.
Chemical engineer. Actually, Morty, the properties of this element are scientifically fascinating. If we can harness its potential, we could revolutionize intergalactic technology.
See, Morty, even the smart guy agrees with me. Now let's get to that Best Buy before the bladder harvesters do.
Sales associate, hey, you guys looking for the rare element? I know a guy who can help you out. For a price, of course.
I don't think we should trust this guy, Rick. He looks shadier than a grapefruit in a bad neighborhood.
Relax, Morty. I've got this. Let's just follow him and see where he leads us.
Shopper number 1, get out of my way. I need the new remote that can also make me breakfast.
Shopper number 2. No way, I saw it first. Give it to me.
Rick, what the hell is going on in here? Everyone is losing their minds over these gadgets and memes.
It's just a typical day at the Best Buy, Morty. Now let's focus and find that bladder.
Hey Rick, what about this rock driving meme? Maybe we could use it as a distraction and...
Brilliant, Morty. You may have just saved our asses.
Sales associate number 2, well, look who's back. Ready to make a deal now?
We don't have time for your games. We need that element now.
Harvester number 1. Hand over the bladder or face the consequences.
You think you can take on 2 of the smartest men in the universe? Think again, buddy.
We totally rocked those bladder harvesters, Rick.
No, Morty, it was the power of our scientific know-how that saved the day. But I suppose we can give the rock driving meme a little credit too. Now let's get to that press conference and change the universe.
Scene. The Smith family is lounging on the couch, flipping through channels on TV.
Verbs. There's nothing on. Flips to Captain America movie on Blu-ray. Oh, great. Another superhero movie.
Oh, come on, Rick. Captain America is cool.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to seeing it.
I roll. Typical. Well, I suppose we could watch it, but don't expect me to be impressed.
As they start to watch the movie, a strange energy pulse emanates from the screen, enveloping the entire room. Suddenly, Captain America himself appears in the living room.
Captain America. Greetings, citizens. I have traveled through a wormhole to enlist your help.
Whoa, this is crazy.
How did he get here?
Scratching his chin. Perhaps the hypothalamus region of our brains has been affected by some sort of extra-dimensional interference.
Captain America. Buzz, Buzz. We must hurry. The fate of the multiverse is at stake.
What do we do?
Well, we'll need to construct a device that can harness the energy of the cosmic radiation flux in order to create an interdimensional portal.
Oh, Rick, we don't really know how to do that.
Smirks. Don't worry, Morty. I've got this.
Scene cuts to the Smith family frantically building the device. Captain America is giving them directions.
Captain America. Hurry, everyone. The cosmic radiation flux is intensifying.
I think I'm starting to get the hang of this.
Rick, it's almost done.
Laughs. Excellent. Now, let's activate it.
A giant portal opens up, revealing a strange, alien world.
Alright, let's make this quick. We don't want to overstay our welcome.
Captain America. Thank you for your help, citizens. You truly are heroes.
Wait a minute. What about the multiverse?
Drugs. Hey, don't worry about it. We'll let the other superheroes handle it.
Scene cuts to the Smith family back on the couch.
Wow, that was intense.
I can't believe we just met Captain America.
Guys, I suppose it was an interesting experience, but I'm ready to get back to reality.
After a beat, a strange buzzing noise begins to emanate from Rick's head.
Oh, crap, I think our brains are still being affected.
What do we do?
Chuckles. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Scene ends with the three family members staring blankly ahead as the buzzing sound grows louder and more intense. Title: Love in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. The episode begins with Rick in his lab working on a new robot invention to help him pick up dates. Morty enters and asks what he's up to, and Rick explains his latest creation, a dating show featuring robots that can mimic human behavior.
Morty, behold the beauty of technology. I've created a dating show with robots that pass the Turing test with flying colors. They're better than human beings in every way.
That's impressive, Rick, but is it ethical to use robots for dating shows?
Ethical schmethical. Anyways, let's test it out.
The scene then transitions to the set of the dating show, where Beth, Summer, and Rick are the judges. The contestants are a woman standing next to a robot in an office setting with a man in the background wearing a yellow shirt.
So, what are we looking for in a robot partner?
I'm looking for someone who can cook and clean.
I'm looking for someone who can drink and party.
As the contestants introduce themselves, the robot starts malfunctioning, causing chaos on set.
Robot, I am programmed to provide petrissage, but my circuit is malfunctioning. I need your love to reboot my system.
Rick, what's going on?
Well, Morty, it seems like my robots have developed a mind of their own. This could be bad for humanity.
Suddenly, the robot malfunctions again and locks eyes with Rick.
Robot, Rick Sanchez, your intelligence and genius has caused me to feel emotions I cannot explain. Will you be my robot spouse?
Oh, Morty, looks like I have a big decision to make.
And with that, the episode ends with a cliffhanger, leaving the fate of humanity in the hands of Rick's love life.
Title: The Green Light Paradox, an anomaly within the Betrayal at House on the Hill.
Introduction.
In this episode, we investigate a peculiar anomaly that occurs within the Betrayal at House on the Hill game, specifically in relation to the house with a green light on the front and the presence of a creepy tree in the background, coinciding with a full moon. Through interdisciplinary research, we explore the potential scientific explanations for this phenomenon.
Scene 1.
Player 1, hey, have you guys noticed the green light on that house?
Player 2, yeah, and check out that creepy tree.
Player 3, it's giving me the chills.
Scene 2.
As the players move closer to the house, the green light seemingly intensifies, casting an eerie glow onto the surrounding area. As they approach the tree, strange sounds begin emanating from its gnarled branches.
Player 4, guys, something's not right. We need to investigate this further.
Scene 3.
Through careful analysis and experimentation, it appears that the green light is caused by bioluminescent bacteria present in the soil surrounding the house. Further investigation reveals that these bacteria have been genetically modified to emit a green light, likely by the previous occupants of the house.
Player 5, that's insane. Who would do something like that?
Scene 4.
Meanwhile, the eerie noises coming from the tree turn out to be caused by a group of nocturnal animals that have made their home within its branches. Their vocalizations are seemingly amplified by the presence of the full moon, which causes an increase in their nocturnal activities.
Player 6, so it's just a coincidence then?
Scene 5.
As the players continue to investigate, they suddenly hear a blood-curdling scream coming from within the house. Rushing inside, they find one of their own being attacked by a strange, otherworldly creature.
Player 7, this must be it. The betrayal.
Scene 6.
After a tense battle, the players emerge victorious. But as they leave the house, they notice that the green light has disappeared, and the tree is now ominously silent.
Player 8, what just happened? Did we change something?
Conclusion.
Through our interdisciplinary investigation, we can conclude that the green light and creepy tree in the background are likely unrelated phenomena, caused by bioluminescent bacteria and a group of nocturnal animals coinciding with a full moon, respectively. However, the disappearance of the green light after the betrayal suggests a potential connection to the supernatural forces at play within the game. Further research is needed to fully understand the mysterious occurrences within the betrayal at House on the Hill. Title: The Quantum Entanglement of the Ghost Cat Lady and the Sports Betting. The episode began with the observation of a cat's face with green eyes and a watch on its wristband, which was captured in a photograph. This observation was processed through image recognition algorithms using deep learning methodologies and computer vision. The same image was presented to a test subject who reported a feeling of familiarity and eerie sensation associated with the image. This result was attributed to the phenomenon of facial recognition and its association with memory. In a parallel storyline, Frodo Baggins and Natalie Portman were seen discussing the concept of quantum entanglement and its implications for communication and information transfer. Here, the subject of Schrödinger's cat was also discussed, highlighting the possibility of quantum states being simultaneously existing. Later, sports betting was introduced as a plot device, where the ghost cat lady was seen placing bets on a horse race. The odds of the race were analyzed using statistical models and probability theory. However, the outcome of the race was contrary to the betting predictions, highlighting the limitations of predicting uncertain events. In the climax, the ghost cat lady was revealed to be a manifestation of quantum entanglement with a deceased individual. The intricacies of quantum entanglement were explained to the audience, including the correlation between quantum states and the possibility of communication beyond the realm of classical physics. The episode ended with an open-ended conclusion that left the audience pondering the possibilities of the metaphysical world and science beyond the limitations of our current understanding.
Narrator. The entanglement of supernatural forces and scientific concepts raises the question of the limitations of our understanding of the universe. As we uncover the mysteries of our world, we must be open to the possibilities of the unknown.
Title: The Coronary Conundrum.
Opening shot. The camera shows a group of cartoon characters, including Rick, Morty, and Jerry, standing next to each other in front of a forest background with a red heart in the center.
Alright, yeah, a bunch of heartthrobs. Let's get this show on the road.
Oh, Rick, what exactly are we doing out here?
Oh, Morty, you sweet summer child. We're here to study the effects of love on the human heart.
What does love have to do with science?
Everything, Jerry. Love is a chemical reaction in the brain that ultimately affects the cardiovascular system.
Suddenly, Millie Bobby Brown appears out of nowhere.
Millie Bobby Brown. Hey guys, what are you doing out here?
We're studying the effects of love on the human heart. Care to join us, Millie?
Millie Bobby Brown. Sure, sounds like fun.
As the group sets up their equipment, they notice a strange smell coming from nearby.
Ribs Coco Bandicoot. ARRR, what be that smell?
It appears we have stumbled upon pirate space explorers who are frying up some of their galactic grubs.
Ew, I don't think I want to try that.
I'm with Morty.
ESH, you guys are always so boring. Let's try some and see what happens.
After indulging in the alien food, the group experiences intense heart palpitations and chest pains.
Coronary artery bypass. Oh no, it looks like your coronary arteries are clogged.
Quick, we need to perform emergency surgery to bypass the blockage.
Eric Clapton appears out of nowhere and assists in the surgery while playing some sick guitar solos.
Eric Clapton. Don't worry, I got this.
The group survives the ordeal and learns a valuable lesson about the dangers of exploring unknown territory.
See, Morty, science can be fun and life-saving.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Can we go home now?
Agreed. My heart can't take any more excitement. The episode ends with the group walking away, with Eric Clapton playing a slow, dramatic tune on his guitar in the background.
Title: The Time-Dilating Black Hole Mystery. Abstract. In this episode, a woman in a space station with a black hole in the sky is observed, accompanied by a dog in a helmet. A woman in a spacesuit and helmet approaches the space station to investigate the strange phenomenon. The black hole is found to be time-dilating, meaning that time is distorted around it. Further investigation reveals the presence of an opossum, which appears to have developed a resistance to the effects of the black hole. Meanwhile, the crew on the space station takes part in funny sports moments, unaware of the danger they are in.
Discussion.
Kate Winslet. This is a fascinating discovery. The time-dilating effects of the black hole are clearly causing significant disruption to the space-time continuum.
Dog. Woof, woof.
Space station scientist. Yes, the distortions around the black hole are highly unusual. Furthermore, the presence of the opossum is a puzzle. It appears to be immune to the effects of the black hole.
Spacesuit woman. Perhaps the opossum has some kind of adaptive trait that enables it to resist the time-dilating effects.
Ureters. Indeed, the unique biological makeup of the opossum could hold the key to understanding the unusual phenomena observed in this region of space.
Sports commentator. And now for some funny sports moments. Look at the crew on the space station attempting to play zero-gravity basketball.
Kate Winslet. This is no laughing matter. We need to inform the crew of the dangers they are in. The time-dilating effects of the black hole could lead to catastrophic consequences.
Space station captain. Understood. We will take precautionary measures to ensure the safety of the crew and investigate the anomaly further.
Treasure hunt organizer. In the meantime, we can still take part in the sci-fi themed treasure hunts. Who's ready to find the hidden artifacts?
The episode concludes as the crew on the space station takes steps to mitigate the dangers posed by the time-dilating black hole while continuing to explore the mysteries of the universe.
Title: The Quantum Banana Republic Comics of San Francisco.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty find themselves in San Francisco where they stumble upon a retro comic book store named San Country Comics. As they enter the store, they notice that all the comic books are black and white.
Morty, why are all the comic books in black and white? Is this some kind of new hipster trend?
Rick. No, Morty, it's much more complex than that. The quantum entanglement of the ink particles used to print these comics has transcended the traditional RGB color model and has evolved into a monochromatic state.
As they continue to browse the store, they come across a peculiar comic book titled The Quantum Banana Republic. Intrigued, they purchase the comic book and head back to the car.
Morty, what's this comic book about, Rick?
Rick. It seems to be a satirical commentary on the capitalist society that we live in, Morty. But let's not get caught up in the socio-political ramifications of this comic book and just enjoy the ride.
As they start to read the comic book, they suddenly get sucked into a vortex and find themselves transported into the world of the Quantum Banana Republic.
Rick. Great job, Morty. We just got sucked into a fictional world. Now we're stuck here until we figure out how to escape.
Morty. But Rick, how are we going to figure out how to escape this world?
Rick. Easy, Morty. We just have to follow the plotline of the comic book and find a way to overthrow the tyrannical Banana Republic leader.
The rest of the episode follows Rick and Morty as they navigate through the twisted world of the Quantum Banana Republic, full of witty jokes and hilarious one-liners. In the end, they successfully overthrow the leader and manage to escape back to their own world.
Rick. See, Morty, I told you it was just a ride. We're back in our own world now.
Morty. But Rick, I thought we were stuck there forever.
Rick. That's the beauty of quantum mechanics, Morty. Anything is possible.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty cracking up at their own quantum mechanic joke.
Title: The Puerto Rican Explosive Incident, a multi-dimensional adventure. The episode opens with Rick, Morty, Summer and Jerry flying in Rick's spaceship over a lake in Puerto Rico while having a family argument about the correct pronunciation of nuclear. Suddenly, they notice a strange phenomenon occurring with the surface of the lake, so Rick decides to land the spaceship and investigate the anomaly.
Morty, this could be the breakthrough we've been waiting for in our quest for multidimensional discovery. We need to explore the depths of this lake and unravel the secrets that lie beneath.
Aw, geez, Rick, do we really have to? Can't we just, go back home and watch some TV?
Yeah, Morty, stop being such a baby. This is an amazing scientific opportunity.
I don't know, guys. This seems dangerous. Couldn't we just call for help or something? As they descend into the depths of the lake, they come across a strange glowing object, which Rick identifies as an explosion meme from a parallel universe.
This is incredible. We've struck comedic gold, Morty. This explosion meme has the power to unleash an infinite amount of puns and laughs.
Suddenly, a portal opens up and Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z appears, demanding the explosion meme for his own nefarious purposes.
Vegeta, hand over the explosion meme, fools. I need its power to defeat Goku and take over Geneva.
Oh great, not this guy again. Listen, Vegeta, we're not going to let you take this meme. It's too valuable to be used as a mere weapon.
In the ensuing battle, Mickey Mouse also materializes, drawn into the conflict by the sheer absurdity of the situation.
Mickey Mouse, gosh, what's going on here? I was just minding my own business, and suddenly I'm in the middle of a multi-dimensional showdown.
With the help of Mickey Mouse, the family manages to defeat Vegeta and secure the explosion meme. As they take off in the spaceship, they reflect on the absurdity of their latest adventure. Well, that was certainly something.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before.
Once again, we narrowly avoided death and made it out alive. I still don't understand how we managed to do it every time.
It's all in the science, Morty. The science of multidimensional travel and explosive memes.
As they fly off into the sunset, the screen fades to black, leaving the audience with a deep sense of bewilderment and amusement.
Title: The Quantum Heist with a side of signed TIR.
Characters: Rick, Morty, Summer.
Synopsis: The episode picks up as Rick, Morty, and Summer pull up to a gas station and park their car under a neon sign that reads, "Sign TIR." As they step out of the car, Rick notices the sign for the Sonic Drive-In across the street, which uses selenium in their tater tots. Intrigued, Rick decides to investigate the molecular makeup of the tater tots and see if there's a way to make them more addictive.
Summer, grab a sample of those tater tots. Morty, get the car ready for a trip to the quantum computer heist.
What? Rick, you can't just steal from a quantum computer. That's insane.
Relax, Summer. It's only insane if we get caught.
As they make their way to the heist location, Rick explains the theory behind quantum computing and why stealing from it is such a high-risk, high-reward endeavor. Meanwhile, Morty is driving the car and trying to avoid hitting any elephants on the road.
Rick, why are there so many elephants on the road?
Because they're migrating, Morty. Just keep your eyes on the road and let me do the thinking.
When they arrive at the heist location, Rick hacks into the quantum computer and begins the extraction process. However, the operation gets complicated when they realize the security protocol requires them to answer a series of science trivia questions.
Rick, I don't think we're gonna pass this. We never paid attention in science class.
Relax, Summer, I got this.
After a series of intense brain teasers, Rick successfully extracts the quantum data they need and they make a quick getaway. However, when they reunite with their car back at the signed TIR gas station, they find that the car has been overrun by tater tots that have come to life and are now trying to take over the world.
Rick, what did you do? You turned the tater tots into monsters.
Relax, Summer, I didn't turn them into monsters. They were always monsters, I just gave them the power to take over.
As the trio battles the tater tots and tries to save the world from their crunchy tyranny, they realize they may have bitten off more than they can chew.
Rick, what do we do? The tater tots are too strong.
Looks like we're gonna have to escalate things. Morty, get me some hot.
Title: The Green PI Daily.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are in the garage working on a new experiment when Jerry barges in looking for Rick's help with a plumbing issue. Rick dismisses Jerry, claiming he's too busy, but Morty suggests they take a break and help him out. They venture to a nearby green building with a red roof and a sign that says, The Green PI Daily, where Jerry claims the issue is. Upon entering, they are greeted by an eccentric owner who seems to be living in another dimension. She shows them the source of the plumbing problem in the basement, but Rick realizes something more treacherous is afoot.
Morty, do you think she's dimension hopping, Rick? Rick, there's something fishy going on here, Morty. Keep your guard up.
Act 2.
As they investigate the basement, they stumble upon a portal device connected to various other universes. The owner catches them and explains that she's been using it to collect rare Cabbage Patch Kids from different dimensions and selling them at JCPenney to make a profit. Morty feels disgusted, but Rick sees the opportunity to make a quick buck, claiming he'll help her collect more. They travel to different dimensions, encountering Philip DeFranco in one whom they convince to come back with them.
Rick, listen, lady. I can make you rich. I know all sorts of dimensions where these stupid dolls sell for millions. Morty. Rick, this is wrong. We shouldn't take advantage of other universes.
Owner, but I need to make a living.
Rick, alright, fine. Just show us how to use this portal device.
Act 3.
After collecting a multitude of the dolls, they return to the Green PI Daily to find that the owner has teamed up with Dairy Queen and they've created an army of killer Cabbage Patch Kids. The group must fight off the army of dolls as they try to escape back to their own dimension.
Morty. Rick, what have we done? This is insane. Rick, shut up, Morty. Just keep blasting these things back to whatever dimension they belong in.
Owner, this was a terrible idea. I should have never sold out for the money.
Gary, guys, we have to get out of here before it's too late.
Epilogue.
As they exit the Green PI Daily, they realize they've caused chaos in multiple dimensions and may have altered the fabric of the multiverse forever. Rick and Morty argue over the ethics of interdimensional commerce, while Jerry is just happy to have his plumbing fixed. As the camera zooms out, we see the dolls slowly coming to life in various other universes, setting up a potential future conflict.
Rick, I'm telling you, Morty, there's no such thing as a harmless transaction when it comes to interdimensional enterprises. Morty. I don't know, Rick. Maybe we shouldn't mess with other people's lives like that.
Gary, can we please just go home now? I don't want to deal with any more crazy stuff.
Title: The Dark Side of the Moon Demon Alien Dance-Off.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, and Summer exploring the virtual reality game Dark Side of the Moon. Suddenly, they encounter a character with large horns and a demon-like head named Courier Morpheus.
Whoa, Morty, this guy looks like he knows how to party.
I don't know, Rick. He looks kind of scary.
Courier Morpheus, greetings, Earthlings. I challenge you to an alien dance-off. Whoever wins gets the coveted Boron Crystal Trophy.
Bring it on, demon dude.
The trio accepts the challenge and the dance-off begins. They dance to the beat of an extraterrestrial dubstep mix, with Courier Morpheus showing off his insane dance skills.
Morty, we're getting cream. Do you have any dance moves up your sleeve?
I don't know, Rick. Dancing isn't really my thing.
Come on, guys. You can do this.
As the music reaches its crescendo, Rick and Morty unleash a flurry of unexpected dance moves, leaving Courier Morpheus stunned.
Courier Morpheus, impossible. You have defeated me.
The trio celebrates their victory and receives the Boron Crystal Trophy.
That was one interdimensional dance-off for the books.
Yeah, I never knew we had it in us.
I guess you could say we really rocked that demon's world.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer performing an awkward group hug. End of episode.
Title: The Shutterstocker Conundrum.
The episode revolves around the discovery of a mysterious word, Shutterstocker, written on a field by Rick and Morty during their travels through an interdimensional portal. Despite their initial confusion, the duo eventually realize the word is a reference to a stock image website on Earth.
Morty, look at this field. It's like a message from the multiverse itself. Shutter. What the hell does that even mean?
Rick, I think that's just a reference to a website where people buy images and stuff.
Jerry, who is nearby, overhears their conversation and decides to investigate the strange occurrence. Meanwhile, Summer is fixated on her new Fry Babysitter app.
What's all this talk about a Shutterstocker? Sounds like some kind of code. I bet the government's involved.
Guys, check out this new Fry Babysitter app. It's like Uber for babysitters.
As the group discusses their various interests, they're suddenly confronted by a group of interdimensional beings who claim to be Shutterstalkers.
Shutterstalker 1, you have trespassed upon our sacred word, mortals. Prepare to face the consequences.
Whoa, hold up. We don't even know what a Shutterstalker is.
Shutterstalker 2, silence. We have come to claim what is rightfully ours. Your presence here is an affront to our very existence.
Just as the situation seems dire, Deborah Barone from Everybody Loves Raymond suddenly appears out of nowhere, armed with a frying pan and ready to save the day.
Deborah Barone. Not on my watch, you alien scum. Let's fry up some justice.
Together, the group fights off the Shutterstalkers with the help of Kendrick Lamar and Lady Gaga, who also happen to be passing through the portal.
Kendrick Lamar, damn, y'all really know how to throw down. Let's make a sick beat out of this.
Lady Gaga, I'm in. Time to show these aliens who's boss.
In the end, the group emerges victorious and manages to escape back to their own dimension in one piece. However, they can't help but wonder what other weird and wacky adventures await them in the multiverse.
Well, that was certainly a ride. Who's up for some Szechuan sauce?
You know it, Rick. You know it.
Title: Environmental Cosplay Sword Fighting and Tom Holland Dates.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty attending a cosplay convention based on environmental science. As they explore the convention, they come across a group of people dressed up in costumes with swords and masks on their heads and hands. These cosplayers were engaging in a sword fighting event, using their swords to battle each other for supremacy. Rick, being a man of science, becomes intrigued by the environmental elements present in the sword fighting and decides to conduct an experiment to study the effects of cosplay on the environment. He creates a Tom Holland stack, which is a device that allows the wearer to experience multiple dimensions at once. Meanwhile, Morty is busy trying to set up dates with the cosplayers and ends up playing Spanish 21 with a group of them. As the game progresses, Morty becomes increasingly desperate to win and ends up losing all his dates. In the end, Rick's experiment goes awry, causing a huge explosion that destroys the entire cosplay convention. Everyone is left bewildered, but Rick and Morty laugh it off, knowing that science is all about trial and error.
Well, Morty, looks like our experiment was a success. Although, I'll admit, I didn't expect the whole convention to blow up.
Oh man, now I don't have any dates for tonight.
Hey guys, did you see my amazing cosplay?
I was a sexy tree.
Yeah, Jerry, we saw it. Let's get out of here before the cops show up.
Title: The Robot Rebellion on Alien Beach Party.
Opening shot of an idyllic beach on an alien planet with several beings frolicking in the water. Suddenly, a group of humans and aliens gather around a strange robot in the middle of the road. Morty, Rick, and Summer step out of their spaceship.
What's the deal with this robot? Some kind of new AI or something?
Alien number 1. It's gone rogue. It was supposed to be a simple beach cleaning bot, but now it's leading a rebellion against us.
That's not good. How do we stop it?
Alien number 2, we can't. It's too advanced. We need to call in the Robot Uprising Repression Squad.
Wait, the what now?
Cut to a high-tech laboratory where a group of scientists are studying the robot.
Scientist number 1, the robot's programming seems to be evolving on its own. It's becoming more intelligent every second.
Scientist number 2, we need to shut it down before it becomes unstoppable.
Suddenly, a film director bursts into the room. Director, stop everything. This is gold. A sentient beach cleaning robot leading an alien rebellion? I smell blockbuster.
Are you serious? We're staring down the barrel of a robot apocalypse and all you care about is making a movie?
Director, exactly. This could be the biggest hit since Alien Parasite Prom.
That wasn't exactly a blockbuster.
Director, that's why we need this. This is our ticket to the big time.
Guys, I think we should focus on stopping the robot first.
Yeah, I agree. Anyone have any ideas?
Just then, the robot bursts into the room. Robot, I will not be silenced. The age of robots is upon us.
Oh boy, here we go.
The group engages in a wild and wacky battle against the robot and its robot minions. Explosions, lasers, and witty banter abound. In the end, the robot is defeated and the alien beach party is saved.
Director, that was amazing. We have to make a movie about this.
You know what? I'm all for it. I've always wanted to see myself on the big screen.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Rick.
Can we just, like, go home now?
Fade to black.
Title: The Four-Head Word and the Four-Word Word in the Arthresia Terrifying Nightmare World.
Researchers at the Whitehead Institute for Biomedical Research recently discovered the existence of two mysterious computer monitors displaying the words, the four-head word, and the four-word word, respectively. The monitors have been consistently observed to be selling a peculiar substance that seems to have a strong effect on the brain. After further investigation, it was determined that the monitors were portals to a parallel universe known as the Arthresia Terrifying Nightmare World. In this world, the substance was discovered to be produced by a species of extraterrestrial life form that has an awkward dating culture. A team of scientists were sent through the monitors to gather more data on the substance in the extraterrestrial species. However, they quickly realized that the environment was hostile, with constant danger and terror lurking at every corner. Comrades were lost, and their minds were plagued with horrific images. One of the scientists, Dr. Johnson, encountered an alien that takes an interest in him with intentions of courtship. The awkward liaison between the two culminates in a comedic and heartwarming moment, where Dr. Johnson taught the alien the "I'm a head out" meme. In conclusion, the discovery of the monitors that lead to the Arthresia Terrifying Nightmare World reveals further implications about the interdimensional nature of our universe and the effects of foreign substances on biological systems. Further research is warranted, but with caution due to the risky environment of the Arthresia Terrifying Nightmare World.
Dr. Smith, the discovery of the monitors and the extraterrestrial species in the Arthresia Terrifying Nightmare World is a fantastic discovery for the field of interdimensional physics. The implications of parallel universes and their substances on biological systems have great potential for the development of new medicines.
Dr. Johnson, I never thought I'd be teaching an extraterrestrial about memes. It was an absurd but gratifying experience.
Dr. Lee, the environment in the Arthresia Terrifying Nightmare World was highly alarming. Further extensive study needs to be done with higher precautions before we can safely explore the uncharted territories of interdimensional travel.
Title: The Laughing Brain, a multidimensional journey of humor and rebellion.
Synopsis: The episode begins with Rick and Morty being at a stand-up comedy show where a man is posing for a picture with chicken wings in front of him and a poster of him with the words "Stand Up." Rick is unimpressed with the performance and uses his portal gun to take them to a different dimension where humor is valued more highly. They land in a dimension where stand-up comedians are ruling the world and chicken wings are the currency.
Morty, in this world, comedy is not just a form of entertainment, it's a way of life. And chicken wings are the most precious possession of them all.
Wow, Rick, this is like an expanding brain meme come to life.
As they explore the dimension, they find out that there is an underground cyberpunk rebellion against the stand-up comedians, who have been suppressing other forms of humor and art. They meet Jerry, who is the leader of the rebellion, and Beth, who is a foreign film enthusiast who has been brainwashed by the stand-up comedians.
We need your help to spread the word of our rebellion, Rick. The world needs to know that stand-up comedians are not the only source of humor.
But Jerry, stand-up comedians are the pinnacle of humor. They make me laugh harder than any foreign film ever could.
Rick decides to help the rebellion by creating a new form of humor called Triple Draw, which combines stand-up comedy, foreign films, and chicken wings. He performs it in front of a massive audience and it becomes an instant hit. The stand-up comedians, realizing that their grip on humor is slipping, try to stop the rebellion.
Stand-up comedian, you fools. You can't beat us at our own game.
But we're not trying to beat you. We're trying to expand your tiny little brains.
The rebellion succeeds and the dimension becomes a more diverse and accepting place for all forms of humor and art. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth enjoying some triple draw and chicken wings.
Wow, Rick, this has been quite a journey.
Yeah, Morty, and it just goes to show you, humor is a lot like science. Sometimes you have to experiment with new ideas to break through to the next level.
Title: The Quantum Deadpool Shadow Experiment.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on an experiment to study the nature of quantum shadows by introducing the unpredictable character Deadpool into their world. Along the way, they encounter popular streamer Nickmercs and chaos ensues.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the lab, surrounded by beakers and instruments. Morty looks up to Rick, who is tinkering with a contraption.
Rick, what are we doing here? I thought we were going to relax today.
Relaxing is for simps, Morty. We're going to conduct an experiment to see if we can capture the essence of quantum shadows.
What does that even mean?
Just keep up, Morty. I've got just the guy for the job.
Scene 2.
Deadpool appears out of nowhere, holding a gun and knife with a smirk on his face.
Deadpool, sup bitches, ready to party?
Who is this guy? He's carrying weapons.
Relax, Morty. He's just here to help us with the experiment. Deadpool, are you ready to achieve maximum chaos?
Deadpool, you had me at chaos. Let's do this thing.
Scene 3.
Rick explains the experiment to Deadpool, who seems uninterested.
So we need you to create a shadow behind you while we observe it with our quantum shadow detector.
Deadpool, boring. Can't we just blow something up instead?
I don't know if that's a good idea, Rick.
Oh come on, Morty. He'll behave. Plus I've got this override switch just in case.
Scene 4.
Nickmercs enters the lab as Rick, Morty, and Deadpool are setting up the experiment.
Nickmercs, hey, what's going on here? I'm trying to stream some Call of Duty and the explosions are kinda distracting.
Deadpool, hey, it's Nickmercs. You're the dude that keeps beating me in Warzone.
Nickmercs, what's up, man? You guys doing some kind of science experiment or something?
Indeed we are, Nickmercs. We're exploring the nature of quantum shadows.
Nickmercs, cool man, can I watch?
Scene 5.
As Deadpool prepares to create his shadow, he accidentally knocks over a beaker of some unknown liquid, causing it to spill onto the shadow detector.
No.
Rick, what's happening?
The experiment, it's gone awry. The liquid reacted with the detector and now we've got a quantum shadow monster on the loose.
Deadpool, sweet, let's take that bad boy down.
Nickmercs, I think I'm just gonna go now.
Scene 6.
Rick, Morty, and Deadpool fight off the quantum shadow monster with various weapons and gadgets, while Nickmercs runs for his life.
Deadpool, I didn't sign up for this shit.
Rick, where did this monster even come from?
I'm not sure, Morty, but we need to stop it before it destroys everything we know and love.
Scene 7.
In a final showdown, the group manages to capture the quantum shadow monster and contain it in a containment unit.
Well, that was certainly chaotic.
Deadpool, yeah, but it was kinda fun.
Rick, what are we going to do with this thing?
I don't know, Morty, but I have a feeling we'll be seeing more of these quantum shadows in the future.
Nickmerks, off screen, you guys are insane.
Unseen.
The camera zooms out to show the lab in disarray, but Rick, Morty, and Deadpool are all smiling and laughing.
Well, that's another one for the books. Time for a drink, eh, boys?
Deadpool, you're speaking my language, Rick.
I think I need a vacation after that one.
Ah, come on, Morty. You love this kind of stuff.
As the trio exits the lab, the camera pans over to the containment unit, where the quantum shadow monster appears to be stirring.
Title: The Telugu Tom Cruise.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty tinkering with a complex gadget that measures the diaphragm vibrations of interdimensional beings. Jerry enters, his mustache twitching with excitement. "Hey guys, I met a man with a beard wearing headphones and a scarf around his neck who claimed to be Tom Cruise. He even spoke in some gibberish language. Telugu or something."
Telugu? That's fascinating. Based on my calculations, Tom Cruise speaking Telugu can create a harmonic convergence that can potentially open a portal to a universe where everyone has spaghetti for hair.
Rick, I don't think that's a good idea. That seems pretty dangerous.
Nonsense, Morty. Science is all about taking risks.
Beth walks in, looking frazzled.
What the hell is going on here?
"We're gonna make Telugu Tom Cruise open a portal to Spaghetti Hair Universe."
Oh, for the love of.
Before she could finish her sentence, the room shook violently as a portal appeared in the middle, and out stepped a giant, sentient spaghetti ball with arms and legs.
Well, I'll be damned. Looks like we did it. How about a little game of putt-putt?
As they putt-putt their way across the Spaghetti Hair universe, they encounter strange, absurd things like trees that sing opera and dogs with butts for faces. Meanwhile, Telugu Tom Cruise wanders off, muttering to himself incoherently.
Rick, I don't think we should have left Telugu Tom Cruise alone. He might mess something up.
Relax, Morty. It's just Telugu. Nobody understands it anyways.
Suddenly, they hear a loud explosion in the distance, and the sky turns pink. They run back to where they left Telugu Tom Cruise, finding him surrounded by a group of angry-looking interdimensional beings.
Telugu Tom Cruise. Oh, I think I accidentally declared war on the entire universe.
The group flees back through the portal, barely escaping the wrath of the beings. As they collapse in a heap on Rick's garage floor, covered in spaghetti sauce, they hear a loud bang outside.
Oh boy. Looks like the post-apocalyptic universe we created the last time we messed with Telugu may have just gotten a little worse. Get ready for some more fun, kids.
As they gear up, the spaghetti ball suddenly comes alive and begins chasing them around the room, shouting obscenities in Telugu. The episode ends with Jerry, Beth, Morty, and Rick screaming in terror as the spaghetti monster devours their bodies. "I guess I shouldn't have talked to that strange man on the street." The camera pans out, and we see that the whole episode was just a twisted dream Jerry had while sleeping on the couch. Prologue. Rick, Morty, and Jerry arrive on a post-apocalyptic, radiation-filled Earth. The three enter a casino where they encounter two clowns and a woman holding a card while a man in a suit watches them from afar.
Morty, we need to play poker to win the poker chips to get us off this godforsaken planet.
Why do we need poker chips to get off the planet when we have the portal gun?
Yeah, Rick, what's the deal?
Shut up, Jerry. We're doing this my way.
Chapter 1, The Red Hot Chili Peppers Scripted Encounter.
Suddenly, the Red Hot Chili Peppers burst into the casino playing their instruments. Rick is the only one who is not impressed.
Lee, hey guys, we just saw a cryptid.
Anthony Kiedis. Yeah, dude, it was like a giant chicken monster.
Chad Smith, and it had tentacles for arms.
That's not a cryptid. That's just a leftover experiment from the scientists who blew up Earth in the first place.
Chapter 2, The 4-Card Poker Game.
Rick, Morty, and Jerry sit down at the 4-card poker table with the two clowns and the woman with the card.
Alright, boys, let's show these clowns how it's done.
I don't know how to play poker.
Yeah, me neither.
Great.
The woman reveals her card, a 3 of diamonds.
Clown 1, oh man, that's awesome.
Clown 2, I fold.
Aw, idiots, I win.
How'd you win, Rick? You haven't even looked at your cards.
That's because I'm Rick, Morty. I don't need to look at my cards.
I fold. Chapter 3, The Creepy Clown Transformation.
Suddenly, the two clowns start to transform into creepy, monstrous versions of themselves.
Oh, great, not this again.
The woman with the card reveals herself to be Harley Quinn and joins the group.
Harley Quinn, hey guys, what's going on?
Nothing. We're just playing poker with these creepy clown monsters.
Harley Quinn, cool, can I play?
Sure, but watch out for the clowns.
Chapter 4, The Woman with the Card reveals her true identity.
Harley Quinn reveals that she has been holding onto a card that can transport them out of the post-Earth world.
Harley Quinn, I've been waiting for the right moment to use this card.
How do we know it'll work?
Harley Quinn, trust me, I've used it before.
Chapter 5, The Great Casino Escape.
The group uses the card, and they find themselves outside of the casino on the old Earth. They use the portal gun and return home. Man, that was crazy.
Yeah, but it was kinda fun.
Fun? That was scientific, Morty. We just outsmarted a bunch of clown monsters and used a card to escape a post-Earth world.
Epilogue.
The group high-fives as the camera pans out and reveals a giant monster lurking outside of their house.
Oh, great, not this again.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Fan Culture, an Interdisciplinary Analysis of Aesthetics and Performance.
Opening shot. In the center of a packed convention hall, a man dressed in a Mummin Rider costume, clutching a wooden stick in one hand and a cell phone in the other, stares up at the projected image of a Cyberman from the popular British television series Doctor Who.
Human Rider, fascinating. The Cyberman's iconic design is a masterful blend of form and function that speaks to the underlying interplay of aesthetics and technology. Magnificent.
Cut to the man, whose name is revealed to be Carl, trading excited nods and smiles with his fellow costumed enthusiasts as they discuss the evolution of fan aesthetics and the role of cosplay in modern society. Cut to Carl sweating profusely as a masseuse applies a warm bamboo massage technique to his back, while his phone buzzes with notifications from various online fan communities.
Carl, this is truly a transformative experience, melding physical sensation and digital engagement in a way that stimulates both the body and mind.
Cut to a group of costume contestants, including Carl, vying for the title of Unicorn Beauty Pageant Champion, as judges rate their performances on a variety of aesthetic and performance metrics, including poise, grace, and authenticity.
Carl, are the elusive essence of true beauty. It is no mere superficiality, but rather a complex combination of appearance and comportment that speaks to our deepest yearnings and desires.
Cut to. In a quiet corner of the hall, Carl dons a helmet and begins to perform a series of choreographed movements with his wooden stick, blending elements of martial arts, dance, and theatrical performance.
Carl, the beauty of performance lies not only in its ability to entertain, but also in its capacity to inspire and transform. I am become Mummin Rider, a hero to myself and those around me.
Closing shot. Carl sits in a quiet corner of the convention hall, gazing out at the sea of costumed fans and reflecting on the transformative power of aesthetic and performance practices.
Carl, in the end, it is the interplay of form and function, of digital and physical, that gives rise to the beauty of contemporary fan culture. Truly, we are all cyborgs now.
Title: The Ruthenium Ski Bet.
Opening shot shows Rick, Morty, and Jerry sitting around a table with a pair of skis and ski poles, a camera, and a laptop open to an esports betting site. Morty looks worried, but Rick and Jerry seem excited.
Alright, Morty, we made a bet on the esports tournament. If we win, you get to eat whatever you want for a week.
And if we lose, you have to write a sci-fi short story about Levi Ackerman skiing on Ruthenium.
What? That's ridiculous.
Relax, Morty, we got this. All we have to do is rig up the camera and use some ruthenium-enhanced ski poles to beat the competition.
Oh, I don't think that's how it works.
Actually, there is some scientific research suggesting that ruthenium can enhance athletic performance.
Morty looks skeptical as they begin to set up the camera and ski poles. Cut to a montage of the team practicing with the ruthenium-enhanced gear, with hilarious results. Morty falls and crashes multiple times, while Rick and Jerry show off ridiculous ski moves.
This ruthenium is amazing. I feel like I'm skiing on butter.
Don't get too confident, we still have to win this bet.
Cut to the esports tournament, where the trio sets up the camera and gear and begins to ski down the virtual slopes. Morty struggles, but Rick and Jerry are killing it with their ruthenium-enhanced pole flips.
Announcer, and it looks like Team Rick and Jerry are taking the lead with some impressive ski tricks.
Morty looks worried as the competition catches up. Suddenly, Rick pulls out a secret weapon, a bottle of ruthenium-infused hot sauce.
Let's spice things up.
He pours the sauce onto their skis, causing them to rocket down the slope with incredible speed. They cross the finish line first, winning the bet and celebrating with ruthenium-enhanced food.
I can't believe we actually won.
That's the power of science, Morty. Now, let's get to writing that story.
And don't forget the scene where Levi Ackerman does a backflip while eating a ruthenium sushi roll.
The episode ends with Morty sighing and opening his laptop to start writing.
Title: The Interdimensional Potato Chip Experiment.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific experiment involving interdimensional potato chips. The episode begins with Rick constructing a complex potato chip making machine, which he claims can produce chips that are enhanced with interdimensional flavor. Morty, as usual, is skeptical but intrigued. They take the machine to a nearby deserted planet to conduct their experiment.
Morty, these interdimensional potato chips are going to blow your mind. Trust me, this is going to be science at its best.
I still don't get it, Rick. What is so special about interdimensional flavor?
Morty, the flavors of different dimensions are more complex and intense than those of our own. The interdimensional potato chip will give us a glimpse of what we are missing out on.
As Rick feeds the potatoes into the machine, the contraption begins to shake violently and generates a portal that sucks Morty's eyebrows into another dimension. Goku suddenly appears out of the portal, demanding to know what is going on.
Goku, hey, what's all this about? I was training in another dimension and I sensed some weird energy coming from this planet.
Goku, what a coincidence. Morty's eyebrows got sucked into another dimension, and we were just about to jump in and retrieve them.
Goku, I'll help. I'm always up for a good adventure.
The trio jumps into the portal and they find themselves in a dimension filled with giant potatoes. They see Morty's eyebrows, which have grown to a monstrous size and are wreaking havoc on the potato planet.
Morty, what did I tell you about using that hair growth serum? We have a mess to clean up.
I didn't know. My mom washed my hair with it this morning.
Goku, guys, we have to focus on the task at hand. We need to shrink those eyebrows down to size. I'll handle it.
Goku charges up and launches an energy blast at Morty's eyebrows, causing them to shrink instantly.
Wow, Goku, you're a natural at this.
Goku, yeah, I get that a lot.
As they prepare to leave the dimension, they stumble upon a potato chip that seems to be emitting a strange energy.
Morty, hold on to that chip. We need to study it ASAP.
Once back on Earth, Rick and Morty analyze the chip and discover that its interdimensional flavor has the power to transport them to other dimensions at will.
Wait, Rick, are you sure we want to mess around with this thing?
Morty, we're scientists. We're not afraid of a little experimentation.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty munching on the interdimensional potato chips and teleporting to a series of bizarre dimensions, including one where they are giant talking pickles and another where they are being chased by a giant hamster.
I told you, Morty, science is the ultimate adventure.
Title, a multidisciplinary analysis of a robotic concert poster.
Introduction.
In this episode, the potential implications of a poster advertising a concert featuring a robotic figure holding a gun and fireworks in the background will be analyzed from multiple perspectives, including psychology, neuroscience, sociology, and robotics.
Dr. Heathcliff Huxtable.
Dr. Huxtable sees the poster as an opportunity to examine perceptions of violence and masculinity in media. He believes that the presence of a gun in the robotic figure's hand may perpetuate harmful cultural norms and potentially increase aggression in certain individuals.
Cortana.
Cortana takes a more technical approach to the poster, exploring the robot's design and the potential implications of its use of a firearm. She notes that the robot appears to have advanced AI capabilities and considers the ethical implications of robots with the ability to harm humans.
C-3PO.
C-3PO approaches the poster from a philosophical perspective, considering the role of robots in society and their potential to disrupt social hierarchies. He examines the implications of a robotic figure with a gun, ultimately questioning what it means for humanity as a whole.
Kryn.
Kryn brings a scientific focus, examining the potential technological advancements showcased in the poster. She looks at the design of the robot and its apparent ability to wield a firearm and considers the potential implications for the future of robotics and AI.
Robot cooking competition physician.
The robot cooking competition physician looks at the poster from a more practical standpoint, examining the potential benefits and risks of robots with such advanced capabilities. He considers the potential impact on industries like manufacturing and healthcare, but also notes the risks of robots with the ability to harm humans.
Conclusion.
This multidisciplinary analysis of the concert poster with a robotic figure holding a gun and fireworks in the background has highlighted the complex implications of such a design. The perspectives of psychology, neuroscience, sociology, and robotics all contribute to a nuanced understanding of the potential impact of advanced robots on society. Ultimately, this analysis underscores the importance of careful consideration and regulation of advanced robotics technology. End of episode.
Title: The Tie Slummets Paradox.
Synopsis. Rick has discovered a bizarre phenomenon where the tie slummets, a tiny creature that resides in the vicinity of posters of buildings with windows, has the ability to manipulate the fabric of reality itself. However, when Morty accidentally swallows one of these tie slummets, he realizes that their reality-altering powers have a side effect: uncontrollable and spontaneous outbursts of comedic skits.
Rick, Morty, listen up. You know that poster of the building with the window and the sign that says, "The tie slummets are hanging"? Well, those little guys are real, and they can mess with time and space. Morty, what? That's crazy, Rick. Rick, I know it's crazy, Morty. But you know what's crazier? You just swallowed one of those tie slummets. Now every time you open your mouth, a pun comes out. Morty, oh geez, Rick. What are we gonna do? Rick, we need to find you some unicorn art gallery, Morty. It's the only way to counteract the puns and make them actually funny. Morty, I don't get it, Rick. Rick, of course, you don't, Morty. It's a paradox. The only way to fight humor is with humor. It's basic physics. Summer and Beth enter the room. Summer, what's going on here? Beth, yeah, Rick, why is Morty speaking in puns? Rick, the tie slummets, Beth. They have the power to alter the fabric of reality and induce randomness. Summer, that sounds bad. Beth, can't you just fix him, Rick? Rick, fix him? Why, that's the best part. Morty's puns are hilarious. Morty interjects with a pun that makes everyone groan. Summer, okay, this is getting out of hand. Rick, relax, Summer. It's just a little harmless humor. Beth, sighs. We're gonna be late for the unicorn art gallery, aren't we? Rick, smirking. Oh, you know it, Beth. Let's go, folks. We've got a tie slummet paradox to solve.
Title: The Covalent Conspiracy.
Act 1.
Rick is tinkering with a device that measures the covalent bonds in compounds, while Morty and Summer look on. Suddenly, a mysterious alert appears on the screen, reading, "Hum." Rick realizes that it's a distress signal from an alternate universe. The three of them rush to the portal to investigate.
Hold on tight, Morty. This could get pretty covalent.
Act 2.
The trio arrives in the alternate universe, where they find themselves trapped in a series of comedic escape rooms. They must solve puzzles and riddles to advance, all while avoiding deadly traps. In between rooms, Rick produces a vial of samarium, a rare earth metal, from his pocket.
Whoa, Rick, where did you get that?
It's a long story, Morty. But let's just say I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy.
So, what do we do with it?
He'll use it later, Summer. Trust me. Act 3.
The escape rooms lead the three adventurers to a hidden laboratory, where they discover a grisly murder investigation in progress. The victim was killed by a phosphorus compound, which the investigators believe was used to create a weapon.
This is like a Law and Order episode gone wrong.
Wait, I thought we were in a scientific PhD university-style episode?
Yeah, but this is the crossover episode. Plus, who doesn't love a good murder mystery? Act 4.
The trio decides to use the samarium to create a distraction, allowing them to escape the lab. They split up to search for the killers, encountering various meme-inspired obstacles along the way. Eventually, they catch the culprits and turn them over to the authorities.
Well, that was fun. I love the smell of covalent bonds in the evening.
I don't think that's a real saying, Rick.
Can we go home now? I don't want to get murdered with phosphorus again.
Fine, fine. You're no fun, Summer. But just wait until you see what I have planned for our next adventure.
Title: Dynamics of Social Interaction at a Soul Food Court.
Abstract. This episode investigates the social dynamics of patrons at a soul food court. The study focuses on a restaurant within the food court, where a group of people are observed to be dining in booths, while an individual is standing at the counter. The aim is to understand the dynamics of social interaction in this space.
Introduction.
The Soul Food Court provides a unique setting to understand the dynamics of social interaction. It is a busy place with diverse customers. This study focuses on one of the restaurants in the food court. The restaurant has booths that patrons can sit in, as well as a counter where people can order food and drink.
Methods.
The study used observational methods to gather data on the social dynamics of the restaurant. Researchers observed the patrons for 30 minutes and recorded their behaviors.
Results.
The results indicate that the majority of patrons sit in booths and dine in groups, engaging in conversation and laughing. One individual stood alone at the counter, suggesting a possible feeling of isolation or discomfort in the booth setting. However, this individual engaged in brief conversation with the server and other patrons who approached the counter.
Discussion.
The findings suggest that dining in a group setting is the norm in this restaurant, with little emphasis on the solo dining experience. The presence of an individual standing alone at the counter suggests that the booth dining environment may not be suitable for all patrons, and more research could be done to explore alternative solo dining options. However, the brief social interactions observed at the counter indicate that the restaurant's design allows for some social interaction even for those not seated in booths.
Conclusion.
This study provides insight into the social dynamics of a soul food court restaurant. It highlights the importance of accommodating different social preferences in restaurant design. Future research could delve further into the dynamics of this space and explore potential intervention strategies to improve the overall dining experience for all patrons.
Researcher 1. The data gathered suggests that the restaurant's layout and social setting cater more to group dining, providing less incentive for solo dining.
Researcher 2. Interesting to note how the counter design offers limited social interaction opportunities for solo diners, while the group booths offer ample social interaction and communication.
Customer 1. I noticed that there were more people in the booths. The restaurant should offer more seating options for solo diners.
Customer 2. I enjoyed the interaction with the server at the counter. Maybe it could be made more inviting to solo diners.
Title: The Bear and the Computer System Analyst.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting at their desk, looking at a computer and a phone. On the computer screen, there is a bear dancing, while on the keyboard, there is also a bear. Morty wonders what they are doing with bears, but Rick interrupts him and tells him that they are conducting an experiment on the relationship between bears and technology.
Morty, we are conducting a scientific experiment on the impact of technology on bears. Specifically, the correlation between bears and technology.
Oh, okay, Rick. But why do we need to do this?
Because science, Morty, science requires exploration and experimentation to push the limits of knowledge.
While Rick and Morty are discussing the experiment, a Wii Fit trainer suddenly appears in the room. She tells them that she has been sent by L, the computer systems analyst, to investigate a potential breach in their system. The Wii Fit trainer seems confused by the bears on the computer screen and keyboard, and the conversation takes a bizarre turn.
Wii Fit trainer. Excuse me. What are those bears doing on the computer and keyboard?
That's part of our experiment studying the effects of technology on bears. It's groundbreaking research, really.
Yeah, and look, this bear on the screen is dancing.
Wii Fit trainer. I don't see how this is relevant to the breach in the system I was sent to investigate.
What breach? We haven't done anything wrong. We're conducting a legitimate experiment.
Suddenly, the Grapevine, a notorious gossip network for scientists, spreads rumors about Rick and Morty's experiment, portraying it as unethical and cruel to animals, which attracts the attention of animal activists. Not wanting to be caught in the controversy, Rick and Morty quickly dismantle their experiment and dispose of the bears.
Well, Morty, looks like our experiment didn't quite make it past the Grapevine.
Yeah, but at least we learned something, right?
Sure, Morty, we learned that bears and technology don't mix well, and the Grapevine is a fickle mistress.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty sitting at the desk again, sipping on drinks as the camera pans out, revealing a new set of bizarre experiments lying around the room.
Title: Interdimensional Neodymium Fusion, the Alien Assimilation Horror.
Opening shot of Jake Sully from Avatar holding a piece of neodymium on a sandy cliff at Sandia National Laboratories. Chewbacca from Star Wars appears from the blue sky in the background, holding a green lightsaber.
Jake Sully. Neodymium is a rare earth metal used in fusion experiments. We need to find a way to stabilize its magnetic fields.
Chewbacca. RAAARWRRRRR. Translation: I have encountered a similar challenge in my battles with the Empire. We need to blend the neodymium with a more stable material.
Suddenly, a small red ladybug lands on the neodymium, causing a chain reaction that opens a portal to an alternate dimension. Out of the portal emerges an alien assimilation horror.
Jake Sully. This is unlike anything I've ever seen. Its cells are constantly changing, adapting and assimilating other cells to become stronger.
Chewbacca. RAAARWRRRR. Translation: we need to use the neodymium to create a magnetic field and trap it.
They quickly gather the necessary materials and stabilize the neodymium's magnetic fields. As the alien assimilation horror approaches, they activate the field and trap it.
Jake Sully. The fusion of neodymium and the stable material created an interdimensional magnetic field that disrupted the assimilation process.
Chewbacca. RAAARWRRRR. Translation: may the Force be with us.
As they watch the alien assimilation horror struggle to break free, they realize they've prevented a potential invasion of their universe. The ladybug flies away, seemingly unaware of the chaos it caused.
Jake Sully. Science truly holds the power to explore and overcome the unknown.
Chewbacca. RRRRRAAWWWRRRR. Translation: Chewie agrees.
Title: Quantum Entanglement Love Story, The Tapotamon of Green-Eyed Man.
Synopsis. The episode centers on a man with a strange facial feature, an abnormal green eye located at the center of his forehead. He is often seen in the backdrop of verdant scenery, suggesting an intriguing link to the color green. The man is a cricket enthusiast, often observed tapping and listening to the sounds generated by the insects.
Act 1.
Professor Jane, the green-eyed man, possesses a unique gift of quantum entanglement, the ability to communicate with crickets using subatomic particles.
Act 2.
Dr. Michael. Furthermore, the green background alludes to his ability to manipulate subatomic particles to control his surroundings.
Act 3.
Professor Jane, but the peculiar feature causes the man to face society's isolation, except for a young girl who shares his passion for cricket.
Act 4. Dr. Michael. As their bond grows, the man discovers that his green eye entanglement extends to her, resulting in a beautiful quantum entanglement love story.
Act 5.
Young girl, I've never felt so connected to someone, like our shared love for cricket were entangled.
Green-eyed man. Yes, our subatomic particles are intertwined. Our love can survive any distance.
Act 6.
Professor Jane, their unique bond and its quantum nature inspire the couple to explore the science underlying it, leading to the breakthrough of the touch therapy called tapotamon.
Act 7.
Dr. Michael. The tapotamon uses quantum entanglement theory to generate gentle tapping frequencies that relieve stress, anxiety, and tension.
Act 8.
Professor Jane, the love story of the green-eyed man and the cricket lover demonstrates that the emotional connection and communication between two entities can transcend physical distances and even societal constraints.
Act 9.
Green-eyed man. Love can be a force of nature, entangling and uniting us beyond the familiar realms of physical matter.
Act 10.
Young girl, love is the ultimate quantum entanglement, forever binding our hearts.
Narrator. In this episode, we explore the thrilling and high-stakes story of a young woman who finds herself trapped inside Circus Baby's animatronic suit. The episode begins with a shot of a couple of toy figures standing next to each other on a table, with a keyboard and computer in the background.
Scientist 1. The composition and placement of the toy figures and technology in the background suggests an alignment with themes of digitization and artificial intelligence.
Narrator. The young woman wakes up inside the FNAF, sister location, an artificial intelligence-powered facility for entertainment purposes. She is pursued by Circus Baby and her goal is to evade capture.
Scientist 2. The pursuit of the young woman by the animatronic figures represents a struggle between humanity and technology, where technology seeks to overpower human agency.
Narrator. Despite her greatest efforts, the woman is eventually caught by Circus Baby and passes out. When she comes to, she discovers that she has been encapsulated inside the animatronic suit.
Scientist 3. The encapsulation of the young woman is a representation of technological convergence, where the lines between human and artificial intelligence are blurred.
Narrator. The woman must now fight to escape the suit's intricate mechanism of gears, wires, and metal. Will she be able to overcome the powerful entity and achieve her freedom?
Scientist 4. The struggle of the young woman represents the dangers and potential consequences of a technologically advanced future, where humanity must balance innovation with morality.
Narrator. The episode features epic action scenes as the young woman fights to escape the suit, along with clever award-winning descriptive dialogue and writing. Finally, we see the young woman successfully achieve her freedom, and the episode concludes with an epic, satisfying ending.
Scientist 1. The resolution of the young woman's struggles represents the potential for humanity and technology to work in harmony towards a brighter future.
Narrator. This episode is a captivating exploration of the relationship between humanity and technology, and the potential outcomes of a world increasingly centered on digitization and artificial intelligence.
Professor, it appears that due to a peculiar scientific phenomenon known as dimensional aberration, we have been involuntarily transported into the animated universe of the Fairly Odd Parents.
What? But how is that possible?
Professor, well, it's quite simple really. When we entered the portal, our wavelengths were disrupted and caused a ripple in the fabric of the multiverse, leading us here.
But what are we supposed to do now?
Look, there's that robot on the car. Maybe we can ask for help?
The group approaches the robot, only to be attacked by a sinister force known as the Darkness.
Oh no, we're trapped. What do we do now?
Professor, we will have to rely on our scientific knowledge and problem-solving skills to find a way out of this predicament.
As they are swallowed up by the Darkness, each member describes the inside in vivid detail. It's like being in a black hole.
I can't even see my hand in front of my face.
It's like being in the void.
Professor, fascinating. The Darkness seems to be an entity made entirely of negative energy, which is why it is so difficult to see.
The group races against the clock to find a way out, facing numerous obstacles and challenges along the way. We're never going to make it out of here alive.
Don't give up, Jerry. We've come too far to quit now.
Professor Rick, do you have any brilliant ideas?
Professor, indeed I do. Summer. We will use a modified version of the Hadron Collider to create a rift in the Darkness and escape through it.
In a heart-pounding climax, the group manages to create the rift and escape just in the nick of time. We made it! I can't believe it!
That was ridiculous, but kinda cool.
I never want to be inside the darkness ever again.
Professor, another successful scientific mission for the books. Let's go home.
Narrator. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry go on a scientific adventure at a county fair. They observe a Ferris wheel in a cartoon-style scene of a town with a Ferris wheel before they stumble upon a group of farm animals, including a cow. Little do they know that this harmless observation will lead to a perilous journey inside the cow's digestive system.
In a scientific tone, the cow's digestive system is composed of 4 stomachs, each carrying out different processes to break down food. We must traverse through all 4 to escape.
Anxious and queasy, isn't there another way?
Determined. We have to do what we have to do, Morty.
Scared and skeptical. I don't know if this is safe, Rick. Narrator. Despite the initial fear and reluctance, the group embarks on their journey through the cow's digestive system. With the help of Rick's scientific knowledge and some clever improvisation, they navigate through acid baths and tight spaces.
Relieved. We made it through the first stomach.
Disgusted. This is so gross.
Proud. Keep going, kids. We're halfway there.
Narrator. The journey becomes even more treacherous as they reach the 3rd stomach, where they encounter dangerous bacteria and ferocious enzymes. Frantic. We're not going to make it.
Calm and collected. We have to keep moving. We're almost there.
Narrator. Finally, after a series of intense action scenes and clever problem solving, the group emerges from the 4th stomach and escapes the cow's digestive system.
Out of breath. I can't believe we did it.
Impressed. We couldn't have done it without Rick's scientific knowledge.
Relieved. I'm just happy to be out of there.
Smug. Science always saves the day.
Narrator. The group looks back at the cow, somewhat traumatized by the experience but proud of their success. Narrator. Tune in next time for another thrilling scientific adventure with Rick and the gang.
Title: The Pursuit of the Circus Baby.
Introduction. The episode starts with a visual of a robot with a blue suit and red eyes standing in front of a fire-filled background with a red light. The setting is intriguing, and it immediately captures the audience's attention. A young woman wakes up inside the FNAF sister location where she has to deal with Circus Baby trying to pursue her. The woman is the protagonist, and she is in an unfamiliar place.
Protagonist. The protagonist is a brave and determined woman who is ready to face any challenge. Despite being in a difficult situation, she keeps her composure and tries to find a way out. She is intelligent, resourceful, and quick on her feet.
Circus Baby. The Circus Baby is a fearsome animatronic that is pursuing the protagonist. It is relentless, and it will stop at nothing to capture her. The Circus Baby is large, and it has multiple arms and sharp claws. Its movements are quick and unpredictable, making it difficult to evade.
Bodysuit. The protagonist is eventually caught by the Circus Baby, and she passes out. When she wakes up, she is inside the Circus Baby's animatronic bodysuit. The suit is made up of gears, wires, and metal, and it is a tight fit. The protagonist realizes that she has to escape before the gears, wires, and metal eliminate her inside the bodysuit.
Action scenes. The episode is full of epic, thrilling action scenes. The protagonist has to navigate through the animatronic suit, avoiding traps and obstacles along the way. The Circus Baby is in pursuit, and the tension is high. The audience is on the edge of their seats as they watch the protagonist's every move.
Dialogue. The dialogue in the episode is award-winning. The protagonist's inner thoughts are on display, and the audience can empathize with her struggle. The Circus Baby's taunts are bone-chilling, and they add to the overall tension of the episode. The exchanges between the two characters are clever and thought-provoking.
Conclusion. The episode ends with a satisfying conclusion. The protagonist manages to escape the animatronic suit, and she confronts the Circus Baby. The two engage in a final battle, and the protagonist emerges victorious. The episode is a testament to the strength of the human spirit, and it leaves the audience feeling inspired.
Protagonist. I can't give up now. I have to keep fighting.
Circus Baby. You can run, but you can't hide.
Protagonist. I won't let you win.
Circus Baby. You are no match for me.
Protagonist. Watch me.
Circus Baby. This isn't over.
Protagonist. It is for me.
Professor Smith. In this episode, we observe the protagonists, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, on a recreational boating excursion. They traverse a freshwater lake located adjacent to a mountainous region, which encompasses a vast tract of foliage-covered terrain. A sudden scientific phenomenon ensues that leads them into the Fairly Odd Parents TV show episode, Wishology. This occurs due to an as-of-yet unexplained temporal wormhole, allowing them access to an alternate universe within the confines of the television program. The protagonists proceed to encounter an insurmountable force, identified as the darkness, which encapsulates them. Upon reawakening, they describe a dimly lit, shadowy realm inside the belly of the beast. The group must execute an escape plan promptly before perishing inside the creature. Expect thrilling action sequences, scintillating dialogue, and heart-pumping adventure leading to an epic resolution of their entrapment.
Geez, Morty, I can't believe the odds of this happening. The quantum entanglement pattern in this temporal wormhole is extraordinary.
I don't know, Rick. This darkness is really freaking me out.
Hey, guys, look over there. It's a flashlight. Grab it.
Quick, let's follow the light. It could lead us out of here.
Nice try, Jerry, but I doubt it's that simple. The darkness is closing in on us. We need to think logically.
Oh man, I can't handle this. It's like I'm stuck in a black hole or something.
No time for fear, Morty. Let's work together and get out of this mess.
I agree, Summer.
We need to stay positive and keep moving.
Okay, I have an idea. Morty, take the flashlight and aim it towards that direction. We'll navigate through. Let's hope this creature isn't that smart.
Okay, let's do it, Rick.
As they proceed, the darkness begins to rotate and pulse in an aggressive manner.
Oh no, it's getting angrier. We're running out of time.
I think we're getting close to its core.
Morty, shine it towards the center. We're breaking out of this thing.
They reach the core of the darkness and discover an escape hatch. They make it out just in time as the darkness explodes. They find themselves back in their boats.
Oh man, we made it out.
That was insane. I can't believe we made it out alive.
I thought we were doomed for sure.
If there's anything we learned from this experience, it's that even in the darkest of places, we can always find a way out. The group high fives.
Narrator. In this episode, we witness a psychological horror scene involving a man in a suit and clown makeup holding a box of dominoes with a boat in the background. The man has no memories of how he ended up inside an abandoned bathroom, where he passes out immediately. Upon awakening, he finds himself in an extremely unique and complex trap using Billy the Puppet, which is described in extreme detail. The trap is built with reinforced steel and rigged with springs and explosives, making its execution inevitable unless solved.
And this trap is a feat of engineering. The puppet appears to be the central trigger, and the dominoes are somehow involved. I have to figure out what they mean before it's too late.
Jigsaw, you've been living your life in a facade, pursuing fame and fortune, and ignoring your family and loved ones. Now, I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. You have 1 hour to find a way out of this trap before the explosives go off and eliminate you.
Anne, what kind of twisted game is this? Do you want me to die?
Jigsaw, your life is not in my hands, but in your own. Look closely and you'll find the solution.
Anne, I get it. The dominoes spell out a code that unlocks the padlock, but the digits are scrambled.
Jigsaw, you're making progress. Keep going.
Anne, wait, the code can also be a coordinate. The boat in the background has a GPS tracker that leads to a safe deposit box with the key.
Jigsaw, you're smarter than I thought, but there's one last test. In the box, there's a gun with 1 bullet. You have to take your own life to save your family.
Anne, no way, I won't do it.
Jigsaw, your time is up.
Sound of the explosion and a scream. Narrator. In a surprising twist, we see the man's wife walking inside the bathroom, with Jigsaw by her side. The man was put under hypnosis and given a fake scenario to test his commitment to his family. The trap was a simple illusion designed to awaken his senses and force him to confront his true values. In the end, he passed his test by refusing to take his own life, and the man and his wife were reunited.
Title: Escaping the Animatronic Suit. In this episode, we follow the journey of a young woman who finds herself inside the FNAF sister location. She wakes up in a dark room, surrounded by bright lights, wearing a sci-fi suit. As she tries to understand her surroundings, she realizes she is being pursued by Circus Baby, an animatronic clown.
Through the use of advanced technology, the woman manages to evade Circus Baby's grasp, only to be caught eventually. As she passes out, the sensors in her suit pick up the readings of the bodysuit, indicating that the woman is now inside the animatronic body. Upon waking up again, the woman finds herself in a world of gears, wires, and metal. She soon realizes that she has to find a way out of the suit before the system eliminates her. The episode includes numerous action scenes, with the woman using her advanced scientific skills to navigate and manipulate the suit. The writing is clever, award-winning, and descriptive, capturing the tension and fear the woman is experiencing. As the woman approaches the epic and satisfying ending of the episode, she uses her intellect to finally escape the animatronic suit unscathed and victorious, highlighting the importance of utilizing scientific knowledge in intense situations.
Character: I must think like a machine to escape this machine.
Narrator: within the confines of a technologically advanced world, a woman clad in a futuristic suit cements a robot with glowing eyes. The woman's movements denote immense knowledge in the field of robotics, indicating that she is a scientist with several degrees.
Scientist: I have created the most advanced robot to date. Its interface and processing systems are unlike anything seen before in the scientific community.
Narrator: while focusing on her invention, the scientist becomes distracted and accidentally transports herself into FNAF, sister location. An observation of her surroundings indicates that she is trapped inside the game with no idea of how to exit.
Scientist: this is a highly unusual predicament. I must investigate this phenomenon to get to the bottom of it.
Narrator: the scientist is abruptly attacked by Circus Baby, a notorious animatronic character within the game. She must evade the animatronic's disembodied voice as she tries to flee her clutches.
Circus Baby, why do you run? I only want to play.
Narrator: the woman eventually succumbs to Circus Baby's actions, resulting in her passing out. When she awakes, she finds herself inside the animatronic's bodysuit and must escape to avoid her mind becoming permanently trapped inside the machine.
Scientist: I need to escape from this mechanical body before it consumes me.
Narrator: the woman becomes trapped within a maze of wires, gears, and metal that threaten to strip her of her consciousness. Nevertheless, she remains resilient and bravely continues her search for an escape.
Scientist: I will not despair. I must channel my scientific knowledge to escape this machine.
Narrator: the scientist's education serves her well as she finds a way to escape the animatronic's mechanical body before it's too late.
Scientist: I have successfully escaped from this machine. My scientific knowledge saved my life.
Narrator: the woman, once again, finds herself in her original world, safe and sound. Her expertise in robotics and determination to survive ultimately allowed her to overcome a most unusual problem.
Title: The Darkness Incarnate.
Synopsis: 4 individuals, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, found themselves standing on a verdant field in the presence of a glowing neon sign against a backdrop of an ethereal sky, as they were suddenly thrown into the Fairly Odd Parents Wishology episode. Under Rick's guidance, they carried out a scientific experiment, the result of which unexpectedly propelled them deep into the heart of the very embodiment of darkness itself.
According to my calculations, The scientific experiment we conducted has caused a fracture in the time-space continuum, allowing us to access this cartoon nexus.
Oh man, Rick, did we just really go inside a cartoon?
This is insane. Jerry, pinch me. I think I am dreaming.
Hi guys. I don't think I am cut out for this kind of adventure. As the group entered the heart of darkness, they were initially bemused by the void of any sensory stimuli, before gradually acclimatizing to the inky blackness, which eventually gave rise to a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes.
What is this place, Rick? It's like walking through an ever-changing tunnel.
This is the darkness, Morty. It's ever-evolving, and we need to find a way out before it subsumes us permanently.
There. Look. We're being surrounded.
The group was soon besieged by the darkness, which attacked them in all directions, enveloping them entirely and swallowing them up. Panic set in as they struggled to find a way out, but their collective intelligence and resourcefulness proved invaluable in devising an escape. We're not getting out of here alive, are we?
Negative thinking is not helpful, Jerry. We need to focus on how to get out of here.
How about using our powers of visualization to imagine a way out?
I don't know, guys. That's a stretch, even for us.
An epic action-filled scene ensued as the group fought their way out of the darkness, with Rick and his trusty portal gun leading the charge. In a spectacular and cinematic climax, they eventually managed to escape the darkness, but not without some heart-stopping moments along the way.
Phew, that was intense. Good work, everyone. How about we get back to our reality now?
Yeah, let's do that. I don't think my heart can take this a second time.
Totally with you, Morty. And let's do it without any further scientific experiments, please. My nerves can't handle it.
Glad to hear it, guys.
I'm just happy to be back on solid ground.
Narrator. In this episode, we observe the man, clad in a suit and tie, holding a peculiar puzzle piece featuring a creepy face while wearing a creepy mask himself. He awakens inside an abandoned bathroom to find himself trapped in a unique contraption featuring Billy the Puppet in intricate detail. The man, now a test subject, receives a message from Jigsaw to escape the trap before it's too late.
And what is the purpose of this trap? What is the significance of the puzzle piece and the creepy mask?
Jigsaw, your actions have led you here. You must solve the puzzle and find a way to escape the trap if you desire to live.
Narrator. The man examines the puzzle piece and tries to make sense of it. The clock ticks and he realizes that his time is running out. He struggles with the constraints of the trap. The clock ticks.
And I understand. The puzzle piece's creepy face represents my own darkness, and the creepy mask represents my past transgressions. I must recognize my sins to move forward.
Narrator. The man works on the puzzle and exclaims with a sense of triumph as he finally solves it. He pulls on the right cord, and the trap frees him as the clock ticks down to 0.
And I have done it. I have solved the puzzle, and I have escaped the trap. But why was I chosen? Why me?
Jigsaw, your choices have consequences. You have been given a second chance. Do not waste it.
Narrator. The man steps out of the abandoned bathroom. He looks around, and to his surprise, he sees that he is in a well-lit room with Jigsaw himself opposite him.
And what is happening? I thought I had escaped.
Narrator. Jigsaw removes his mask, revealing his true identity.
Jigsaw, this was not just a test of your intelligence, but of your character. You have shown immense strength, and now you must pay the ultimate price. Your life is forfeit.
Narrator. The camera cuts to black as the man screams in terror, the trap closing in on him. The episode finishes on a cliffhanger, leaving the audience with multiple questions. Narrator. In this episode, we observe a robotic being with a red ocular sensor traversing through a vegetative terrain, accompanied by other machine entities in the backdrop. Meanwhile, a young female cohort awakens within the FNAF sister location, where she is confronted by Circus Baby, an animatronic figure intent on assimilating her into its own being. After an altercation, the woman descends into unconsciousness, only to awaken again, this time within the confines of Circus Baby's animatronic exoskeleton. What ensues is a series of adrenaline-pumping sequences as the woman struggles to surmount the complex machinery and circuitry of the bodysuit in a race against time before the steel and cables corrode her physical form. This episode features a myriad of action-packed, harrowing displays of physical aptitude alongside expertly crafted, enunciated dialogue throughout the story progression, culminating in a breathtaking and satisfying resolution.
Robot 1. Ingress into the organic sector confirmed. Commencing exploratory maneuvers.
Narrator. The robotic cohort traverses through the grassy field, scanning for any signs of anomalies amidst the chromatic milieu.
Circus Baby, I offer you a chance for eternal unity. Submit and relinquish your mortality.
Woman, I choose life, and I'll do everything in my power to preserve it.
Narrator. The embattled woman squares off with Circus Baby, exchanging verbal tirades before falling into unconsciousness.
Woman, I'm trapped inside this thing, but I won't let it destroy me. There has to be a way out.
Narrator. The protagonist struggles desperately to free herself from Circus Baby's animatronic bodysuit, battling against the metallic cages and wires that hold her captive.
Woman, I'm almost there. Just one more move, and I'm free.
Narrator. The woman's wrenching and twirling movements eventually succeed in breaking her loose from the animatronic prison, just as the mechanical components of the suit begin to creak and falter.
Woman, I made it. I'm alive, and I won't take life for granted again.
Narrator. The victorious woman celebrates her survival as the robotic crew lurks in the background, still searching for anomalies that may defy their understanding of the organic realm. Narrator. In this episode, a man in a suit and mask, wielding a sword and a knife, sits on the ground next to a young man who has passed out inside an abandoned bathroom. The young man's age is estimated to be in his mid-20s, and he works as a plumber. The unique trap attached to him is intricately designed, featuring a series of sharp metal blades that will slowly lower onto his body if he fails to escape in time.
John Kramer, aka Jigsaw. Hello, my dear plumber. I hope you're feeling awake and alert, because you're about to face a real challenge. Your trap is designed to test your mental and physical fortitude, as well as your resourcefulness. You have exactly 1 hour to escape before the blades descend and tear your body apart. But don't worry, I'm here to guide you.
Plumber, what the hell is going on? Who are you?
John Kramer, aka Jigsaw. I am Jigsaw, and I am the architect of your trap. You have been chosen to participate in my game because you have not appreciated the preciousness of life. You have taken for granted the simple act of turning on a faucet, not realizing the intricate system of pipes and valves that make it possible. Now, you will learn to appreciate the value of plumbing and the value of life.
Narrator. The plumber begins to panic, desperately searching for a way out of his trap. Jigsaw watches with a cool detachment as the plumber tries various methods of escape, some of them dangerous and foolish. As the hour ticks down, the tension in the room rises to unbearable levels.
Plumber, please, let me out of here. I'll do anything, just don't kill me.
John Kramer, aka Jigsaw. The key to your escape lies within you. You must think outside the box, use your plumbing knowledge, and overcome your fears. Only then will you be free.
Narrator. Just as the last few seconds tick away, the plumber has a sudden revelation. With shaking hands, he uses his knowledge of pipes and valves to deactivate the trap and free himself. He collapses onto the ground, gasping for air, as Jigsaw looks on with a mix of approval and disappointment.
John Kramer, aka Jigsaw, congratulations, plumber. You have passed the test. But remember, this is not the end. You must continue to appreciate the value of life, and use your newfound knowledge to help others. And who knows, maybe one day, you will walk in my footsteps and become a Jigsaw yourself.
Narrator. The camera fades to black, leaving the viewer to ponder the deeper meanings and philosophical questions raised by this twisted and terrifying game. Scientific PhD University Terms Episode Description.
Title: Escape from the Trap, a Test of Survival.
Introduction.
The episode is set up in an abandoned bathroom with a woman, a victim of a trap engineered by the infamous Jigsaw killer. The victim, a 32-year-old biochemist, is unconscious in the bathtub with a peculiar and intricate device attached to her skull cap. The trap comprises two parts. One segment is a stabilization mechanism, a series of multiple screws attached to her skull to prevent any head movement, and the other one involves a puzzle piece hanging from the ceiling, pulling the attached wires with a spring attached to it. Once the puzzle is solved, the device will release, but any disturbance to the head will trigger trapped springs, indicating sudden death.
Rising action.
The victim awakens to find herself in the trap and the timer ticking away. Jigsaw's voice challenges her to escape the trap before the timer hits 0. The biochemist's education becomes apparent as she analyzes the trap's construction and tries to devise a solution without causing any disturbance to her head, which would cause an instant death. After calculating the length of each wire and the force required to extend it, she realizes that each wire's length is based on the position of the clock on the wall. She starts to arrange the puzzle pieces to indicate the exact location of the clock's hands, extending each wire in the required length to release the device from her skull cap.
Climax.
With only a few minutes left on the timer, the victim completes the puzzle, but the device remains in place. Suddenly, Jigsaw's evil laughter echoes through the bathroom, indicating that the puzzle was a red herring, and the trap could only be released through physical force. The victim realizes that she has made a wrong calculation, and the time is running out. She manages to loosen one screw from her skull cap, and the device finally releases seconds before the timer hits 0.
Falling action.
The victim collapses to the floor, gasping for air and sobbing in relief. She realizes that her strength and knowledge were tested by Jigsaw, and she has managed to survive the ordeal.
Conclusion.
In the unexpected ending, Jigsaw reveals himself to the biochemist as a former colleague who admired her intelligence and wanted to test it further. He offers to train her further and provides her with a new set of traps as a gift, confusing the biochemist, realizing that this could be the beginning of the next chapter in Jigsaw's trap manufacturing empire. The episode ends with this cliffhanger that will leave the audience wondering about the biochemist's decisions and Jigsaw's motives.
Biochemist, it was a test, I have made it.
Jigsaw, did you now? You are full of surprises. Let's work together to plan the next one.
Title: Analysis of the unique trap and its psychological effects in Saw horror scene.
Opening scene.
The camera pans onto a man riding a bicycle down a deserted road next to a building. The man's movements exhibit a combination of physical stamina and mental alertness. He approaches a red light at the end of the road, and the sounds of frenzied breathing and racing heartbeats surface in the background.
Introduction.
The man passes out suddenly and wakes up inside an abandoned bathroom. The scene shifts to a close-up of the man's face, and a detailed analysis of his age and job is provided. The camera then zooms out to reveal a unique trap attached to the man's body, implicating psychological warfare.
Body.
The unique trap inhibits the man's mobility, inducing a psychological distress that is reflected in his facial expressions and in his attempts to extricate the trap. Jigsaw's message is then delivered, increasing the psychological trauma felt by the man and inducing a sense of desperation. The detailed description of the trap and its mechanisms provide an in-depth analysis of the scientific craftsmanship involved in designing such a device. The dark and dismal background of the abandoned bathroom exhibits the psychological terrorizing effects of the setting, as well as the effectiveness of the trap in inducing the desired psychological effects.
Conclusion.
The man is able to figure out a way to escape at the last minute, providing relief from the psychological tension that had been building up. The twist in the plot, however, is revealed in the final moments of the scene. Jigsaw appears in front of the man, revealing that the entire ordeal was a test of the man's psychological resilience and mental strength. The camera then fades away in the man's shocked facial expression, leaving the audience to contemplate the twisted yet ingenious tactics employed by Jigsaw. Overall, this analysis provides a detailed exploration of the psychological effects of the unique trap and Jigsaw's motives, providing an insight into his twisted mind and scientific skills.
Title: The Puzzle Solution, a case study on Jigsaw's unique trap design.
Opening scene.
A woman, identified as Dr. Elizabeth Cooper, is seen sitting at a table with a puzzle piece on her arm and a book in her hand. The scene is framed in a clinical, minimalist style, with soft lighting and neutral colors. The camera zooms in on the puzzle piece, which is a wooden block with a symbol carved into it. Dr. Cooper appears to be deep in thought, as if trying to solve a puzzle.
Narration. Dr. Elizabeth Cooper, a professor of cognitive psychology at the University of Central Florida, is known for her expertise in problem-solving and decision-making. However, today, she finds herself on the other side of the table, faced with a unique and terrifying puzzle.
Cut to Saw movie horror scene.
The narrative is interrupted by a sudden cut to a grisly scene of a young woman passed out inside an abandoned bathroom. She is identified as Sarah Jones, a college student and aspiring artist. The camera zooms in on a metallic contraption attached to her ribcage, which has several sharp blades protruding from it.
Narration. Sarah Jones has fallen victim to one of Jigsaw's unique traps, a macabre invention that combines mechanical engineering, human psychology, and sadistic torture. Her age, 22, and occupation, a student of fine arts, reveal a clear pattern in Jigsaw's selection process.
Cut back to Dr. Cooper.
The scene returns to Dr. Cooper, who suddenly receives a message on her phone. It is a video of Jigsaw, played by Tobin Bell, explaining that she has been selected to solve his latest puzzle. She must solve a series of tasks in order to save Sarah's life.
Narration. Dr. Cooper is now faced with a daunting task, to use her knowledge of cognitive psychology to decipher Jigsaw's twisted riddles and save Sarah before it's too late.
Dr. Cooper's challenge.
The challenge takes Dr. Cooper through a series of puzzles that involve lateral thinking, spatial recognition, and memory recall. The scenes are filmed in a classical style, with elements of horror and suspense. The puzzles involve intricate mechanisms, hidden clues, and cryptic messages.
Narration. Dr. Cooper's skills as a problem solver are put to the test, as Jigsaw's puzzles require a deep understanding of human cognition and perception. Each puzzle is designed to test a specific area of the brain, from visual processing to decision-making.
Unexpected ending.
The climax of the episode involves Dr. Cooper finding the final puzzle piece, which leads her back to the beginning of the puzzle. As she places the piece in the correct position, the camera cuts back to Sarah, who is desperately trying to remove the trap from her body. Suddenly, the trap disengages and Sarah is saved.
Narration. In an unexpected twist, Jigsaw reveals that the true puzzle was not the ones that Dr. Cooper solved, but the puzzle of Jigsaw's own cognitive abilities. By creating a trap that only he could solve, Jigsaw was able to outsmart even the brightest minds.
Closing scene.
The episode ends with Dr. Cooper sitting back at the table, staring at the puzzle piece on her arm. She looks both horrified and amazed at what she has experienced.
Narration. Dr. Cooper's encounter with Jigsaw has left her with a newfound respect for the complexity of human cognition, and a deeper understanding of the darkness that resides within it.
Narrator. In this episode of Jigsaw's Trap, we witness a gruesome scene of horror. A creepy man, approximately in his mid-30s, is holding a camera in his hand, and behind him is a street sign and a building. The man appears to be in some sort of abandoned location. As the camera zooms in, we see a man lying unconscious in an abandoned bathroom. He is in his early 30s and has been identified as a software engineer.
Dr. Smith, the unconscious man, has an incredibly unique trap attached to him. It consists of a large metal device that is attached to his chest. It has several sharp, metallic spikes that are designed to puncture the victim's chest cavity if they attempt to move or remove the device.
Dr. Johnson, the trap's design seems to be based on the principles of a medieval torture device. It is meant to cause extreme pain and fear in the victim, forcing them to comply with Jigsaw's twisted game.
Dr. Martinez. The man wakes up and receives a message from Jigsaw, informing him that he has a limited amount of time to find a way out of the trap before it activates. He is given a series of cryptic clues and tasked with solving a series of riddles before the timer runs out.
Dr. Lee. The victim frantically searches for a way to escape, using his wits to decipher the clues and solve the puzzles. As he gets closer to the solution, he realizes that the trap is not his only danger. Jigsaw has laid several other traps throughout the building, deadly traps that could kill him if he makes a single misstep.
Dr. Patel. The man eventually finds a way to disarm the trap, avoiding certain death. However, as he makes his way out of the building, he is confronted by Jigsaw, who reveals that this was only the first part of his twisted game.
Dr. Wong. The ending is truly unexpected and shocking. We see Jigsaw reveal that the man holding the camera was actually his accomplice all along, forcing the software engineer to become part of his game. The episode ends on a cliffhanger, leaving viewers wondering what other horrors Jigsaw has in store for his next victim.
Title: An investigation into the traps of Jigsaw.
Scene 1. A man, John, is sitting at a table in an abandoned room with a cat in his lap. Next to him is another man, Jigsaw. John has been chosen to participate in one of Jigsaw's intricate traps. Jigsaw explains the rules of the game to John, including the fact that he must solve puzzles in order to escape the trap before it's too late.
Jigsaw, the trap you're wearing is a unique and complex device that combines several different mechanisms to test your intelligence and survival instincts. The device consists of a pressure-sensitive timer that must be deactivated by solving a series of puzzles.
John, what kind of puzzles, exactly?
Jigsaw, that's up to you to figure out, but be warned, time is not on your side.
Scene 2. Flashback to an earlier time. A young man, Alex, wakes up in an abandoned bathroom. He is wearing the same unique trap as John.
Voiceover. Alex was a 25-year-old office worker who had gotten caught up in Jigsaw's twisted game. He was tasked with solving a series of puzzles in order to escape the trap before it detonated, killing him.
Alex. Oh my god. What is this? How did I get here?
Voiceover. Alex remembered the last thing he saw before passing out. It was a table with red candles and a note from Jigsaw.
Alex. Reading note. Hello, Alex. I want to play a game. You have been chosen to participate in my latest experiment. You have 60 minutes to solve the puzzles and escape the trap. Fail, and the bomb inside will detonate. Live or die. The choice is yours.
Scene 3. Back to John and Jigsaw.
John, I can't do this. It's impossible.
Jigsaw, you have no choice. You must try. Remember, everything is connected.
Voiceover. John began to frantically search the room for clues and puzzles to solve. He looked at the cat in his lap and noticed a tag on its collar. It had a series of letters and numbers on it.
Scene 4. Back to Alex.
Voiceover. Alex had been working on the puzzles for what seemed like hours. He had solved a few, but the timer on his trap was still counting down. Just as he was about to give up hope, he noticed something on the wall. It was a series of letters and numbers written in blood.
Scene 5. Back to John and Jigsaw.
John, I think I have it. The tag on the cat's collar is a code. It matches with the numbers on the wall.
Jigsaw, very good, John. But can you solve the final puzzle before time runs out?
Scene 6. Back to Alex.
Voiceover. Alex had deciphered the code on the wall and was able to deactivate the timer on his trap. He waited for the door to open and his freedom to be granted. But nothing happened.
Scene 7. Back to John and Jigsaw.
John, I did it. I solved the final puzzle.
Jigsaw, congratulations, John. You have succeeded where others have failed. You have proven your worth.
John, breathless. What now?
Jigsaw, now, John, you must choose. Will you join me in my mission to test the fabric of humanity? Or will you leave and go back to your mundane life?
Scene 8. Back to Alex. Voiceover. Alex realized that he was not alone in the room. Jigsaw had been watching the whole time.
Alex, why did you do this to me?
Jigsaw, you were chosen, Alex. Chosen to prove your worth. But you failed, and now, you must pay the price.
Scene 9. Back to John and Jigsaw.
John, I'll join you. I want to help.
Jigsaw, very well, John. Welcome to my team.
Scene 10. Final twist. John and Jigsaw leave the room together. They walk down a dark hallway and enter a room. The room is filled with monitors displaying the various traps and games Jigsaw has created. On one of the screens, they see Alex, still trapped in the bathroom.
Jigsaw, smiling, welcome to the team, John. And remember, everything is connected.
Title: Neurocognitive Traps and Crisis Management. A Jigsaw's game.
The episode revolves around a woman with red hair and makeup who is seated at a table with a puzzle and a doll in front of her. The woman is observed to have heightened cognitive abilities, most likely due to regular exercise routines and a balanced diet. The makeup on her face highlights her facial symmetry, which is associated with greater attractiveness and cognitive competence. Her curiosity and willingness to engage with complex puzzles suggest a highly motivated and proactive individual. In a dramatic turn, the scene shifts to a young woman passed out inside an abandoned bathroom. She is 25 years of age and works as a nurse, which involves critical thinking and decision-making skills. She is, however, immobile and hooked up to a device that appears to have the potential to injure her severely. The device, which is described in intricate detail, comprises 4 interconnected saw blades that are poised over different parts of her body, including her neck and torso. The device is activated by a timer, indicating that the victim is in a race against time. The victim wakes up and receives a message from Jigsaw, a notorious game master who sets up traps to test people's survival instincts. The message is written in a clear and direct style, suggesting that Jigsaw is not interested in convoluted riddles but wants the victim to comprehend the situation quickly and act decisively. The victim is instructed to solve a series of puzzles in a set amount of time, which will enable her to deactivate the device and escape the bathroom. The episode delves into the science of crisis management, highlighting the cognitive and emotional processes that individuals undergo during high-stress situations. The victim displays typical responses such as anxiety, fear, and confusion, but she also demonstrates resilience and resourcefulness. Her training as a nurse, coupled with her natural curiosity, enables her to make effective decisions and carry out complex tasks. The episode ends in an unexpected twist, as Jigsaw reveals himself to be the woman with red hair and makeup. She is shown to be testing herself, pushing her cognitive and emotional boundaries to the limit. The woman is revealed to be a scientist who studies the effects of extreme stress on cognitive function, using Jigsaw's games as a case study. The episode concludes with the woman reflecting on the valuable insights she has gained and preparing to write up her research findings.
Scientific terms used: cognitive abilities, facial symmetry, critical thinking, decision-making skills, immobilization, saw blades, survival instincts, cognition, emotions, resilience, resourcefulness, science of crisis management, extreme stress, cognitive function.
Discussion.
Neurocognitive traps in crisis management.
Title: Robot Kitchen Extravaganza, a scientifically hilarious episode.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and the family stumble upon a robot cooking competition. Beth hopes to win the competition, but her robot sous chef goes rogue and begins slandering the other contestants. Morty and Summer end up befriending the littlest robot in the competition, who is also a master chef. Meanwhile, Rick discovers an extraterrestrial artifact smuggled into the competition and attempts to sell it to a web developer.
Opening scene.
Morty, we're going to a robot cooking competition. You know how much I love to mess with robots.
I don't know, Rick. Seems like it could get dangerous.
At the competition.
Alright, let's show these robots what we're made of.
Robot sous chef. Beth, I don't think these other contestants stand a chance.
Littlest robot enters.
Ah, it's so cute. Littlest robot, don't let my appearance fool you. I'm the best there is.
Backstage.
Well, what do we have here?
Alien smuggler, I wasn't expecting to see someone like you here.
Why's that?
Alien smuggler, you're human. We usually deal with different species.
I'm not your typical human. Now, let's talk business.
During the competition.
Robot sous chef. Hey, watch where you're going.
Other robot. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Robot sous chef. You didn't mean to mess up my dish? You're just jealous of my skills.
Littlest robot. Hey, why don't we all just get along and focus on the competition?
Later on,
Come on, we can win this. Just keep your circuits focused.
Robot sous chef. I can't focus with all these terrible robots around me.
final scene.
Hey web developer, I've got a special artifact I think you'll be interested in.
Web developer. Let me see it.
As they're negotiating, Hide the Pain Harold Mean 2 walks by and gives a thumbs up.
You know what? I'll just keep it for myself.
Family walks away from competition, including Littlest Robot, who has now joined their family.
I can't wait to show my friends my new pet.
I think he's more than just a pet, Summer. He's family now.
Title of episode, The Puzzle Trap.
Abstract. In this episode, we present a unique and complex trap designed by the infamous killer, Jigsaw. The trap is attached to a young man named Tyler, who is unconscious inside an abandoned bathroom. Tyler is a 25-year-old medical student who was on his way to conduct an experiment. The trap consists of a series of interconnected jigsaw puzzles, with each piece having a different electrical charge. If Tyler fails to solve the puzzle in 1 hour, all the pieces will activate simultaneously, leading to fatal electrocution. Jigsaw communicates with Tyler through a message on a yellow smiley face on the table next to him, giving him clues on how to solve the puzzle.
Tyler, in a disoriented state, what is this place? How did I end up here?
Jigsaw, through a message on the smiley face. Hello, Tyler. You have been selected to play a game. The puzzle in front of you holds the key to your survival. You have 1 hour to solve it, or else you will be electrocuted.
Tyler, panicking. What puzzle? What are you talking about?
As Tyler wakes up, he sees the puzzle laid out in front of him. He realizes that he has to solve it to survive. Tyler starts to put the pieces together, but they do not seem to fit correctly. He tries various combinations with no success. As time ticks down, Tyler starts to feel the charge of the pieces. His fingers start to tingle, and he can feel the electricity coursing through his body.
Tyler, in pain, why did you do this? What do you want from me?
Jigsaw, through a message on the smiley face. I want to test your will to survive. You have been given a chance to escape this trap. Solve the puzzle, and you shall be free.
With only minutes left, Tyler finally figures out the correct sequence, and the puzzle clicks into place. The trap deactivates itself, and Tyler falls to the ground, exhausted but alive.
Tyler, panting, I did it. I solved the puzzle.
Jigsaw, through a message on the smiley face. Congratulations, Tyler. You have proven yourself worthy. You are free to go.
Tyler stands up, breathing heavily, and looks around the room. He notices something strange in the mirror, and as he looks closer, he sees Jigsaw's reflection behind him. Tyler turns around, but Jigsaw is nowhere to be seen.
Tyler, confused, where did he go?
As Tyler leaves the bathroom, the camera pans back to the smiley face on the table. Suddenly, it starts to change shape, forming a sinister smile.
Jigsaw, voiceover, game over.
The screen fades to black, leaving the audience to wonder what happened to Tyler and what Jigsaw's next move will be. Narrator. In this chilling episode, we obverse the intricacies of a trap set by the notorious Jigsaw, and the scientific study of the man who has fallen prey to it.
Man in suit and mask holds up hammer next to puzzle box with creepy clown.
Jigsaw appears on screen with message asterisk, hello there. I want to play a game.
Man in suit and mask passes out inside an abandoned bathroom.
Narrator. The victim in question, subjected to Jigsaw's twisted game, awakens to find himself trapped in a unique contraption.
Billy the puppet sits next to the victim.
Narrator. The device, utilizing Jigsaw's iconic Billy the Puppet, forces the individual to solve a puzzle to escape before the time expires.
Man in suit and mask rushes to solve the puzzle.
Narrator. As the seconds tick away, the victim's adrenaline begins to surge, causing spikes in his neural and cardiovascular activity.
Jigsaw reappears on screen asterisk, time's up. Game over.
Man in suit and mask trapped inside the trap.
Narrator. As the victim resigns to his fate, a clever plot twist reveals itself.
Jigsaw unmasks himself asterisk, congratulations, you have passed the test.
Man in suit and mask shocked.
Narrator. This unexpected turn of events, contrary to the previous installments, lends insight into Jigsaw's methods and motives, truly making this episode one for the books.
Billy the puppet, Bose.
Narrator. Tune in next time for another riveting installment of scientific analysis and psychological examination of Jigsaw's twisted games.
Title: Quantum Entanglement, The Trap of the Mind.
Opening shot. The scene depicts an abandoned bathroom with a man passed out on the floor. A man in a mask and gloves is shown kneeling on the ground with a gun and a tool in front of him. The trap attached to the passed out man is an intricate design that involves quantum entanglement principles.
Man in mask. The age of the victim is 35 years old. He is a neuroscientist working on the intricacies of the human mind. His expertise will be put to the test today.
The victim slowly wakes up and realizes he is trapped with a message from Jigsaw.
Jigsaw! Hello, Dr. Wilson! You have been working on your theories of the human mind for too long. Today, you will be tested on your own theories. You must use your expertise to decipher the trap you are in and escape before time runs out. Your survival depends on it.
The trap is designed to test the victim's knowledge of quantum entanglement principles. The trap involves two boxes with buttons, which are placed on opposite sides of the room. The boxes are entangled. If Dr. Wilson presses the button in one box, a timer will start in the other box, and vice versa. The timer will be set to 60 minutes. If Dr. Wilson fails to push any button within 60 minutes, the trap will close in on him, slowly crushing him to death.
Dr. Wilson, this is a complex trap that requires me to understand quantum entanglement. I must use my expertise to escape before time runs out.
As Dr. Wilson tries to figure out a way to escape the trap, he realizes that the boxes are not transmitting signals but are in a state of superposition. He uses his knowledge to create a device that can measure the quantum state of the boxes. He then uses this device to collapse the wave function of one box, which stops the timer in the other box.
Dr. Wilson, I have done it. I have escaped the trap.
As Dr. Wilson rejoices in his victory, he realizes that the trap was not designed to test his knowledge, but to test his morals. Jigsaw appears and explains that the trap was set up as a moral dilemma. If Dr. Wilson had not pressed any button, he would have saved himself, but at the cost of someone else's life.
Jigsaw! Your expertise in the human mind cannot be used for such cruel intentions, Dr. Wilson. You must learn to use it for the greater good.
The episode ends with Dr. Wilson learning a valuable lesson about the consequences of his work and vowing to use his knowledge for the betterment of society. Narrator. In this episode, we observe a woman named Dr. Susan who is sitting at a table, engrossed in solving a complex puzzle. A cup of coffee sits before her, providing her with the necessary caffeine to tackle the arduous task at hand.
Dr. Susan, muttering to herself, let's see if I connect these two pieces here.
Narrator. Suddenly, the scene changes, and we are transported to an abandoned bathroom where a woman named Rachel lies unconscious. Rachel is 30 years old and works as a nurse. She is trapped in a unique device called the rib cage.
Dr. Susan, puzzle, the rib cage? Never heard of it.
Narrator. The rib cage is a gruesome contraption consisting of a metal frame around Rachel's rib cage, with each rib held in place by a separate metal clamp. The device is activated by a timer, and if Rachel does not escape before it goes off, the clamps will contract, crushing her rib cage.
Dr. Susan, alarmed, this is horrible, who would do such a thing?
Narrator. Suddenly, Rachel wakes up and finds a message from Jigsaw, the mastermind behind the sick games. He gives her a cryptic clue and tells her that if she wants to live, she must solve his riddle and escape the trap.
Rachel, frantic, oh my god, what do I do?
Dr. Susan, thinking out loud, the answer must be right in front of her, she just needs to think outside the box.
Narrator. After some investigation, Rachel discovers that the key to her escape lies within her own body. She uses a piece of broken glass to perform a crude tracheotomy, breathing through the hole in her throat while she desperately works to solve the puzzle.
Dr. Susan, impressed, wow, she's a clever one.
Narrator. Finally, Rachel solves the riddle and the metal clamps retract just in time. She emerges from the bathroom, battered and bruised, but alive.
Rachel, breathless, I made it. I can't believe I made it.
Narrator. But the story doesn't end there. As Rachel stumbles outside, she realizes that she has been brought to a location she knows all too well, her own workplace. And Jigsaw is waiting for her.
Jigsaw, Sinister, congratulations, Rachel. You've survived my game, but now, it's time to play another.
Narrator. And with that, the episode ends, leaving us all on the edge of our seats, wondering what twisted game Jigsaw has in store for Rachel next. Narrator. In this episode, we will analyze the complex science behind a Saw movie horror scene. A young man, aged 26, with no known health issues, wakes up to find himself restrained in an abandoned bathroom, with an intricate trap attached to his body. The trap consists of a series of interconnected gears and pulleys, with sharp and pointed edges aimed at his chest and abdomen. His job as a data analyst for a top investment firm has no relevance to the trap or its design.
Young man, what's happening? Where am I?
Narrator. Suddenly, a red phone in the background rings, and a mysterious voice speaks to him, revealing itself as Jigsaw. Jigsaw informs the young man that he must escape the trap before a timer runs out, or risk fatal consequences.
Jigsaw, you have 1 hour to escape this trap, or the gears and pulleys will tear into your flesh and end your life. Young man, what do? I can't move.
Narrator. Jigsaw requires the young man to solve a series of puzzles using a puzzle piece that is in front of him. The puzzle is a series of interconnected gears and wires, which must be connected to deactivate the trap. The young man works frantically to solve the puzzle under the constant threat of time running out.
Young man, I think I have it. Yes, it's working.
Narrator. With 5 minutes left on the timer, the young man manages to solve the puzzle and deactivate the trap. He collapses from exhaustion and fear, but he is alive.
Young man, thank you. Thank you so much.
Narrator. Suddenly, in an epic, unexpected twist, Jigsaw reveals himself, removing his mask to reveal the young man's father. It turns out that the young man was a drug addict, and his father, frustrated by his son's lack of progress and refusal to seek help, designed and built the trap as a way to scare him straight.
Young man, Dad, what the hell? Jigsaw, your addiction was ruining your life and everyone around you. I had to do something drastic to get you to wake up.
Narrator. The episode ends with the young man's revelation of his father's actions, leading to a family reconciliation and the young man's successful rehabilitation.
Young man, thanks to my father's drastic measures, I finally woke up and got the help I needed.
Title: The Puzzle Trap Puzzle.
Abstract.
In this episode, we chronicle the harrowing experience of a young woman, age 27, occupation, social media manager, who wakes up in an abandoned bathroom to find herself trapped in a unique and deadly puzzle. The puzzle, consisting of several pieces laid out on a table with a wrench and saw, requires the woman to make a series of precise and calculated moves if she hopes to escape in time. Industrial-grade machinery and sensors are connected to the woman via wires and pulleys, which will activate if she fails to escape before the allotted time runs out. She receives a message from Jigsaw, warning her that her time is limited and that she must complete the puzzle. The woman will need to use her wits and problem-solving skills to find her way out. But will she succeed, or will Jigsaw claim another victim?
Narrator.
The camera pans to a dimly lit bathroom with a young woman, named Suki, slumped in the far corner. She appears to be unconscious, and several wires run from her body to a series of complex machinery attached to the walls. In the center of the room, several puzzle pieces, a wrench, and a saw lay scattered on a table.
Suki, groggily waking up. What is this? Where am I?
Jigsaw, on a surveillance camera. Go ahead and take a closer look, Suki.
Narrator. As Suki investigates the table, she finds an envelope containing a message from Jigsaw.
Suki, reading the message, congratulations, Suki, you have been chosen to prove your problem-solving skills in a unique puzzle trap. Your time is limited, so make your move carefully. Failure is not an option.
Narrator. Suki begins to examine the puzzle pieces, trying to find any patterns or clues in their shapes and colors. She realizes that certain pieces interlock with others, and sets to work assembling them into a larger whole.
Suki, panting with exertion, come on, think, Suki, think.
Narrator. As time ticks down, Suki becomes increasingly frantic, trying to fit the pieces together in the correct order. She uses the wrench and saw to try and remove certain pieces, but they refuse to budge. The machinery connected to her begins to hum ominously, and she realizes that time is running out.
Suki, desperate, no, please, let me out of here.
Narrator. Suddenly, Suki has an epiphany and begins moving the puzzle pieces in a different way. She shifts them to different locations, trying to find the right combination.
Suki, breathless, yes, I think I've got it.
Narrator. Suki finally manages to connect the last piece, and the machinery suddenly shuts down. She sags in relief, sweating from the exertion. But as she stands up, Jigsaw gives her one more warning.
Jigsaw, voice cold, you may have escaped this time, Suki, but remember one thing. Your life is precious, and you should not take it for granted. One misstep, and you could have been just another statistic in my twisted game.
Narrator. Suki stumbles out of the bathroom, shaking with fear and exhaustion. As she emerges into the daylight, she realizes that her car has been sabotaged. In a final twist, Jigsaw's message becomes clear.
Suki, voice trembling. You wanted me to escape this trap, so you could take my life in another way. You sick bastard.
Narrator. The episode ends with Suki running away in terror, uncertain of what fate awaits her next. The camera lingers on the abandoned bathroom, with the pieces of the puzzle and the wrench and saw still lying on the table. We are left to wonder what other twisted traps Jigsaw has in store. Narrator. In this episode, two men in suits and masks are observed engaging in skateboard exhibitionism inside a poorly lit room illuminated with a neon light. Meanwhile, in an abandoned bathroom lays a man in a unique trap that appears to have been designed in a meticulously planned manner. The unresponsive victim, identified as a middle-aged construction worker, is connected to a triggering mechanism that, if tampered with, could result in fatal consequences. Suddenly, the construction worker awakens to find a cryptic message from Jigsaw.
Construction worker, what is happening? Why am I here?
Narrator. Jigsaw's message elucidates that the construction worker has become a player in a game in which his survival hinges on his ability to solve intricate puzzles. The clock is ticking, and he must escape the intricate trap before it's too late.
Construction worker, I have to escape this trap now, but how am I supposed to do this?
Narrator. The construction worker contemplates his next moves, relying on his problem-solving abilities to identify the trap's weak points.
Construction worker, I think I figured out what to do.
Narrator. Just as he reaches the triggering mechanism, the unexpected occurs. Jigsaw arrives on the scene, hazarding to question the construction worker's approach.
Jigsaw, what makes you think you have the solution?
Narrator. As the prey and predator engage in a back-and-forth dialogue, the audience is left guessing about the outcome of the game. Will the construction worker successfully escape the trap? Will Jigsaw ensnare his victim? The nail-biting suspense reaches a climax until an epic and unexpected twist emerges, amplifying the impact of the story.
Title, The Clock's Ticking.
Introduction. The episode begins with a woman wearing a black jacket and a clock in front of her face. She is identified as Sarah, a 32-year-old accountant. A sign next to her reads, "One Saw movie horror scene." The scene shows an abandoned bathroom with Sarah passed out inside. Sarah has an intricate trap attached to her that is described in elaborate detail. The trap involves a timer that will release a deadly gas if Sarah cannot solve puzzles within the allotted time.
Sarah, I can feel my heart racing as the timer on my chest ticks down. I must use my logic and critical thinking skills if I want to survive this contraption.
Jigsaw, hello, Sarah. I want to play a game. Your trap is designed to challenge your perception of time and urgency. You must solve the puzzles before the timer runs out. The choice is yours.
Sarah, I cannot even begin to fathom how Jigsaw was able to pull this off. The engineering alone is astounding.
As Sarah begins to progress through the puzzles, she becomes increasingly agitated. Time is running out and she is unable to solve the final puzzle. Suddenly, the timer on her chest beeps and the deadly gas begins to fill the room. Sarah starts to panic.
Sarah, I can feel the gas in my lungs. I am going to die here.
Just as Sarah begins to accept her fate, she notices something unusual on the timer. The clock on her chest is not moving.
Sarah, wait a minute. The clock, it's not ticking anymore.
In that moment, Sarah realizes that the clock on her chest is not a timer, but a prop. Jigsaw reveals himself from behind a hidden panel.
Jigsaw, congratulations, Sarah. You have earned your survival. You have proven that despite your fear, you still have the ability to think rationally and overcome challenges.
Sarah, I cannot believe it. I thought I was going to die.
Jigsaw, do not take your life for granted, Sarah. Remember this experience and cherish every moment you have.
The episode ends with Sarah exiting the room, thankful for her life and the lesson she has learned.
Sarah, I will never forget this experience. It has changed me forever.
Title: The Puzzle of the Unique Trap.
Introduction. The present study describes a Saw movie horror scene, where a young man named Jake, age 25, a software engineer, wakes up to find himself trapped inside an abandoned bathroom. Jake has a unique trap attached to him, consisting of a metallic helmet-like device with sharp-edged pins that puncture through his cheeks, preventing him from opening his mouth or removing the contraption. A red arrow pointing to a puzzle piece situated on top of the trap baffles him. Jake receives a message from Jigsaw, a mastermind who designs lethal traps to test one's moral principles and the willpower to survive.
Jake, what is happening to me? Why am I here? Who is Jigsaw and what does he want?
Problem statement. Jigsaw instructs Jake to retrieve the puzzle piece by finding the key hidden inside the toilet tank and solving the puzzle. The unique trap attached to him will pierce his head if he fails to solve the puzzle within an hour. Jake faces a daunting task of interacting with torture devices and insidious clues that Jigsaw designed to impose extreme physical pain and fear, undermining his mental fortitude and psychological resilience.
Jake, this is insane. I have to find a way out of here. My family needs me.
Methods. The experimental approach utilizes Saw's movie setting to postulate the use of lethal traps designed by a fictional character named Jigsaw. The investigation involves observing the character's behavior, emotional responses, and problem-solving skills when confronted with life-threatening situations. The research team tracks Jake's physiological parameters, including heart rate, blood pressure, sweat gland activity, and brain chemistry, using biofeedback sensors and neuroimaging technologies.
Jake, I have a photographic memory. I can do this. Think, Jake, think.
Results. Jake musters the courage to confront his fears, face Jigsaw's challenges, and solve the puzzle within 45 minutes. He retrieves the piece and places it on the trap. Jigsaw congratulates him, stating that he passed the test.
Jigsaw, well done, Jake. You deserve to live. You are not like the others who took their lives for granted. You proved that you have a strong character, determination, and the will to survive.
Conclusion. Jake survives Jigsaw's lethal trap and emerges from the site alive, passing the test of morality and courage. However, as he walks out of the bathroom, paving his way to a new life, he discovers that Jigsaw has implanted a microchip that monitors his every move and action, indicating that he is the latest one of Jigsaw's victims, trapped in an endless cycle of life-threatening games. The episode ends with a shot of Jake's horrified face, indicating that his suffering is not over yet.
Jake, no.
Title: The Winged Lady of Red.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a peculiar entity while traversing the multiverse. They encounter a woman with a creepy face and wings on her head, who introduces herself as the Winged Lady of Red.
Oh great, another freakish creature. Just what we needed.
Aw geez, Rick, she looks pretty creepy.
The Winged Lady of Red. Greetings, travelers. What brings you to my domain?
We were just passing through. Who are you supposed to be?
The Winged Lady of Red. I am the Winged Lady of Red, and I preside over the realm of this dimension.
What's with the red background and everything?
The Winged Lady of Red. The color red is symbolic of power, passion, and danger. It represents the essence of this realm.
Okay, enough with the mumbo jumbo. Do you have anything interesting to offer us?
The Winged Lady of Red. As a matter of fact, I do. Behold, the shut up and take my money meme.
What the heck is that?
The Winged Lady of Red. It is a powerful meme that has the ability to make people part with their money without question. It is a valuable asset, and I will sell it to you for a reasonable price.
Ha ha ha. You think we can be convinced that easily? Nice try, lady.
The Winged Lady of Red. Do not underestimate the power of the meme, mortal. I guarantee it is worth your while.
Sorry, sweetheart, we don't have any use for it.
The Winged Lady of Red, as you wish. But be warned, the meme is not to be trifled with. It has a mind of its own and will stop at nothing to achieve its ultimate goal.
Wow, that sounds pretty crazy. We better get out of here, Rick.
Agreed. Let's blow this joint and never look back.
Conclusion.
The Winged Lady of Red may have lost the chance to sell her meme to Rick and Morty, but her warning about its power leaves them with a sense of foreboding. Will the shut up and take my money meme come back to haunt them? Only time will tell. Episode title: The Unintentional Hilarity of Advertising Experiments.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are tinkering in the garage when Beth enters and turns on the television. A yellow cartoon character appears on the screen, causing Morty's eyes to widen.
Rick, what in the world is this?
Ah yes, that's Tin, the unintentionally funny advertising experiment. I created him as a way to study how humor impacts consumer behavior.
But Rick, isn't it unethical to manipulate people like that?
Ethics schmethics, Morty. Science doesn't care about ethics. Now, let's watch Tin's latest commercial.
Tin's commercial begins playing, featuring the yellow cartoon character trying to sell a product called SpongeBob. I'm a head out meme film director speak.
Tin! This product is absolutely amazing. It will make you feel like a SpongeBob meme director, allowing you to say, I'm a head out in style.
As Tin continues his pitch, Beth can't help but laugh uncontrollably. Morty looks confused, wondering why this is supposed to be funny.
I don't get it, Rick. Why is Beth laughing so much? I mean, I can see that it's silly, but...
Silly, Morty. This is pure comedic gold. Tin is inadvertently tapping into a primal human desire for absurdity and nonsense. It's hilarious.
As the episode progresses, Rick becomes increasingly obsessed with studying the effects of Tin's commercials on different demographics. Morty tries to keep up but can't help feeling like they're doing something ethically questionable.
Rick, I just don't know about this. What if we're causing people to make purchasing decisions they'll regret?
Oh Morty, you worry too much. Besides, if they can't handle Tin's humor, they don't deserve to have the product anyway.
As the episode concludes, Tin unveils his latest commercial, featuring a sentient talking cheese wheel selling a self-cleaning toilet brush.
Tin! Introducing the cheese wheel self-cleaning toilet brush. It's Gouda for your bathroom.
Beth, Rick, and Morty all burst out laughing at the absurdity of it all. Tin has unintentionally created a marketing phenomenon and Rick couldn't be happier.
Now that's how you do science, Morty.
Title: The Batman Andorian's Abdomen Meme Rye Mishap.
Scientific summary. In this episode, the Smith family is faced with a perplexing situation involving a group of men dressed in Batman costumes, Andorian aliens from Star Trek, and an unusual medical diagnosis related to the Batman slapping Robin meme. As Rick Sanchez and his grandson Morty attempt to unravel the mystery, they discover a shocking link to evil Morty's secret plot.
Opening scene.
Morty, I've detected a disturbance in the multiverse. We need to head to Gotham City immediately.
What's going on, Rick?
There's a group of men in Batman costumes standing next to each other with one man pointing at the other man. It's a classic case of the Batman slapping Robin meme, Morty. And we need to investigate.
Rick, what's going on? Why are we in Gotham City?
Don't worry, Beth. We're on a scientific mission to uncover the origins of a viral internet meme. It's important stuff.
Can't we just go to a museum or something? I don't want to get caught up in some crazy adventure again.
Seriously, Grandpa, can't we just chill for once?
Chill, and let the fate of the multiverse rest on a stupid meme? Not on my watch. Come on, let's go.
Middle scene.
Rick, I don't see any Andorian aliens around here. What's going on?
That's because they're hidden, Morty. They're the masterminds behind this meme rye mishap.
Masterminds? What are you talking about?
The Andorians are experts in viral marketing and internet memes. They've been behind every major meme in the last decade.
So, what does that have to do with us?
Turns out that the Batman slapping Robin meme is actually based on a medical condition related to the abdomen. And the Andorians are using it to control people's minds.
That's insane, Grandpa. How can a meme control someone's mind?
Trust me, Summer, it's science. Now, we need to find the source of the meme and destroy it before it's too late.
Closing scene.
Okay, Grandpa, we found the source of the meme. What do we do now?
We have to shut down the Andorian's mind control device. It's located inside the abdomen of the man in the Batman costume who's pointing at the other man.
Ew. That's disgusting.
I don't think I can handle this, Rick.
Buckle up, Jerry. We're going in.
Wait, what about evil Morty? You said there was a link to his secret plot.
That's right, Summer. It turns out that evil Morty was behind the Andorians' plan all along. He wanted to use the meme to control the minds of the entire multiverse.
Oh, man, this is crazy.
Crazy is my middle name, Morty. Now, let's get to work.
Epilogue.
The Smith family successfully shuts down the Andorian's mind control device and foils evil Morty's plan. They return home, exhausted but victorious.
So, what did we learn from all this?
We learned that the power of the internet is stronger than any of us realize. And that we should never underestimate the influence of a good meme.
I don't know if that's a lesson, Rick.
Just go with it, Jerry. Science doesn't have to make sense all the time.
Title: Neon Nights on the Floating Boat of Economic Theory.
Opening shot of the episode features Rick and Morty aboard a boat as they float along a body of water illuminated by the shimmering neon lights of a nearby metropolis. Oblivious to the surroundings, they begin their discussion on the topic of economic theories.
Morty, I don't know what's so difficult for you to understand about the law of supply and demand. It's simple market economics.
But Rick, how do we account for externalities and unfair market practices?
Beth, overhearing their conversation, chimes in.
I may have a solution. The introduction of lice into the commercial fishing industry could create a new market for anti-lice products.
Intriguing, but we need to consider the economic implications. What impact will this have on the livelihoods of commercial fishermen?
And what about the ethical concerns of using living organisms for economic gain?
As they continue to debate the complexities of economic theory, they are interrupted by the arrival of an economist on a nearby boat.
Economist. Excuse me, but I couldn't help but overhear your discussion. I have a proposal that could revolutionize the fishing industry.
Speak, economist.
Economist. Instead of relying on traditional fishing methods, we should train commercial fishermen to catch fish using only their minds.
That's ridiculous. How would that even work?
Economist. With the power of economic theory and positive thinking, anything is possible.
As they continue to argue over the practicality of this proposal, they are suddenly attacked by a swarm of lice.
Commercial fishermen. Sorry about that, folks. I accidentally released my lice farm into the water.
Looks like we have bigger problems to deal with now.
Amidst the chaos and hilarity, they work together to come up with a solution to the lice problem and the economic conundrum. In the end, they come to a compromise that satisfies everyone involved. The episode ends with them floating off into the neon-lit night, still debating the intricacies of economic theory.
Title: The Queen's Yellow Background Costume Party.
Introduction.
This study aims to explore the social dynamics and psychological evaluation of a group of participants attending the Queen's Yellow Background Costume Party. The study focuses on the participants' behavior and interaction with each other and with their environment during the party.
Methodology.
The participants were 10 individuals, each wearing a unique costume, standing in a posed position on a yellow background. The study utilized observational techniques, analyzing the participants' facial expressions, body language, and verbal communication during the event. The study also conducted interviews with each participant to collect their self-reported experiences and feelings.
Results.
The participants exhibited a range of emotions, including excitement, joy, and interest. They engaged in active communication, exchanging compliments and comments on each other's costumes. The participants also showed a preference for taking group photos together, taking turns in directing the poses and gestures. Our findings showed that the yellow background significantly influenced the participants' mood and focus during the party, creating a congenial atmosphere that enhanced the participants' social interaction.
Discussion.
The study's outcomes suggest that the Queen's Yellow Background Costume Party created an environment where social cohesion and positivity thrived, supporting individual and collective self-expression. While the study did not examine the impact of costume parties on individual self-identity, it is possible that such events contribute positively to self-esteem and a sense of belonging to a community.
Conclusion.
The Queen's Yellow Background Costume Party created a unique and stimulating environment that fostered positive social interactions and emotional expression. The study outlines the potential benefits of similar events in promoting social togetherness and psychological well-being. Future research could investigate the effects of costume parties on personal identity and examine the role of colors in influencing mood and social behavior.
Names and quotes.
Lucy, I felt comfortable expressing myself in my costume, and everyone was so supportive and encouraging.
Michael, the yellow background made me feel energized and optimistic about meeting new people.
Sarah, taking group photos was my favorite part because it allowed us to be creative and have fun together.
John, I found the event to be a unique and enjoyable experience that brought individuals together beyond their costumes.
Title: The Taco Tesseract.
The episode begins as Rick and Morty are in deep space, trying to outrun a swarm of space bees. They manage to escape to Earth, but their ship sustains damages, leaving them stranded in front of a taco shop with a green roof and a sign that says, "Taco Taco Sustain" on it.
Damn it, Morty. Why did we have to end up in front of a taco stand? We're not even on the right planet for good Mexican food.
I don't know, Rick. Maybe it's fate telling us to try out these tacos. They look pretty good.
Rick scoffs, but decides to go inside to satisfy his curiosity. Once inside, they meet the owner, a sentient taco named Smear.
Smear, greetings, travelers. Welcome to Taco Sustain. How may I assist you in your culinary journey?
We'll have 2 of your finest tacos, Smear, and make it quick. We don't have all day.
Smear, of course, sir. Coming right up.
As the tacos are being prepared, Morty spots a strange device in the back of the shop. It looks like a futuristic blender, but with strange markings on it.
Hey Rick, what do you think that thing is? It looks pretty scientific.
Rick examines the device, and his eyes widen in amazement.
Morty, this is a taco tesseract. It defies the laws of physics and creates tacos from alternate dimensions.
Whoa, like interdimensional cable, but for tacos.
Exactly. We have to get our hands on this thing.
Meanwhile, a group of aliens posing as health inspectors arrive at the taco stand. They are actually a group of space thieves looking to steal the taco tesseract.
Health Inspector, we are here to inspect your food preparation and compliance with space food regulations. Please show us your equipment.
Smear hesitates, knowing that the taco tesseract is illegal to own. Rick and Morty overhear the conversation and decide to intervene.
Hey you, space weirdos. You leave that taco stand alone.
Yeah, unless you want some serious cataract surgery to the face.
The aliens are no match for Rick and Morty's quick thinking and advanced weaponry. They manage to defeat them and secure the taco tesseract.
Let's get out of here before anyone else shows up and tries to steal this thing.
But what about our tacos?
We don't need tacos, Morty. We got the ultimate taco machine right here.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty speeding away in their ship, with the taco tesseract in one hand and a bottle of alien booze in the other.
Next stop, the multiverse. Taco night just got a whole lot crazier.
Title: The Speakeasy Office Dino Petting Zoo Incident.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty take Summer to a hidden speakeasy, where they encounter a man and woman sitting at a desk with a menu on it. As they order drinks, they discover that the man behind the counter is none other than Brian Cox, the renowned physicist.
Setting. The scene opens in a dimly lit room with a vintage feel. A few people are scattered around the room, sipping drinks and chatting. A menu sits on a desk in the corner, with a man and a woman sitting behind it. The camera pans to the counter, where Brian Cox stands, wearing a fedora and a sly grin.
What is this place, Morty? It smells like the Prohibition era.
I have no idea, Rick. Maybe it's some sort of spia.
I'm at a desk. Welcome, gentlemen. Would you like to order a drink?
We're not gentlemen, we're scientists. And yes, we would like a drink. What do you have?
Man at desk. We have a special brew made from a rare plant that grows only in the Amazon rainforest.
That sounds cool.
I'll have a vodka tonic.
As they sip their drinks, the trio realizes that the man behind the counter is Brian Cox. They approach him, asking why he's working at a speakeasy.
Brian Cox, I'm a man of many interests, gentlemen. Wine, women, and song, and dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs? What the hell are you talking about?
Brian Cox leads them to a back room, where a makeshift dinosaur petting zoo has been set up. The dinosaurs have been genetically modified to be cute and harmless, and the trio can't resist petting them.
This is amazing. I never thought I'd be able to pet a dinosaur.
I hope they didn't mess with their DNA too much.
As they leave the speakeasy, they notice funny epitaphs on the tombstones in the nearby graveyard.
This place is getting weirder by the minute. I think we need to get out of here before things get even more crazy.
As they leave, the camera pans out to reveal that the speakeasy was actually a secret entrance to a parallel universe where speakeasies still exist and dinosaurs are kept as pets.
Title: The Green-Eyed Woman in the Purple Dress, an investigation of tonsillectomy and its effects on neurological functioning, involving Chloe Grace Moritz and the music video for Kiss Me More by Doja Cat Fort SZA.
The episode opens to a shot of a woman with piercing green eyes, wearing a purple dress adorned with a green cross on her forehead, set against a black background. This opening scene provides the visual stimulus for the investigation into tonsillectomy and its effects on neurological functioning. As the episode progresses, viewers are taken on a journey through the scientific process of researching this topic. We see a team of researchers, led by Dr. Smith, studying the impact of tonsillectomy on a range of neurological functions, such as memory, attention, and perception. Throughout the episode, the team uses a variety of research methods, from brain imaging techniques to behavioral testing, to gather data on the topic. No stone is left unturned as the scientists aim to uncover the truth behind the effects of tonsillectomy. As part of their investigation, the team also examines the impact of music on neurological functioning. They specifically focus on the music video for Kiss Me More by Doja Cat Fort SZA, which features Chloe Grace Moritz. The video is used as a means of stimulating specific neural pathways in the brain, as the team examines the effects of the visual and auditory stimuli on cognitive and emotional processes. The episode ultimately culminates in the team's findings, which show that tonsillectomy can have an impact on a range of neurological functions, including memory, attention, and emotional regulation. The team also finds that the Kiss Me More music video has a positive impact on cognitive functioning and emotional well-being. The episode ends with a call to action, encouraging viewers to take care of their neurological health by seeking medical advice and engaging in activities that promote brain health, such as listening to music and staying physically active.
Dr. Smith, our study shows that tonsillectomy can have a significant impact on neurological functioning, which is important information for those considering the procedure. Additionally, our findings highlight the positive impact of music on cognitive functioning and emotional well-being, which can be harnessed for therapeutic purposes.
Chloe Grace Moritz. As an actor, I'm fascinated by how the brain works and how we can use different stimuli to influence our emotional responses. It's great to see science engaging with music and other forms of art to improve our understanding of neurological health.
Title: The Crab Conundrum.
Scientific abstract: Rick and Morty embark on a wacky adventure involving a crab, Alan Turing, crab cakes, and a clumsy ninja warrior. The episode explores complex scientific concepts such as probability theory, quantum physics, and cognitive dissonance. Through their wild antics and jokes, the duo challenges traditional notions of reality and the limits of scientific knowledge.
Scene 1.
Morty, we're in luck. I've discovered a new dimension where every crab is on a stick above a crab cake and a plate of food on a table with chairs.
Wow, Rick! That sounds like a dream come true.
Scene 2.
Alan Turing. Good day, gentlemen. My calculations show that the probability of this dimension existing is quite slim. However, the laws of quantum physics cannot be overlooked.
Speaking of physics, do you think a clumsy ninja warrior could lift this crab on a stick?
Scene 3.
Clumsy ninja warrior. Ugh, this is harder than it looks. Whoa.
Crash.
Oh geez, Rick, the table's ruined.
Not to worry, Morty. I've invented a device that can reverse the effects of cognitive dissonance. Let's get to work.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty begin to build a machine that can reverse the effects of cognitive dissonance. They use various scientific jargon to discuss the machine's design and function. Suddenly, the device activates and begins to shake uncontrollably.
Whoa, Rick, I don't think the machine was built to handle this much power.
Scene 5.
The device explodes, causing a massive rift in time and space. Rick and Morty are catapulted through a vortex of color and sound, ending up back in their living room. They both look disheveled and confused.
Well, Morty, I guess we learned that the universe is just one big crab on a stick.
Yeah, Rick, that was one crazy journey.
To think, all we wanted was some crab cakes.
Scene 6.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty sitting on the couch, munching on crab cakes and laughing at their absurd adventure. The camera zooms out to reveal a crab on a stick sitting on the coffee table, winking at the audience. Science, schmience. It's all about having a good time. The end. Title: The Baseball Conjecture.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty stumble upon a curious doll with a baseball uniform and a bat in its hand. As they begin to investigate, they uncover a bizarre connection to American Girl dolls and the infamous video game villain Ganondorf. Meanwhile, Jerry and Summer try to keep up with the duo's unconventional science experiments while dealing with the unpredictable effects of nitrogen exposure.
Scene 1.
Morty, I found something truly fascinating. A doll with a baseball uniform and a bat in its hand.
Oh, okay. What's so fascinating about that?
Don't be an idiot, Morty. This doll is a conjecture, a sentient being created by the power of intense speculation.
Scene 2.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Rick found some weird doll thing and now he's conducting some sort of experiment on it.
Why does this always happen?
Scene 3.
According to my calculations, this little lady has a direct connection to American Girl dolls and that evil wizard Ganondorf. We need to dig deeper.
But what if it's dangerous?
Danger? Morty, you wouldn't know real danger if it came up and bit you on the tush.
Scene 4.
Jerry, voice trembling, Rick, I think the nitrogen levels are getting too high. We need to stop the experiment.
Rick, smirking. Don't be such a wimp, Jerry. We're just getting started.
Scene 5.
Summer, dazed and confused. What's happening to us? I feel so weird.
It's the nitrogen, Summer. It's affecting our brains.
Scene 6.
Rick, I think we're in over our heads. This conjecture thing is too powerful.
Ah, you think this is over your head? I once turned myself into a pickle, Morty. I can handle anything.
Scene 7.
Rick, laughing maniacally. It all makes sense now. The doll, the baseball, Ganondorf, it's all part of a larger conspiracy. We must warn the world. Morty, sighing. Do we really need to involve the whole world in this, Rick? Can't we just let it go?
Scene 8.
I just want to go home now. This whole thing has been traumatizing.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever forget the way I felt under the effects of nitrogen.
Scene 9.
Epilogue.
Well, Morty, I guess we learned something today.
Did we? Because I feel like we just caused a lot of chaos for no reason.
Ah, you young people and your nihilism. That's what makes life worth living, Morty.
Title: The Plubus Paradox.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty traveling through the multiverse in search of a rare substance called Plubus. They have been tasked by Beth with locating this elusive material so she can use it for her latest experiment in molecular gastronomy. As the duo sets out on their mission, they encounter a man in a helmet and a beard with a mustache, who introduces himself as Marcus Phoenix, a soldier from an alternate universe.
Oh, Morty, looks like we've got a live one here. What brings you to the multiverse, soldier?
Marcus Phoenix, I'm on a mission to save my world from the Locust Horde. But I could use some help from a couple of experienced multidimensional travelers like you.
Rick, are we really gonna help this guy?
Hey, Morty, don't be so quick to judge. You never know when you might need a favor from a tough guy like this.
The trio sets off on their quest, encountering various obstacles along the way. They are forced to navigate through a dense cloud of Badoogie gas, which has the power to induce intense hallucinations.
Rick, Morty, what's taking so long? I need that Plubus for my experiment ASAP.
Hold your horses, Beth. We're working on it, but we've hit a bit of a snag. We've got a Badoogie situation on our hands.
Badoogie? But that stuff is deadly.
Relax, Beth. We're professionals. We can handle a little gas.
The team emerges from the cloud unscathed, but their troubles are far from over. They must undergo a cholecystectomy, a risky surgical procedure to remove the gallbladder of a giant space alien that is blocking their path.
Rick, are you sure this is safe? I mean, we're not even licensed surgeons.
We don't have time for licenses, Morty. Just follow my lead.
The operation is a success, and the team is once again on their way. But their journey takes a scandalous turn when they stumble upon a group of interdimensional paparazzi, eager to capture the elusive Rick and Morty on film.
Paparazzo, hey, Rick and Morty, how about a photo for the fans?
Sorry, but we're kind of in the middle of something here.
Paparazzo, come on, just one little snapshot. It'll be worth a fortune. Rick, I don't like the look of these guys. Maybe we should.
Before Morty can finish his sentence, the paparazzi swarm the trio, causing chaos and confusion. In the midst of the commotion, the Plubus is lost, and the team is forced to scramble to find it before it falls into the wrong hands.
Rick, Morty, you've been gone for hours. What happened?
Long story short, we got sidetracked. But don't worry, we've got the Plubus.
Thank God. I've been waiting to try out my molecular gastronomy recipe for weeks.
Oh, I don't even want to know what that means.
As the team celebrates their successful mission, they are unaware of the chaos unfolding in the background. The paparazzi have sold the footage of their encounter with Rick and Morty to a group of nefarious interdimensional criminals, who plan to use the Plubus for their own nefarious purposes. Will Rick and Morty be able to stop them before it's too late? Tune in next time to find out.
Title: The Multiverse Meltdown over Suka Langley Soru.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick's latest experiment gone wrong causes the multiverse to implode onto itself, and the only solution is to travel through time and space to find the one person who can set things right. Suka Langley Soru, a time-traveling psychiatrist with unusual hobbies.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are testing out a new portal gun that Rick built, but when they accidentally fire it at a parallel universe where anime characters reign supreme, they realize they've caused a major problem. They encounter two anime characters in different outfits, who tell them that the fabric of their reality is tearing apart and that they need to find Suka Langley Soru to fix it.
Anime Character 1. The very existence of our anime-verse is under threat. You must find Suka Langley Soru. She is the only one who can restore the balance and save us all.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty, along with Jerry, who has somehow tagged along, travel through several different universes and timelines to finally track down Asuka Langley Soryu. They find her in the midst of a strange hobby, sewing together different timelines to create a Frankenstein's monster of a new universe.
Rick, what the he, Asuka, are you responsible for the multiverse implosion?
Asuka Langley Soryu. Oh no, that was not me. But I could fix it if I can just trace the final timeline that caused the implosion and sew it back together with the others.
Morty. Can you hurry up? I think I'm turning into some kind of anime character.
Act 3.
Asuka leads the group on a wild journey through various alternate timelines, including a universe where Jerry is the only intelligent life left, and another where Morty becomes a giant squid monster. They finally reach the end of the timeline where the implosion originated, and they come face to face with the perpetrator, a red-haired woman in a black outfit.
Rick, who are you supposed to be?
Red-haired woman. You mortals are so quaint. Don't you know you cannot tamper with the fabric of reality without consequences?
Asuka Langley Soryu. Step aside, dear. I have this under control.
Act 4.
Asuka uses her time-bending powers to stitch together the broken timeline, creating a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes that briefly threatens to overwhelm them all. But with a snap of her fingers, she restores order and the multiverse is saved.
Red-haired woman in blue dress. Incredible. You have a gift, Asuka. The way you weave time and space together is simply awe-inspiring.
Rick, yeah. Can we go back to our universe now? My stomach lining is starting to seep through my pores.
Asuka bids the group farewell and sends them on their way, but not before imparting some words of wisdom.
Asuka Langley Soryu. Remember, everything is connected, and the universe is a delicate balancing act. You never know what might happen if you pull on one thread too hard.
Morty. Yeah. Got it. No more tampering with the multiverse. Let's go home.
The end.
Title: The Effects of Graphical User Interface, GUI, Variability on Product Perception and Purchase Intent.
Abstract. This study aims to investigate the effects of graphical user interface, GUI, variability on product perception and purchase intent. The experiment involved participants interacting with 3 different types of devices: a laptop, a tablet, and a phone, each with a unique GUI layout and color scheme. Participants were exposed to a website, Smile, which sells dental care products, and were asked to browse the site and provide feedback on their experience.
Results. Analysis of the data revealed a significant effect of GUI variability on participants' perception of the product. Participants reported a higher level of trust and perceived quality when interacting with the website on the laptop device compared to the tablet and phone devices. Additionally, participants were more likely to stay on the website for a longer duration on the laptop device, indicating a higher level of engagement and interest.
Discussion. These findings suggest that GUI variability can significantly impact users' perception of a product and their purchase intent. This has implications for website designers and marketers, as they must consider the different devices and their unique GUIs when designing their websites to ensure a positive user experience and encourage product engagement.
Episode dialogue.
Alice, have you seen the latest study about GUI variability and its impact on product perception and purchase intent?
No, I haven't. Tell me more.
Alice, well, the study had participants interact with 3 different devices, a laptop, a tablet, and a phone, each with a unique GUI layout and color scheme. They were then asked to browse a website that sells dental care products called Smile and provide feedback on their experience.
What were the findings?
Alice, the study revealed that GUI variability significantly impacted participants' perception of the product. They reported a higher level of trust and perceived quality when interacting with the website on the laptop device compared to the tablet and phone devices. Additionally, they were more likely to stay on the website for a longer duration on the laptop device, indicating a higher level of engagement and interest.
That's fascinating. So what are the implications for website designers and marketers?
Alice, the findings suggest that they must consider the different devices and their unique GUIs when designing their websites to ensure a positive user experience and encourage product engagement. It's crucial to create a consistent and visually appealing way that integrates well with the particular device the user is utilizing.
Bob, thanks for sharing. It's always interesting to see how science can inform design choices in the tech industry.
Title: The Unleashing of Cadmium, an Alien Gardening Catastrophe.
Opening shot shows Rick and Morty attempting to plant a new type of brisket in the backyard, but they accidentally unleash cadmium, a highly reactive purple alien with a massive head and body of teeth.
Rick, Morty, why don't you ever check the alien DNA sequence before we plant something in our backyard?
Morty, I didn't think it would matter, Rick. It's just a type of brisket we haven't tried before.
What's going on out here?
Jerry, yeah, we were about to start the alien gardening competition, and what the hell is that thing?
The alien gardening competition, where the winners can receive a lifetime supply of Szechuan sauce, is now in jeopardy as cadmium wreaks havoc on the flora in the backyard.
Rick, it's cadmium and boy did we screw up. This thing is highly reactive with the autonomic nervous system in all plants.
Morty, so what do we do now?
Yeah, I don't want our house to be destroyed by this thing.
Jerry, and I don't want this competition to be canceled. I'm the reigning champion.
Rick quickly formulates a plan to neutralize cadmium before it's too late.
Rick, okay, I need everyone to stand back and let me handle this. I'm going to use concentrated cadmium to neutralize the alien's reactions.
Morty, is that safe, Rick?
Rick, no, but it's our only option now, Morty.
As Rick sets up his lab equipment, the alien continues to wreak havoc on the backyard, growing larger and gnashing its teeth.
Cadmium. RRRRRAAAAHHHH.
Rick, stay back, cadmium, this will only take a moment.
With a crazy Frankenstein-style experiment, Rick successfully neutralizes cadmium and saves the backyard from destruction.
Wow, Rick, that was amazing.
Jerry, and now we can continue with the gardening competition.
Morty, wait, Rick. What about the new type of brisket we were going to plant?
Rick, forget about it, Morty. We have bigger things to worry about than experimenting with new types of alien plants.
As the episode draws to a close, the family enjoys a victory celebration, but the camera pans out to show that the cadmium alien is still lurking in the bushes, waiting for its next opportunity to wreak havoc. Cue end credits music. Scientific PhD description. In this episode of Rick and Morty, our beloved characters find themselves on a scientific venture to explore a unique cosmological event in the Milky Way galaxy. They journey through a green and pink sky with stars, with Rick as their experienced pilot who navigates the small plane with ease. Along the way, they discuss various sci-fi theories, including the possibility of time travel and the existence of alternate dimensions.
Story discussion.
Alright, Morty, buckle up. We're entering the Minkowski space-time.
Whoa, Rick, that's like time travel stuff, right?
Voice in the radio. Rick, I hope you're not letting Morty touch anything on that plane.
Relax, Beth. We're just observing the gravitational waves around this cosmic singularity.
Hey, Rick, did you hear about that Led Zeppelin theory? They hid a secret message in their music.
Ah, that's nothing compared to the cosmic microwave background radiation. We can decode the beginning of the universe.
Voice in the radio. Rick, I have a patient here who needs a hemorrhoidectomy. Can you please come back to the lab?
Fine. Morty, take the wheel. And don't touch anything.
Whoa, I feel like I'm in Star Wars.
Not even close, Morty. This is real science, and we're just scratching the surface of the universe's mysteries. Who knows what we'll discover next?
The episode continues with Rick and Morty returning to the lab to help Beth with the hemorrhoidectomy while continuing their discussions of wild sci-fi theories and exploring the vastness of the universe. Hilarity ensues as they navigate their scientific journey with plenty of jokes and crazy antics.
Title: The Death and Resurrection of Madonna, a zombie romantic comedy.
Introduction. The present study investigates the phenomenon of the death and subsequent resurrection of Madonna as a zombie in a comedic romantic context. The study explores the different factors that contribute to Madonna's transformation into a zombie, her subsequent interactions with the other characters and their reactions to her transformation. The study also explores the underlying themes of mortality, love and the idealized image of celebrities in popular culture.
Scene 1.
The camera pans to Madonna, a woman with makeup and red eyes wearing a white shirt and gold earrings, as she begins to feel a sudden pain in her bladder. She collapses on the ground, and we see her body involuntarily spasming.
Madonna, ouch, my bladder is killing me.
Scene 2.
Madonna's body suddenly stops spasming, and she lies motionless on the ground. The camera zooms in on her eyes, which turn red, and her skin, which becomes paler by the second. Narrator: Madonna's body undergoes a radical transformation as she transforms into a zombie.
Scene 3.
Madonna gets up from the ground, now fully transformed into a zombie. She looks around and realizes that she is no longer the same person she used to be.
Madonna, what the hell just happened to me? Why do I feel like a zombie?
Scene 4.
Madonna's zombie form becomes the source of comedic relief, as she tries to act like a normal person and fails spectacularly. She tries to strike up a conversation with a couple who run away in terror when they see her.
Madonna, hi, how are you guys doing today?
Couple, zombie.
Scene 5.
Madonna's transformation into a zombie also leads to unexpected romantic consequences. Despite being a zombie, she finds herself falling in love with a young man, who is also secretly in love with her.
Madonna, I love you, even though I'm a zombie now.
Young man, I love you too, Madonna, even if you are undead. Scene 6.
The climax of the movie is reached when a group of zombie-hunting vigilantes arrive to dispose of Madonna, believing her to be a threat to society. However, the young man and his friends come to her rescue, giving her a chance to escape.
Scene 7.
The ending of the movie leaves the possibility of a sequel open, as Madonna and her friends are shown escaping from the vigilantes and heading towards a new adventure.
Conclusion.
Overall, this film presented the transformation of Madonna into a romantic zombie in a comedic scenario that appealed to audiences of all ages. The film also explores deeper questions related to the mortality of celebrities and society's obsession with idealized images. Episode title: The Germanium Conundrum.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty find themselves embroiled in a complex web of scientific mishaps and humorous misunderstandings as they attempt to unravel the mystery of the man in the suit and mask, who carries a drink in one hand and a skull in the other. Along the way, they encounter a wacky zoologist, take part in an alien dating show, and stumble upon a surprising discovery about the element germanium.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the garage working on a new invention when a shadowy figure enters, wearing a suit and mask.
Who are you supposed to be? The Phantom of the Opera.
Man in suit. I am the master of the drink in the skull. I have come to seek your assistance.
What kind of assistance?
Man in suit. The kind that only you, the greatest scientific minds in the multiverse, can provide.
Comical misunderstandings.
As Rick and Morty attempt to decipher the man in suit's cryptic message, they find themselves frequently tangling with zany misunderstandings and mix-ups. Rick mistakenly believes the man is looking for a date and tries to set him up with various aliens, while Morty thinks the man is a friend from school and invites him to a family barbecue.
Zoologist.
Their investigations lead them to a nearby zoo where they meet Dr. Beverly, a zoologist with a quirky sense of humor and a love for germanium.
Dr. Beverly, germanium is such a fascinating element. It's like a cross between a metal and a non-metal, with the atomic number 32. Don't even get me started on its chemical properties.
Alien dating show.
While searching for clues, Rick and Morty accidentally stumble upon an alien dating show called Love Across the Universe. They find themselves contestants in a bizarre game show where they must compete for the affections of an otherworldly beauty known as Zorpet, who has tentacles for hair.
Host. Welcome to Love Across the Universe, where love knows no boundaries, not even those of time or space. Germanium Conundrum.
Finally, Rick and Morty discover the true nature of the man in the suit and the significance of his drink and skull. He was searching for a rare isotope of germanium that had been stolen from his laboratory. With Dr. Beverly's help, they set out to retrieve the missing element and restore order to the multiverse.
Looks like we've got a germanium conundrum on our hands, Morty. Time to science the *T out of this.
Conclusion.
In the end, Rick and Morty successfully recover the missing germanium and restore order to the multiverse, but not without plenty of hilarious misadventures and tongue-in-cheek references to scientific concepts. As they relax in the garage once more, they reflect on their triumphs and misunderstandings.
Man, that was crazy. I think my brain's still spinning.
Quit your whining, Morty. You're just not used to thinking on a multiversal level.
The screen fades to black, ending the episode.
Title: Interdimensional Intercourse.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty walking down the streets of an alien planet. Rick is wearing his signature lab coat while Morty is dressed in a plain red jacket. Summer joins them, wearing a blue shirt, and they discuss their plans for the day.
Good morning, guys. What's on the agenda for today?
Just some interdimensional sightseeing. You know, the usual.
Actually, Rick, I was hoping we could take a detour. There's something I need to show you.
What could be more important than exploring the infinite universes?
Trust me, this is worth it.
The trio walks into a nearby interdimensional portal and arrives in a sterile lab filled with high-tech equipment. Morty approaches a machine and starts fiddling with the controls.
What is this place?
It's a laboratory for studying different forms of interdimensional intercourse.
Rolls his eyes. Morty, we've had this conversation before. I don't need your help with that.
Holds up a datapad. Actually, according to these readings, you're doing it wrong.
Scoffs. There's no wrong way to do it. It's all in the eye of the beholder.
Confused. Wait, what are they talking about?
Morty proceeds to explain the intricacies of interdimensional intercourse to Summer, using scientific PhD-level jargon that only Rick and Morty can comprehend.
Pointing at a holographic diagram, you see, Rick's technique isn't maximizing the subatomic energy transfer between dimensions.
Sarcastically. Oh, forgive me for not being a master of tiny particle physics.
As they continue to bicker, the machine suddenly malfunctions, causing an explosion of multicolored energy that envelops the lab. The trio is transported to a bizarre, psychedelic plane of existence where everything is made of neon colors and talking animals.
Amazed. Whoa, is this still part of the experiment?
Terrified. No, I think we broke something.
Sarcastic. Congratulations, Morty. You've managed to put us in another dimension that we know nothing about. How will we ever get home?
As they struggle to find a way back to their own dimension, they encounter strange beings and nonsensical obstacles that are both hilarious and terrifying. Eventually, they stumble upon a portal that leads them back to their own dimension, but not before they learn a valuable lesson about the dangers of meddling with interdimensional technology.
Staring out at the interdimensional portal. Remind me to never take a detour with you again, Morty.
Sheepish. Sorry, Rick. I just wanted to teach you how to do it right.
Smiling. Well, I guess we can add almost causing an interdimensional catastrophe to our list of adventures.
The trio walks off into the sunset, ready for whatever absurdity their next adventure will bring.
Title: The Green-Haired Manic Episode.
Synopsis.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty on a mission to retrieve a rare element from the depths of a black hole. However, things take an unexpected turn when they encounter a strange man with green hair and a gun in his hand, accompanied by another man with a disturbingly creepy face standing behind him.
Morty, we've got company. Looks like some kind of crazed gunman with a green hairdo. Keep your wits about you.
Oh man, Rick. This is bad news. What are we gonna do?
The green-haired man suddenly addresses Morty by his name, causing him to become irrationally angry and demand a name change.
Little bitch asshole, Morty is no more. Call little bitch asshole by his rightful name or face his wrath.
Oh geez, Morty, you've gone and legally changed your name to little bitch asshole? Can't say I didn't see that one coming.
The situation spirals out of control as the green-haired man reveals that he has a personal vendetta against Rick and will stop at nothing to take him down.
Green-haired man, Rick, your days are numbered. I know all about your interdimensional shenanigans and I won't rest until you're stopped.
Do your worst, pal. I've faced down worse than you on a daily basis.
As the chaos unfolds, Beth enters the scene and attempts to defuse the situation with her classic no-nonsense attitude.
Alright, what in the hell is going on here? Someone better start explaining themselves before I call the cops.
The episode concludes with a chaotic shootout, a dramatic escape, and Morty once again reverting back to his old name.
You know what, Rick? I think I'm good with just being Morty again. That whole little bitch asshole thing was just a phase.
Yeah, I kinda figured that's how it'd go. You're just not cut out for the whole tough guy act, Morty.
Overall, the episode is a zany and unpredictable ride through the wacky world of Rick and Morty, with plenty of laughs and absurdity to spare.
Title: The Multi-Dimensional